Well, a very good morning to you all from New Jersey Motorsports Park, Thunderbolt Raceway. This is the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, and we are DriversEye Live. Happy to have your company this morning. As always, my name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined by Ryan West. Good morning, Ryan.
Hello.
By JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Morning.
Zach Johnson is on the ones and the twos this weekend. A home race for Zach and for myself. This is, I think I'm right in saying, the furthest up the northeast and mid-Atlantic corridor that the World Racing League powered by Hagerty has yet traveled. And a weekend of firsts, and in some ways a weekend of lasts. As we said, the first trip to NJMP, it'll be the last time that anybody races on this current track surface. More on that later. It's also the last time we'll run a WRL race this season and not award a title at the end of it. So, sort of a scene setter, all things considered, this weekend at NJMP. The field on their first of two pace laps. 33 cars on the entry list this weekend. Not a bad showing for the first trip to this part of the country. Let's talk a little bit about NJMP, fellas. It's an old surface. It's a layout that doesn't get a whole lot of use in professional racing other than for motorcycles. Of course, Moto America was here last weekend. It's also a particularly difficult one to prepare for. Not only do we not have a whole lot of experience in the World Racing League, but it's also not terribly well represented in simulators. So, as a sim racing friendly show here at DriversEye Live, I think we're coming into this a little bit blind, are we not, fellas?
You know, if I had planned ahead, I am actually part of a Patreon group where this is a track that has been made available. I probably should have done some laps around it, but then again, I am terrible at sim
racing. Is it Thunderbolt or is it Lightning? Because there's a decent version of Lightning.
I think this person I follow has both.
Okay.
I'm not certain.
All right. It's an interesting layout. I have been trying to parse for the last 2 days what this event is going to look like, and the best I can come up with is something like we had at NOLA. Old track surface, long corners, some high speed, changing radius. Decent in traffic, I think. Some long straights and decent braking zones, but I think we've got some question marks to be answered as to how the cars behave, how the drivers handle it, how traffic sort of functions over the course of 8 hours. And indeed, it's thrown us a curveball. We so often see the Toyota Supra GT4s at the front of the field, and instead, our front row this weekend is a Mercedes-AMG GT4 alongside a Hyundai Elantra NTCR.
Now, I think that Elantra N, part of the number 16 Economy Motorsports team there, I think they could be in for a great event this weekend, given just the sky conditions that we're looking at right now, Brendan. I know that you are an expert in weather in this particular region of the country. Talk a little bit about that.
It's rained a lot here over the last week. Like, a lot. Last weekend was 3 to 4 inches of rain. Everything is still very, very muddy from when Moto America was here. So you can see it as you drive around. The track is a little bit damp just from some rain yesterday and last night, but this is pretty much the conditions we started yesterday morning with. A little damp offline, but I don't think there's any true loss of grip. So I think the times we're going to see this morning are pretty representative of what we're going to get through the day. Right now the temperature around 62 degrees, a high of 68, and it is supposed to remain cloudy right through to the checkered flag at 5 o'clock Eastern. So I agree with you, Ryan, on that Elantra, but then you have the question of long corners, front-wheel drive, and an old track surface, which is why I am reserving judgment on exactly what this race is going to look like. I did notice Thunder Bunny changing tires in some pit stop practice yesterday afternoon. Everybody is likely going to have to change tires regardless, but there is still a question mark over how you make, even if you run 2 sets, how you make 2 sets last the 8-hour distance, the 8-hour time limit today. So let's keep eyes on that from a strategy perspective, from a lap time drop-off perspective, because lots of questions to be answered there. As Ryan mentioned, the Economy Motorsport cars alongside the pole sitting number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes, the 2 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supras on the second row, third and fourth. The 766, a new entry for that team. It's a new chassis, so we'll talk a little bit more about that. Third row, the 914 from Modern Auto Body VAC. That is an LS-swapped M3. That car is extremely quick. A lot of experience here racing in the Northeast in regional endurance racing competition. It is so good on the brakes into turn number 1. So keep an eye on that bright orange BMW. You can't miss it. The 82 lone entry for Random Vandals Racing. Alongside it, Bruce Innovations GTR 99 on the 4th row, Toyota R&D Racing, the non-GT4 Supra, and Choice Racing, the number 51, sporting a new rear wing this weekend on the 5th row. Your GP1 pole sitter Moorhead Speedworks alongside PC Racing, Twas Ever Thus, Rubin Performance Garage, and Open Throttle Racing on the 2nd row. GP2 pole sitter, the 164 from Harrison Motorsports, the 158 from Unruly, and the GP3 front row Open Throttle Racing 65, and the 385 of Land Pipe Racing.
That
field
is
down the front straightaway. Go ahead, Ryan.
That is the GP3 leader as well, I believe.
It is.
What a jump they get there as well.
Yeah, it's a good start from the NFC Mercedes. Defensive from the number 16 Economy Motorsports Hyundai Elantra. The Thunder Bunny Racing Supers go side by side into turn number 1, and they all work themselves out to not drop wheels in the dirt on the outside of that first corner. Side by side, still side by side, all the way through the field. It's a good jump from the Mercedes and that Elantra, who have used that clear air to good advantage and stretched out what looks to be around a second over those Toyota Supras. Up over the crest on the exit of turn number 3, the cars get light. You'll hear a TC cut from a couple of those cars over the top of the hill, and still some squabbling through the back end of the GTO field, which now finds the front of the GP1 field very much in the mix. The PC Racing BMW has fallen right to the back of GP1, which means it's first place for Moorhead Speedworks, second place for Rubin Performance Garage. I don't know if it was a sort of caught napping there for that 44, or just a really, really good start from the Rubin Performance Garage car.
I do want to note, Brendan, the number 65 had a lightning start there at the green flag, and they are now up with all the GP1 cars. So whoever is in that car is wheeling right now.
You can't miss that car either. Bright green BMW. I think it's a 330? I don't know.
It's a 330. It is a spec E46 sort of build.
Okay.
There it is right there behind the team car. So that's the GP1 M3 with the big V8. And then there it is running right behind. So they already had the lead in GP3, but they'll have jumped in the overall order a substantial amount just now.
Up in the GTO field, getting something of a bottleneck in right around, let's see, it should be around 9th place. It's 8th place. The number 90 from Toyota R&D Racing. That's the non-GT4 Toyota Supra built by a couple of Toyota employees just to go amateur endurance racing. The Choice Racing car just ahead of it actually has just gotten by. So that isn't the bottleneck. The bottleneck will be that Toyota. And now the 944 banger, that is the LS swapped Porsche 944, because of course it is, that is now putting chase to that number 90 car. It's been a minute since we've seen that number 90. I think we saw it at, was it Mid-Ohio or Road America?
I believe it was at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, they've relocated. That was
I was going to say, they have since relocated to Michigan,
Yeah, that they were pretty, huge slide out of the number 123 on the exit of turn 12. Just maybe put a wheel on the paint or on the curb on corner exit, and the car gave a giant twitch under power. Now, you're not really accelerating hard by that point. It's not like you're having to really breathe the throttle through that last corner. It's a pretty easy right-hander, more or less flat, 4th gear, probably grabbing 5th on or around the apex. But that car not very compliant. Up in first place overall, first place in GTO. Fastest lap of the race, currently the number 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing, a 125.987. I think the best times we're going to see this weekend probably in the 124s. We saw a high 123 yesterday as well. For comparison, the last time this race, this layout was run by a pro sports car series would have been 2008 with Grand Am. GT pole time was a 1:19. So we're not all that far off that.
I mean, those weren't real GT cars.
We literally have one of them in the field.
And they really weren't using that good a tire either.
Nope, but neither are we. There are lots of comparisons to be drawn. I think it says a lot more about the old Grand Am days than it does about the current WRL days.
Absolutely.
But it's worth bringing up because, as we said, there is exactly one of those cars in the field. Just coming through the right side of your shot now, there's the yellow BMW, yellow Aston Martin, and then that blue and gray Pontiac GTO-R is actually not a Pontiac at all. I think it's a Pratt & Miller tube frame chassis.
It is.
Yes, that was the basis for the Pontiac GTO-R, the G6 GXP-R, which is just a ghastly automobile. And then I think it became the basis for the Chevrolet Camaros that ran the Pratt tube.
That Stevenson ran, yeah.
You know, it might have done the BMW as well.
I think it's the same chassis, but I don't think this specific chassis ran as a BMW.
I don't think it ran as anything other than the GTO. If it did, it would have been just the GXP. But anyway, that GTO-R was so competitive back in the Grand Am GT days. And if you were going to pick any one of those just fascinating cars to bring into GTO competition here in the World Racing League, that'd be the one. It's such a good-looking car.
Longtime WRL entrants, Round 3 Racing, they had a similar idea going with a Ford Mustang that was on like a TA2 chassis with a 4-cylinder. I think that deal has not quite panned out between, for whatever reason. I don't know if it's a car count thing or a funding thing or what. I have no idea, but we haven't seen that car in quite some time from them. But it's a reasonable idea, I think, at a little bit bigger track. I think this might be a track where they're really wanting for some of that power and torque that they're going to have to naturally miss out on because it is quite a light vehicle. But they should be really decent on fuel and good on the brakes and maybe a little bit lighter on tires as well.
Yeah, I need to get to the bottom of some of this car build with Matt Connolly, the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania, of course. It didn't sound like they were going to be changing out the engine. I got the impression that they were just detuning the engine that was already in the car. So they may be missing... I don't know if it's just maybe a heavy engine for the amount of power that they're asking out of it, and it's inefficient in that way, but it is a couple of seconds off the pace.
I do believe that they've simply detuned the motor that was in it, which is possible on that platform, and in theory should give you a really nice torque curve when you've detuned it that far, which of course carries its own penalty.
Sure.
But I don't think that will be the issue. I think the issue genuinely will be they just don't have the power to punch out of the corners here.
To be fair, it is going blow for blow with an Aston Martin V8 Vantage, so
that's race number one.
Sure, exactly. And remember that car also carries a modifier for being a tube-frame chassis,
right?
A 0.4 modifier on the power-to-weight ratio, so it will be down a little bit of power relative to the cars that surround it. Finally, that sort of cork in the bottle that Toyota Supra moves to driver's left around the long right-handers at turns 7, 8, and 9, and allows both the Bruce Innovations BMW and the AF Racing LS-swapped BMW to go through, and immediately they start to gap the Toyota R&D racing car, and now I think it'll find sort of a natural position there with the V8 Vantage and the Pontiac GTO. It's so much fun to say.
Of course, still waiting to see the Pirelli World Challenge Volvos here in this series. I think that could be a sneaky good car as well.
What an idea.
Those were for sale at one point as well. I don't know what ended up happening with the K-Pax Racing entered Volvo. I guess they were technically S60s?
Yes, from memory they were.
Yeah.
If we're going that route, where's the RS6?
Who ran the RS6?
Champion.
Stacy? Oh, it was Champion.
Champion did run. Okay, I remember. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we'll take that as well. That'll help out for any rain, which may or may not come. That would be lovely. Once upon a time, we had an all-wheel drive car in WRL, but the first or second race we covered for WRL, it sort of hit the wall, and we haven't seen it since.
What car was that?
It was the Impreza that lost it on the final turn at Coda and ended up nosing it into the wall.
Oh, you're right.
After coming back through the field. Yeah. You know. Brendan, you pay the big bucks. You get this type of insight. this type of memory. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, sure. We do our best.
So the 766 Thunder Bunny Racing, that's the second car. I imagine it will play a similar role to what I believe it was the 255 ran, which is kind of the second car that's got some renters in. That has the Toyota GT4 livery still on it. And I do remember seeing one of those cars in that livery for sale. So I don't know if that's a recent purchase. Maybe it's a brand new car.
More on that in a second, Ryan. We've had a change for the race lead. And for the first time in what feels like a little while, we've got a front-wheel drive car leading a World Racing League powered by Hagerty event on pace.
Nice.
Economy Motorsport, singular. Up into the lead to complete lap number 7, the Hyundai Elantra NTCR. Ryan thought, that car could be on for a result today.
I did.
And sure enough, at least in the early going here, maybe taking advantage a little bit in traffic, is through into the race lead, and the back end of the GP3 field that they're working through just now allows that number 111 Thunder Bunny Supra right up into that lead trio. So now very much a 3-horse race for the lead. Have we lost the 766?
I don't think
No, it's right there.
So, yeah.
Oh, it is right there. Okay, yep, sorry. I saw it. It's being overshadowed by the bright orange BMW
behind it, yes.
LS SWAT. Yeah. No, that makes more sense. That 766 is it's a new car, new entrant for Thunder Bunny Racing. The 118 that we've seen, I don't think is expected to run any more events this season. So that was the second Thunder Bunny entry, a sort of customer entry. Mm-hmm. I believe that car still finds itself in the Thunder Bunny stables.
All right.
Is what I have been told. So the opportunity does still exist to run a third Supra? A third GT4 Supra?
Man, at COTA, let's do it.
I think we're going to see a fleet of these cars at COTA. I think, from what I understand, I would imagine Hitman is going to be back for the season-ending race. Oddly, they're not here this weekend. Jason Marks definitely is. I've seen him down in the paddock with GTR, but what would be a home race for Hitman Racing, just up the road in northern Jersey, is they are conspicuously absent this weekend. You would think that would be sort of the ultimate solution. But alas, we're going to go 4 wide into turn 1. That is not going to work. And it's the Mercedes who has to back out of it and is going to lose a ton of ground to the race-leading Hyundai Elantra. This is what I meant when I said, let's wait to see how traffic pans out, because very, very much bottling up in what is one of the best braking zones on track down into turn number 1. It's not super well defined because turn 1 is still a pretty quick corner. Not quite like this hairpin left-hander at turn number 5 here. But look at the margin that the Hyundai Elantra has been able to pull on the NFC Motorsports Mercedes and the 111 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra. It was half a second at the line. I think this margin is now probably up closer to 3 or 4 seconds.
You know, it's something we've seen throughout the season, and I'm not there, so I feel comfortable saying it. But JT has has given some insight as well. Brendan, did you see the wrap-up video from the University of Oregon this past week about their Week 5 game?
No, I saw a lot of the hype stuff, but I never saw the wrap-up.
So the wrap-up, they show the coach a lot, and the coach always talks about the only team we're playing next week is Oregon. That's who we're playing, and we play Oregon every single week. Right. I think the NFC team needs to focus on playing themselves. That's consistently have the pace, and I think honestly they're a 10th down in maximum pace right now, but it's still early in the race. But they lost 4 seconds on that last lap, and that is exactly the margin that they're behind right now. They really need to kind of get back within themselves and focus on running a clean race with fewer to no mistakes. Because the Thunder Bunny car at this point, and it's how it's been successful in the championship so far this season, just runs consistently. Doesn't take a bunch of risks, doesn't pursue positions that don't need to be pursued. We don't hear about them getting a lot of pit lane penalties. They just do what they need to do. And if that NFC car can get the heads down and they can focus and they can stay clean on their pit stops, I'm guessing they're going to be able to come back around on this TCR if the weather stays the same as it is now. Because as we were made aware last season, some of the fuel regulations might not quite benefit the TCR style of car right now. So I don't think NFC's out of it, but they do need to start looking within to find the pace that they need to get back to the front here.
Yeah, that Mercedes does have 2 wins on the season. Sunday race at VAR, which you will recall was shortened pretty significantly due to a thunderstorm smack in the middle of the day.
Right.
So we lost some running to that. And then it also picked up a win last time out at High Plains, which was not a broadcast event, but doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Right.
So they have started to find their footing a little bit, given situations where maybe they're not pushed to execute all of the time. Ooh, spinner in the back. Is that the 111? Oh, there's 2 cars. There's 3 cars in that? The 111's already come through, so it's not the 111.
The 111 had lost a couple of positions that last lap. They're now down to 5th, having the 914 BMW as well as the team car 766 take those 2 positions away from them. So they're now down around with random vandals.
That car's come into the pit lane, and I will identify it here momentarily.
Is that the Mercedes?
No, I think it's a 944.
Oh, okay.
It is the 385. It is a 944. That's Elaine Pipe Racing. We'll get a replay here from producer Zach Johnson. Watch the back of your shot. Ooh, just loses it on his own, and one of the production cars having to take evasive action out to driver's right. A lot of runoff here at NJMP, so thankful for that, the opportunity to escape that. It's not a bottleneck portion of the circuit, but you're in the middle of some long corners there.
Right.
Also worth noting here, the 111 just falling back a touch in GTO.
We have seen this, Brendan, especially earlier in the season, where they're not particularly concerned with the first part of the race, and they will always be there at the end. So
yeah, I will never count out a Thunder Bunny car ever for any reason, but it is interesting to me that they went pretty well in the opening couple of laps, and now not only are losing a couple of positions, but are losing time, which is maybe they're
closer. They're closer to the NFC car than the NFC car is to first place.
That's fair. Perhaps conserving tires as well. We did mention the question mark over tire life and tire degradation on this slightly older surface, and just wonder a little bit if they're maybe playing the long game, which would be very Thunder Bunny Racing of them. Ooh, move on here, perhaps from Modern Auto Body VAC. That's that orange BMW just coming up to the back bumper of the 766 Thunder Bunny Supra. The car seems to be very compliant through these long corners around the back half of Thunderbolt Raceway. Good on the power. Car's very torquey with that LS engine. And even up against the advanced electronics and everything that these GT4 Supras have to offer, just seems like the balance suiting that M3 maybe a little bit better. I also wonder whether that car's a little bit lighter. Not normally a hallmark of the M3s, but it is very good on the brakes.
You also got to think about home field advantage. They probably have more laps at this event at this course than a lot of the other teams do.
That's a very good point, Ryan. This is, as we said, the first time we've been to NJMP. There are other regional endurance racing series in the country, and we have a handful of teams this weekend that do tend to run more frequently in this part of the country and at this venue in particular. AF Racing, that modern auto body car. So they come here with a ton of knowledge, whereas a lot of us, commentators included, sort of flying in the blind here from a strategy and race development perspective. Back in GP1, class leader, Ruben Performance Garage.
Yep. They have been since, I believe, lap 2. They were having a pretty good duel with Moorhead there. The gap has expanded to about 3.5 seconds now.
Yeah, and more importantly, JT, Moorhead is falling back into the clutches of the PC Racing number 44. This is the classic WRL GP1 battle, but it's now taking place in second behind that local entrant from Reuben Performance Garage. And very, very interesting. Because that car wasn't on the ultimate pace, I guess, yesterday in qualifying. It wasn't slow, but you expect the 147 and the number 44 to be the pace setters, the standard that's driven in GP1. And it's very, very interesting to see that 293, and exciting to see that number 293 very much taking the fight to them this weekend. If the pace is there, then the question just becomes about execution and reliability.
Yeah, it's a bit hard. Moorhead had done a 127.5, and the Rubin car did a 131.3.
Yeah.
So it's I don't know what the conditions were, whether they're really trying. So it's hard to really tell the ultimate pace of what we're going to see out of these cars as the day goes on.
Yeah, I mean, the 293 is running pretty much exactly the same times as it was yesterday in qualifying, so there's no surprises here as such. With the pace of that car, it's more intriguing to see the pace drop off from the other two GP1 runners. Slow car in the back of the shot here, exiting turn number 4, heads up Automatic Racing, heads up Matt Connolly Motorsports. Is this that Land Pipe Racing number or Porsche 944 again? Is that, very interesting attitude of this car. Is it a suspension issue, or is it running basically at idle?
Yeah,
or
it looks
on the
like
starter
it's
motor,
running at idle.
perhaps. Yeah. It does. I mean, it would have ground to a halt by now, I think. Looks like they're just going to try and nurse this car around, which would be welcome. Not that Jersey Motorsports Park isn't into the idea of doing hot pulls, because we heard that discussion a little bit yesterday, but it is very, very wet off the track surface, and that was a potential hang-up to the ability to go get cars without having to shut the course down to do it. It's almost like they tick the starter over, give the car a little bump, and then coast it again. Just a very, very odd attitude to that car. Twenty-two and a half minutes gone in the Saturday 8, pretty sure 8-hour enduro at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Thunderbolt Raceway. Happy to have everybody's company here. This is DriversEye Live. And settling in very, very nicely this morning. The 62 BMW into the pit lane. That's the second of the open throttle cars down in GP3. Very, very impressed with how this track is racing so far. It's been
It's racing great, yeah.
It's been a little while since we've seen professional car racing in NJMP. I think the last time we would have seen it would have been... did SRO run here? I don't think they did. ARCA, maybe? Bikes come here all the time. Moto America has been part of the NJMP calendar for quite some time, but first time I've seen this place on camera since I think the Grand Am days. And not much has changed. The layout has been exactly the same, although I understand things are changing in that regard potentially as well. Mentioned it's the last race weekend on this track surface. The track will be repaved, and the configuration options, at least, will be tweaked around the second half of the circuit, potentially cutting off that long right-hander and the switchback into the left-hander at turn 10, and allowing for more of a hairpin option at turn 7. Shortens the layout up slightly, but will help the tire wear situation a little bit. We know that these left-handers, these long left-handers, are going to end up torturing these DOT 200 tread wear tires throughout the course of the weekend. Ooh, change there between the Thunder Bunny Supras. The 111 back past the number 766, which demotes the the second car back into 5th, promotes the lead team car to 4th. And that means that the number 914 from Modern Auto Body VAC onto the overall podium for the moment, and very much taking the charge to that NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4. Oh, full course yellow.
Good call.
I would have to believe, although we don't see it at the moment, that this would be in response to that Porsche 944 that we saw in Strife a couple of minutes ago. Take a look at our camera multi-view here. Zach says there it is, but I'm not seeing it. Oh, that is the car driving away. Interesting. Well, it may not be. Pit stops, gentlemen. I was going to say very much pit stops, but that's not a thing. The Mercedes AMG GT4 is in. The VAC Modern Auto Body BMW M3 is into the pit lane. Thunder Bunny number 111 is in. And we have 25 minutes into our first Enduro of the weekend. Split the strategies.
Yep. I think this is a good opportunity here to get some fuel. It allows you, I think, to be a little bit more flexible as the race goes forward, as we talk about almost every weekend when something like this happens.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in GTO particularly, you're not in danger of going a lap down, right? It's not like the lead car is going to split your split the field and put you a lap down to your class competitors. This is just sort of a quick opportunity to come in, top off, and as you say, Ryan, give you a little bit more flexibility throughout the remainder of the day. The slow Porsche 944 makes a hard right turn at the end of pit lane into the paddock. And assuming that this is the impetus for the full course yellow, we may not even gather, we have gathered the field up. This may be a very quick neutralization here. I will say this. If you are out in front, well, there's the Mercedes. So it's really only lost about 10 cars worth of track position. Having clear track, if you're in any GTO car, but particularly that Hyundai Elantra, could pay some dividends given just how chaotic things were in traffic the first time we went through the production cars. So 10-15 minutes into the race, we're working our way through GP2, GP1 cars. We saw that was the opportunity for that economy motorsport car to stretch things out just a little bit. Now, you wouldn't expect that car to be able to pull out a full pit stops margin. So from that perspective, I'm not sure things will have completely worked in their favor. But nevertheless, still a potential advantage to be gained out of the situation there. And as we said, this does split the strategies very much in GTO. So let's keep eyes on that through the remainder of the day. The 766 is in. The 51 is in. That's the Choice Racing BMW M4. Haven't called their name yet today. New rear wing on that car as well. That very much mirrors the spec that the GTR 99 has been running for the last couple of years. A little higher, a little further back. Sort of extends the back end of the car a little bit. But very, very purpose-driven or purposeful looking on the back of that number 51. And nice to see them. Back in competitive in GTL. We did see their old GP1 car out last time we were live from a WRL race back at Road Atlanta, the GP only race at the end of July. Lights off on the safety car, says producer Zach Johnson. And As we said, we think this was going to be a quick yellow, and indeed, just 2 laps behind the safety car, and we should go back to green flag racing here in a couple of moments' time. Let's keep an eye on how long this Hyundai Elantra is able to go on fuel. It's very much a circuit of 2 halves, is Thunderbolt Raceway. Got the first half of the circuit, long straights, high-speed corners, mostly 3rd and 4th gear, all the way around through turn 4. And then you get towards turns 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and it's a lot of off-throttle or partial throttle time, a lot of long corners, waiting to try and pick the throttle up, and even when you do pick the throttle up, it's maybe just a stab to help pull the front of the car around in a front-wheel drive car or help rotate the car in a rear-wheel drive car. So it may be that front-wheel drive Elantra is going to be in pretty decent shape on fuel anyway. Gets a decent jump coming back to the green flag thanks to a little bit of lag between the Mercedes number 300 and the GTO cars behind it. Oh, good jump from the Mercedes as well to start working through some of this traffic. And as they sail off into turn number 1, already it's worked through about half of the production cars in front of it, has the NFC Motorsports entry. Also looks to be that the Modern Auto Body VAC number 914 lost just a little bit in the pit stop rotation under the full course yellow there. Certainly lost a couple of spots all the way back to 5th, whereas it has been up in 3rd. And pass up the inside there at turn number 5 from the number 111 Thunder Bunny racing car. Good jump up into 4th from AF Racing as well. I do not believe that car has pitted yet. So it's a bit of a, not a false flag from that number 32, but again, we've shaken up the strategies a touch, and that's how you end up with that yellow BMW just in the center of shot, now right side of the shot. Under attack from the number 914. 2 Northeast local teams. Both LS swapped BMW M3s. And the Matt Connolly Motorsports number 104 there in the mix as well. That car also did not make a pit stop. So keep eyes on all of these developments, particularly towards the end of the first hour. GP1 now being led by Moorhead Speedworks. Rubin Performance Garage slipped back to 2nd. PC Racing still back in 3rd. Your GP2 class leader, the number 158 from Unruly Autosport. It's a black and orange BMW 330i. And the number 164 from Harrison Motorsports in 2nd. Shouts to AVR as well, who JT you probably remember better than I will.
Sure.
I don't remember calling their name before this weekend.
Yeah, no, I believe they are a new entry.
Yeah. So good showing early on in GP2 for the AVR crew. GP3, Open Throttle Racing, your class leader at the moment. The number 65 up ahead of AOA Racing. RRT Racing, that's a GP2 car. And then the number 300 from Easy Riders. Further back there in GP3. Margin at the front is going to come through here and be probably in the area of 6-7 seconds. 6.1. As the Economy Motorsport Hyundai Elantra TCR stretches its legs and puts in the fastest lap of the race. 125.268, and this is kind of what I was talking about as we're coming back to green. Using clear air to your advantage while you have it and trying to build something of a margin. That is very much the trade-off in these sort of split decisions under pitting under full course yellow before it's maybe necessary, right? Where you've got to make a call and say, yep, we're in our window, this is a good idea, or we really should just be topping off. Or you say, nope, we're going to stick to our strategy and we're going to pit every hour and 5 minutes, whatever the case may be. And splitting a stint really doesn't fall into our plan for the day. The payoff there, if you decide not to pit, is clear air. And you've really got to make hay while the sun shines, or in our case today, is hidden behind an overcast layer. Ooh, wheels off on the outside of turn 4 there for PC Racing. Oh, and then off track for Bruce Innovations. I'll tell you what. I was out setting up cameras this morning on track. That run between turns 4 and 5, deceptively short. You think of turn 4 as being a pretty quick right-hander. And it is, and it's probably a fourth gear corner. But the braking zone for turn 5, your setup for turn 5, is much, much shorter than it looks on a track map. You've really got to get the car straightened out and get your braking done effectively and efficiently into turn number 5, because if you don't, that's exactly what happens. You end up very much offline and potentially out in the grass. Now that was compounded with the 2 off on the outside of turn 4. So very, I was going to say a tricky sequence of corners. Not tricky, just deceptive, I think is probably the right word. Hopefully we'll speak to a few locals a little bit later on today about driving Thunderbolt Raceway here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. If you happen to be listening or following along, come see us. We're on the 2nd floor of the race control tower, so not where the garages and suites are, but the 3-story building, right at start finish. We're on the 2nd floor, out towards turn 1. Come say hi, grab a headset, we'll chat a little bit. Ryan, for what it's worth, has not left us. I'm trying to get some onboards mixed in here.
That's what the people are asking for, and unfortunately...
They are asking for Ryan.
No, they're asking for me to leave.
Oh, okay. But it does mean that we're going to end up with some onboards, hopefully.
We're certainly going to try.
Well, this is what Zach is for. Tech support. Hello, my name is Zach.
Brandon.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Oh my, that is...
By the way, it's not the 51 from choice. It is the 511. I was certain yesterday that I saw that car marked as the number 51. Like,
it was
100% certain.
It was on the entry list.
As the 51.
Yes.
Thank you.
So it's one of those things that sometimes shows up on the entry list as a 51, and then time unit scored during the race is 511. There's a couple cars like that.
Speaking of car numbers that have 5 and then a repeating digit, let's talk about the 577.
Oh.
No, HC Autosport. 2003 BMW Z4.
Heck yeah.
Inject that into my veins. Love me some Z4. I would very much love to see maybe a newer Z4 or sort of the middle generation right around that 2009, 2012 era. It'd be really, really nice. What was that number? Is it E89?
Yeah.
Is that or Z80? I don't remember.
It would be the 89. I did drive the road car version of that at one point. It's kind of a nice car. They're very rough.
What does that mean? You say it's rough.
Like the suspension is hard.
Oh, it's a rough dry. Okay.
Also, it was very difficult to get that body style. I don't think you could get that with just the plain old straight 6. I think you had to get the turbo motor, which is problematic, or the anemic 4-cylinder, which is also problematic.
I just put a V8 in it and make it a GT3 car. It was really the only purpose that car served anyway. Was to be the best GT3 car ever built.
I think the people who purchased them and drove them back and forth to the golf course would disagree.
That's their problem, right? If you want to hear your golf car or your golf clubs rattle around in the back,
I don't think they fit. It's a very odd shape of car.
Already you've made a mistake and you have nobody to blame but yourself.
Some of these are just not.
We just want the GT3 car. That's all we want.
Modern
and
auto.
Absent that, put it on a racetrack. And that's what HC Autosport has done. What did you refer to that car as, JT?
Land Shark.
The Land Shark. Shouts to Ole Miss. Shouts to College Game Day, by the way. Durham, North Carolina.
I don't know what that is.
It's at
It's a city.
yeah. That's Duke University.
They did go to Montana State while I was still living in Minnesota at an awful job, and I did not get the opportunity to go, which was really unfortunate.
Sure. And you didn't go to, you weren't living in Minnesota when they went to Minnesota
I was
a couple
not.
years back. Yeah. You
Yeah.
just missed the boat entirely.
Indeed.
And now you get to go to, have to wait for Cal or Stanford to be good again, I guess.
I think Stanford's going to be good again. I think Cal is in the gonna have some problems perpetually.
How excited are people to be watching WRL racing during college football season again?
Very. With college football updates during the race. It's what the people
sure.
have
Well,
been clamoring
that's
for.
how you know we're live. But you have
Indeed.
literally no other way to tell we're live.
Yes.
No timing and scoring, just college football scores.
Yes.
We'll get more into that later.
I hope so. It's like I said, it's what the people have been clamoring
They
for.
haven't even started playing games today yet, and yet here we are.
Okay.
Lead margin now to 8.3 seconds, and this is sort of what we were discussing. But I don't know that quite making as much ground up as we would have otherwise expected. You know what I'd like to just point out briefly here?
Let's do it. Let's talk about it.
We see so frequently, and have seen so frequently this year, the Toyota Supras be uber competitive and uber consistent, right? Just always in the hunt for class wins, overall wins, and more often than not, picking up those wins. We are, for the first time in, I don't know, maybe a year and a half, in a situation of genuine unknowns at a WRL racing weekend, right? I think NOLA was the last time we went to a new venue and we're like, well, I don't know what's going to happen. And I think we're kind of in that same boat this weekend. And when you level the playing field, right, and you take away teams' ability to rely on past knowledge, track knowledge, setup notes, whatever the case might be, what you end up getting is a class that is actually way more balanced than the results would otherwise show. And what that says to me is that, A, the 9 to 1 power to weight number is just such a good way to go racing in GTO. But especially says to me that if you want and are looking for a little bit more, let's say, variety in your class winners list, that all you got to do is stop shooting yourself in the foot. Right? If you're NFC Motorsports, which Ryan talked about at the top of the show, if you're economy motorsport and doing something slightly different than everybody else and bringing a front-wheel drive car, execute, right? You've got everything else it takes. You've got the drivers, you've got the car, you've got the consistency, at least as far as we can tell. We'll see on tires a little bit later. Execute your pit stops, don't hit anything, and stop picking up penalties. And you, too, can start picking up class wins the way that the Toyota Supras have been picking up class wins throughout the season. And when you do go back to the places you've already been, right, the places that you're all familiar with, COTA, Sebring, but take advantage of what you have. Take advantage of those setup notes, those race notes, your driver experience, driver coaching, right? Put everybody, you're all starting from this level playing field. We know we've got it. It's very much looking forward to the way this race plays out through the remainder of the day. As we said, it's the last time we'll run races and not award championships. Next time out will be Hallett Motor Racing Circuit out in Jennings, Oklahoma for the Midwestern Championship. Sebring in November, the Eastern Region Championship, and then, of course, the National Championship event the first weekend in December at Circuit of the Americas. So races will come thick and fast through the balance of the calendar year, every 3 weeks from here on out. till we crown our regional and national champions.
All right.
Do we have onboards?
I built the thing. I don't know what to do now.
Okay.
I have onboards. It looks really cool.
Zach will give you a place to send that link, I am sure.
Sounds really good as well.
Yeah. Yeah, we do rely very frequently on teams to send us direct links, and Sentinel to send us direct links to some of these onboard cameras. Have not heard yet from the folks at Sentinel and Candelaria Racing Products. Partially, I'm sure, because Mr. Candelaria himself is racing for a T1 national title, I think now, actually, at the SCCA runoffs. Running one of the, we are running one of the premier amateur endurance racing championships here in the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. And for sprint racing, SCCA runoffs, one of the biggest weekends of the year. And excited to see, I'm excited to see how things shake out for James. I know it was competitive in qualifying, but very much a friend of a lot of people here in the paddock in the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. So keep eyes on that. Shouts to Johann Schwartz, by the way.
Always.
Yeah, saw him yesterday when I first got here, like the first person I talked to. And always excited to talk to Johann, but he is running double duty this weekend. Racing in the WRL event today in the number 147, which just heads off into turn number 1. And then heads to VIR tomorrow to run for an STU national title.
Cool.
I think he's the only one. I've not yet heard from anybody else who is running sort of that double duty. But Johann is, I mean, when it comes to either club or pro racing in BMWs, short of having an actual factory driver, he is kind of the guy.
He's a real dude.
I mean, a real dude's dude, I think.
A lot of good dudes out here.
Sure.
Man, that Ellis swap to modern auto body is sticking on that.
Sounds
oh yeah,
so good,
of course, but it's sticking on the 111 right now.
This is another one, right? If we know the pace is there, but because we don't see this team ever, or this car, we don't know execution, right? Are you up on all of the WRL specific rules, the pit stop rules, right? As far as we know, first round of pit stops went okay, as far as infractions go, except for the 682 that left the visor up. But they are a regional team, but they've actually been in WRL races before, so they don't really have the excuses. 16 fires it up the inside of that 944 banger at turn number 1, trying to work its way through traffic. See it here in a few moments. There's the Elantra, and just behind it, oh no, where's the 944? Anyway, there's your NFC car just coming through shot now as well. It's third place overall. And then the battle that JT was just talking about, 111 and 914. That 914 is just so good on the brakes. It lacks a little bit for pure top end. It's like it sort of gets to, it'll pull on corner exit. It gets to between start finish and the braking zone for turn 1 and gives up a little bit of ground, but it's running consistently maybe 10 yards deeper in the braking zone than the Supras are. And being one of the best passing opportunities on the track, you'd think that would play into their hands just a little bit.
Yeah, maybe later on in the day. I think right now it's just, they're in a good position. If there's a gap in traffic, yeah, maybe go for it. But other than that, you know, just run those to tail for a bit. Oh, good slide there.
The 766 starting to lose ground a little bit. It was one of the cars that pitted under the full course yellow, but didn't come in the first time around. So the 111 pitted immediately when the full course yellow was deployed. The 766 waited a lap, then came in and topped off. And that meant it was sent right to the back of the pacing order. But even as a result, now very much in clear air, the lap times have fallen away just a little bit. 130.7 last time around. Margins up to the lead, whereas they had been in contention for a top 3, top 5. That lead margin is now up to 46 seconds.
And coming across the line this last time by, that M3 does get around the Supra.
Oh, very good. So that's Modern Auto Body VAC back up onto the overall podium. Shouts to the GP1 battle. Moorhead Speedworks, Rubin Performance Garage, 3.3 seconds apart on track, but their last lap, just 0.04 of a second to choose between them.
Yeah, that gap has been relatively consistent.
There's an announcement in the paddock that the team broadcast is being changed to channel 15. That is information from Race Control to teams.
So I got a question for you, since you're on site.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh?
I don't like questions.
I'm trying to figure out who the 157 Don't Panic entry in GP1 is.
Inscribed in large, friendly letters on the cover.
I didn't have them on the entry list.
Sorry, the 157 you said?
Yes.
Yeah, there's actually no car information on Race Hero either. Presumably because they weren't on the entry list. There's nothing to compare them against, or nothing to pull the information in from. I will identify that car when it comes by.
I'm wondering if there's a maroon GP1 or 2 car BMW. To everyone's surprise, of course.
Yeah, right.
I'm wondering if that's it.
So the 158 I can identify. That's an orange and black wingless BMW. There it is, the car that just came through start finish. You're absolutely right. Maroon, sort of more brick red. It doesn't really have that purple hue.
Okay.
But black rear bumper, tallish rear wing. That is the Don't Panic car in GP1. I think I'm right in saying runs 5th in class at the moment.
Yes. And that's like an E46, right?
Yes. Well, 36 or 46. I'm terrible.
Oh no.
At picking out the differences between them. Sure, we'll say 46. Just call it good.
Does it look like the PC Racing or the Moorhead car? Or does it look more like the 293 Rubin?
Listen, I told you I don't like questions, JT. You ask way too many questions. It's a BMW. It has a wing. End of statement. There is a bunch of damage on the front of the AOA Racing number 85.
Ooh.
The front left is pushed back significantly. I don't think it's happened today. We don't have any notes of contact in the race control log. So it's happened at some other point, but that car's hit something. I don't think we had any issues yesterday either, from memory.
Well, it's not a Mustang, so it didn't hit somebody in the paddock.
I don't know what you're referencing, but I don't love it.
That joke is so 2016.
This is a Spencer Pumpelly joke.
It's more recent than the car.
Ooh, couple of wheels off there on the exit of turn 9 for the, I think that's a 231.
So, Brendan, that is an E46.
Sure. What does it say on the entry? That's the AVR car, by the way.
2003 330i.
What, the 157 or the 231?
231.
Okay. Yep, sure. Ironically, I have owned both an E36 and an E46. Lead margin now to, every time I say it, the leader comes across the line and erases the margin on Race Hero. It was 13 seconds. We'll get an update here as the NFC Mercedes crosses start finish, and 13 seconds. 27 flat for the 16, 26.7 for the 123, and then mid 27s for both the Modern Auto Body VAC entry and the number 111. I am just so excited for the rest of this race. The top 5 still all in the same bracket, high 26, low to mid 27. And I mean, it's usually the way these pace differentials shake out, right? Roughly 3/4 of a second at a time seems to be more or less how you bracket and tier these cars out. And, right, because then you get from the mid to high 27s, and then you start seeing the mid 28s, right? Another 3/4 of a second. But if we've got 5 cars that are all reasonably consistent and execute at a reasonably high level for the remainder of the day, I can't wait. It would be difficult to see any of these cars shooting themselves into the foot to the point that, you know, they would take themselves out of contention. And if this is what we have to look forward to for the next 7 hours, then bring it.
So I'm thinking traffic may have played a part here in our GP1 battle with the 944 banger, Moorhead and Ruben. All 3 cars within 2 seconds of each other, they're out on track, and it looked like Moorhead Speedworks, the 2 laps ago, had taken the lead in that class, with the GTO car splitting the 2 GP1 cars. It has got back around in front of that group, so you have a 1 second gap in that battle for GP1 right now, with advantage to Moorhead.
So GP1 putting on basically the same show as we're getting up at the front.
Yeah.
With just uber close competition.
And going from that shot we just had there, and here it looks like it has changed positions again. With, with the Rubin Performance Garage E36 getting around the Moorhead Speedworks E46.
Yeah, and putting a little bit of a margin on him there. Already 5 or 6 car lengths. Rubin Performance Garage, I can say this now because I just got the, or just pulled up the driver list for the weekend. To number 293, driven this weekend by, oh boy, shot myself in the foot. John Lewis, Alex Rubinstein, Jason Nikic, Cody Ace, and Panajati Theodorakopoulos.
Nice.
Yep.
Nailed it.
Yep. I've seen that name before too, but I just didn't. Oh, Jeff Harridge may be in there as well. We don't have all of the driver information split between the cars, but they do have the number 600 MX-5 entry as well. So perhaps cycling those 5 drivers through the through both of those cars.
Am I correct in believing that number 600 MX-5 is like a dark gray in color?
It is, yeah. Charcoal, okay. I would describe it as.
And then the 85 is black, correct?
It's the dark blue, like midnight blue almost.
Yeah. I've been having a hard time visually trying to tell them apart.
Yeah, I would call 600 charcoal and I would call the 85 midnight blue, but they are, I think, the only NCs in the field.
Yes.
First hour complete at New Jersey Motorsports Park, Thunderbolt Raceway. The World Racing League powered by Hagerty rolls on. We are DriversEye Live. Brendan Kesmerick, Ryan West, JT Tammy, Zach Johnson on production. Ryan West is with us, but again, sort of learning production solutions on the fly since we don't have our normal onboard link here at the track. Having to do things a slightly different way, and they will be up and running.
Don't be too confident.
Oh, I am confident. Because worst case scenario, I'm going to make Zach pull in an RTMP, and he's just going to be very happy about it.
Green flag pit stop for the 64 open throttle BMW.
Yep, and as we said, we are at the end of the first hour, so those teams that do tend to run on this predetermined hour rotation and or are coming up to the end of their fuel tank, this would be the time. At 60, well, both of the open throttle cars actually paddocked right next to where I've been parking my car all weekend, so I've seen a lot of those cars. Started off yesterday walking up to the broadcast booth, watching them pull 3/4 of a brake rotor off of the right rear corner of that car. And it was difficult to tell whether that was the brake rotor had failed or they needed to cut it to try and get it off of the car. I wasn't entirely sure what was happening. But it didn't look like anybody was having fun.
Yeah, I was going to say, either way, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah, we would have had track time on Thursday as well, so it is possible something happened in that process. Max Track Time, of course, partnering with the World Racing League this season to offer Thursday track running at many of the events through the season. Also offering early load-in in a lot of cases, which is welcome, particularly early and late in the season, where we don't have the advantage of sunsets at 7:30 or 8 o'clock. Being able to load in at 2 in the afternoon on a Thursday definitely helps speed things along. Certainly helps us here at DriversEye Live as well. So quick recap at the front. Economy Motorsport leads by exactly 13 seconds. Again, from the NFC Motorsports number 123. Oh, actually, NFC comes through and clicks into the race lead. Now, why is that?
Check pit lane.
Have we had a stop for the economy? I think we have. It's, yes, we do. Just found their war wagon right at the front end of pit lane. It means that it's hidden behind a lot of the canopies. Very, very difficult for me to pick that out, but I do see the fuel can up in the air like a beacon, signaling where that Hyundai Elantra NTCR is parked in the pit lane, and they'll load that car up with fuel and send it here shortly. This will be a good marker for us for green flag pit stop time loss as well. Oh, long 4 off there on the exit of 4. Got to get it slowed down in time for turn 5. And that was either the 85 or the 600.
I'm pretty sure it was the 600. I've got like
you're right.
I've got a 90% confidence.
I think you're right. It's very easy to pick them out trackside, not just because of the number, but the number plate has a slightly different design as well. Only one of them, I think, is running the proper WRL number plate this weekend. And so, you see different splashes of color than you would expect. And you're like, oh, yeah, okay, 600. But it's tough to tell from that far away. And I see why you were concerned, JT. They look shockingly similar at a distance, and not really in full lighting. The lighting is very muted this morning because of this overcast.
It has a white hardtop, correct?
Oh, slow BMW. That is a 235 IR.
That is lane pipe racing? Wait, no, that is Car Dorks.
Car Dorks. Yep, thank you. I was going to say lane pipe is the 944.
Yes.
Your lead margin now that the Elantra has pitted is 4 seconds from NFC Motorsports back to Modern Auto Body. VAC, Thunder Bunny Racing into third, and GTR 99, don't look now, into the top 5. Economy, for what it's worth, I think it will have gone a full lap down in this case. Look to my left and wait to see that Elantra come through, but not pitting under the full course yellow so far anyway. Doesn't look to have worked out entirely in their favor. It's exactly a lap. The 123 crosses start finish, and then about 15 car lengths, 20 car lengths behind is that TCR. So they are the first car off of the lead lap back in 14th. And through an hour and 5 minutes of racing. You do still have 12 cars on the lead lap, which is very, very impressive.
I've been enjoying occasionally checking in to see Automatic and Bruce running nose to tail around the track. Every time I look at them, they're still fighting. See them on our screen here, the yellow Aston Martin from Automatic Racing.
Had sort of eavesdropped on an interesting conversation the other day regarding that number 908. The 909 had an accident at some point. The car was damaged. Oh, I don't remember when. Must have... I don't remember. I got to go back and look through the results. But we've seen this 908 car before, right? This yellow Aston Martin. In some cases, it's been the quicker of the two, actually. But the discussion was about how they were going to handle season points. Of course, you are allowed a chassis swap once during the season, but if you swap numbers out for points, you can't go back, right? So if you decide that this car is now going to score points for 909 because it is your primary point scorer on the season, it is your first car, your primary car, then it's stuck earning points as the 909 for the remainder of the year. And the reaction was not immediate from either of those, or from the Automatic Racing representative. So some thought going into that, and we'll wait to see how that will shake itself out, because of course we do have championships to award here in a couple of weeks' time. Hey, we did it, guys. Oh, no. Wow. Look. Okay, now we're getting there. Ryan finding his feet as an associate producer. Let's pick this Moorhead car here for a little while. We haven't... are we on a playlist? Is that what's happening here?
I believe we are.
Or
Yes, we are.
Okay. Let's not do that.
Well, we're currently working through a different
Okay.
issue here.
It feels like we all have...
There you go. I turned it off.
Okay, there we go. So what we don't have at the moment are car labels. This is on board the HC Autosport number
That's
577. Very nice.
There we go. All right.
Whoa. Look at that car through the right-hander at turn 9. Again at 10.
So directly ahead of them, that is the 600 Rubens Performance. That is a battle for position for 4th in class.
This is in GP2,
Two,
correct?
yes.
Yep. Very good. A little bit of hang up on the camera here.
That is the best of 5, right? I'm sorry, this is the second best of 5.
And back to following this battle from trackside.
Oh.
And as we just seen him come through shot, the number 16 Economy Motorsport Hyundai Elantra right up onto the back of the NFC Motorsports Mercedes to unlap itself. So this is, while not a battle for position, very much of consequence. A big slide out of that Mercedes through the right-hander at turn 6. Allows that 16 to pull the margin in from a car length to like a third of a car length. They're bottlenecked in behind what I believe is the 32 AF Motorsports BMW, or AF Racing BMW, excuse me. Oh no, sorry, it's the Aston Martin, the 908.
Yeah, so what's happened is traffic has caught up to these cars, the GTO cars battling for 10th in class.
Yeah,
and it's kind of split them. So Bruce Innovations has fallen back a few seconds, while Economy and the NFC Motorsports, our overall leader, have been unable to get around the 908 at this point.
Well, and that 908 itself, well, I guess that was your point, right, is locked in a battle there with the AF Racing BMW, and I think it's the 90, the Toyota R&D Racing non-GT4 Supra.
Directly ahead, yeah.
Indeed it is, yeah. And so they're now having to pick their way, not just through the GP 1, 2, and 3 cars, but also through these other GTO cars who are much closer in performance to themselves than the production cars are. And it makes it very, very difficult to pick through, pick their way through traffic.
There's that passive position right there, the 9.4 banger again around Bruce Innovations BMW.
Yep, that's at the tail end of this shot. You see the black and green Porsche 944 and the Bruce Innovations, I guess we'd call that yellow, green, and black.
And
some
the
combination.
Aston has fallen back from our overall leader and the Economy Motorsports Elantra.
Yeah, that was always going to be a move in lap traffic. I think they were trying to, at least to some degree, keep themselves on the lead lap, but once that went away, maybe stop defending a little bit. And now you see, headed through turn 12, the number 123 able to escape a little bit now that they're not locked up so tightly in lap traffic.
Really allowed the 111 Thunderbolt to close up here.
It has, and I mean, you don't need to be right up on the back bumper of the car in front. We've got hours and hours for this all to play out, but I think it just kind of underscores the point that we're not really seeing any separation at the top of GTO yet. I mean, the biggest separation we've seen is purely strategy induced. And even then, right, this economy motorsport car has ended up right back in the mix in the cars it was doing battle with for position before its pit stop. But this is maybe more significant for that number 111 because it is very much in chase for the overall race lead behind that Mercedes. Couple of wheels off for the Hyundai Elantra, and I think the front end just washed out behind the rear diffuser of that Mercedes AMG GT4 at the exit of turn 2. And in trying to keep the speed up and maybe make a move on the brakes at 4 or 5. Just pushed it a little bit too far. All of this really hampering the lap times of these leaders. 129.647 last time from NFC Motorsports. The slowest that car has gone in quite some time. Very, very much being held up in traffic. And this is what we were talking about at the top. Not really knowing how this track was going to race in a multi-class environment like this, where a lot of the drivers are still going to be finding their feet with layout, with rhythm. We're all going to be learning about tire wear and how you manage the tires through these long corners over, let's say 4-hour tire life is what we normally see, and just how hard you're willing to push to try and get through traffic. So far, I think traffic is playing a bigger role than maybe even I would have expected. Particularly around the back half of the circuit, it just seems like you get these clumps of cars that all sort of end up backing each other up. And every couple of minutes, you'll just see a big gaggle of maybe 6 to 8 cars. Ooh, slide out of the number 65 BMW at the exit of turn number 5. But every now and then, you'll see a gaggle of cars come through. And kind of hold each other up more than you might otherwise expect. Pit stop for the number 104 from Matt Connolly Motorsports. The Pontiac GTO-R tube frame. To start referring to that car as a tube frame Holden Monaro. Or maybe just a Holden Monaro.
The Commodore is the 4-door one, right?
Oh, I don't know. I don't pay attention to 2-door, 4-door. I'm a racing guy, not a car guy.
Well, one of them's a Commodore and one of them's a Monaro.
Right,
so.
But the Commodore was the SS. It was imported as the SS.
Okay, so it is the Monaro then, is the 2-door.
Right, the Monaro was imported as the GTO in like 05.
Yes.
Through whenever they killed it again. 08,
yeah.
I guess. Well, when all of Pontiac.
More or less, yeah.
Yeah. Monaro has some endurance racing heritage as well, having won both of the Bathurst 24 Hours back in 02 and 03. In any case.
In any case, indeed.
Hour and 19 minutes gone from New Jersey Motorsports Park, Thunderbolt Raceway. World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, rolls on with DriversEye Live. Happy to have your company. We will rejoin you in a couple of moments' time from trackside here at Start Finish on the other side of these commercial messages.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh man, I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back in New Jersey Motorsports Park, Thunderbolt Raceway, World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Hour and 22 minutes gone, 21 minutes, I guess, if we are rounding properly. The race leader, the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4. Leaders find themselves working through a fair amount of traffic at the moment. It's actually allowed the GTR 99 BMW, their center shot, to get through the modern auto body VAC BMW M3, actually a long lap for that orange number 914 on lap 47, 151.5. So that car has clearly been off somewhere. And if we use the race control log, find out exactly why. Nobody knows.
Nobody knows indeed.
Yeah, there's no comments.
Nobody knows the troubles I've seen.
Nobody knows. Anyway, I do wonder what happened there. That car must have had a spin or a quick off and on.
Mm-hmm.
It's very much back up to pace now, but it did cost it something in the area of 20 seconds.
Just getting costed.
And a position, right? Back and forth. Random Vandals Racing finds themselves inside the top 5 as well, having picked up position from the number 766. Not necessarily a recent development, but is the first time we've called that number 82 up into the top 5. Have we gotten to the bottom of why that car isn't carrying Continental logos anymore?
No.
Okay.
No is the answer. I certainly have not been given the answer to that.
Brad McCall, you have a Commodore? Or do you just have an SS?
What a boss.
Get that man in the booth.
But he's not here.
Hey, man.
I was expecting him to be here with at least one car, but decided not to show.
Kind of a long hike.
Yeah.
You know.
Well,
especially for Chicago is where the team is based. That's a little bit of a ways there. You got to fight, either go through Canada and fight the people. Oh, I guess not, because they're not in Wisconsin. If you're from Wisconsin, you probably go through Canada or Detroit.
I think they'll be at a
probably
pallet.
not. No, we're further south than you think we are.
Oh, okay. Would it be Watkins then that you'd want to do that? Yeah, okay, got it.
Yeah, probably.
Got it. Okay. Anyway, Illinois, quite far from New Jersey, so, you know, I can totally see that.
Brad says his Commodore is an SS rebadged with Holden. If you did that yourself, I have just phenomenal respect for you. Thank you for doing that and supporting the brand. Yeah. If you bought it that way, still very cool, but
you know,
much
I
more
really
impressive you decided to do that yourself.
As a car guy, you see new cars come out and you go, you know what, that'll be a really nice car when I can afford one in 5 years. And do you know that both the G8 and the SS have held value like they're freaking Toyotas or something. They're still 40 grand.
I keep looking at them, and it's like,
what was the G8? Remind me.
The G8 was the SS before it was the SS.
Oh, okay.
I actually like the look of this. Is a controversial take here. I like the look of the G8 more than the look of the SS.
I mean,
because the G8's it's that older body style. Because like you remember when they changed body styles in V8 supercars, it's the older one, and I think I like that one a little bit more.
Was it the VY? Commodore?
I think so. Versus the VF or whatever.
Yeah, it would have been VY or whatever came after the VY.
Yeah. Anyway,
I don't know.
I've really, really, really looked for those, and I just can't do it. The other thing I can't do is be okay with getting suboptimal miles per gallon out of a sedan when my Camry gets like 43 on the freeway.
I mean, but that ship, you're never getting that back, right? Like, that ship has sailed. So if you want a cool car, get the cool car, but like, that is the trade-off. You're never going to get the mileage of just buying a new car.
But if I'm going to get bad mileage, then I may as well go all in and get a sports car. You know?
I mean, would an SS, or for that matter a GTO, not be what you're after in that regard? I mean, not for 40 grand, obviously. For a
I mean, an SS, you're still not getting. It's still compromised by it being a big, heavy sedan.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. As opposed to an actual, like, track-type sports car.
Right, yeah, exactly.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Like, for 40 grand, you could get a really nice Cayman. Like, a really nice one. I think I'd rather have that than an SS. Now, in a world where my Camry explodes tomorrow and my wife makes a lot of money, then, like, yeah, sure, I would happily get an SS. But if I already have a sedan, I should probably stick with that as the reliable economical option, and then get a separate fun car.
Battle for third headed into turn number 1. GTR 99 defending, maybe not heavily, but certainly on a defensive line from the 914 VAC, Modern Autobody VAC BMW. You see him come up over the rise here. 99's out a little bit wide. The orange and black. Wow, those cars look very similar, paint scheme-wise. The BMW and the one behind it. Both orange cars. Anyway, the Modern Autobody team right up onto the back of that GTR 99 and thought maybe he'd be able to pull off a move headed down into 4 and 5. That's not the case as they come back into view at the exit of 5, entry to 6. Again, that 99 just out a little bit wide at every apex. It's maybe where having a little more track knowledge, local knowledge, being able to get yourself into that rhythm a little bit more quickly, more consistently, can pay dividends. By the way, we had missed the number 16 Economy Motorsport Hyundai Elantra unlapping itself from the number 123 race-leading Mercedes. So that car's up into 6th on these pit stop rotations now that we're having more of the cars that pitted under the full course yellow owing us their green flag stop equivalent, their second pit stop of the day. And I think we're probably 5 to 10 minutes from wholesale pit stops at the top of GTO, except for the Elantra.
I'm really curious to see how the Elantra is going to go as far as tire wear is concerned, because once upon a time, has it cooled off or warmed up at all, Brendan, or is it just kind of?
I haven't been outside yet.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I mean, we saw, when it was substantially colder than it is now, I'm sure, that the okay, all right, just going around the outside of the Mercedes there. Anyway. We saw that when the temperatures are low, the front-wheel drive cars really like that. And I would imagine especially so on like a 200 treadwear type tire. So I still think that they may carry an advantage here of some kind, especially on the pit rotation. It's just going to come down to fuel stops, unfortunately.
Yeah, in thinking through the behavior of a front-wheel drive car around here, it's not really like you're asking the front tires to pull you through corners in a lot of cases. Yes, they're long corners, but in a decreasing radius situation, which, I mean, is a lot of what's happening around the backside of the circuit, as long as you're not scrubbing speed off using the front tires, hello, my sim racing driving style, you're not longitudinally and laterally asking a lot out of the tire, right? Turn 10 is really the only time you're accelerating through a long corner. So it may not be as
All right, so here comes the leaders on this
extreme.
onboard.
Yep, that is the 123. So the 16 will have already gone through. The 123 goes through past the Moorhead Speedworks car, and then we'll see the 111 will be next up. But this is the sequence of corners we're talking about. Well, okay. With how things, with the question marks we have over the front-wheel drive cars, right? Here is where, right there, back to the apex at 10 on the throttle, is where you would maybe hear a little bit of protest out of the front tires in a front-wheel drive car. But other than that, it remains to be seen. We'll keep an eye on that.
Sure.
Particularly for that number 16. Here goes the 90. And I guess the 111?
Yep, right there.
So Supra and Supra, two different builds and generations of... Well, not generations, but...
You say there's only been one generation of Supra so far, homie.
Yep. Two different concepts. One of my favorite memories of that Toyota R&D Supra is back at COTA, the National Championship event in 2020, which we did entirely remotely. Sort of the end of the COVID rebirth, I guess. That 90 car, we followed the whole race from on board. We had one from the 90, and that car was dead sideways in any corner that was faster than second gear. I mean, they'd turn the car in, and the back end would come around. And they'd turn in, and it would slide, and it just, everything. It looked like the car was trying to kill the driver. Every corner. It was fast, which we now know Supras to be. Very compliant front end, especially on turn-in, with the GT4 cars in particular. But I suppose if you lack the electronics of the GT4 car and you're sort of figuring it out as you go, that maybe that very compliant, responsive front end turns into oversteer once you've actually got the car pointed where you want it to go. Which makes a lot of sense, actually. But in a in an amateur endurance series like this, where you're mostly club level drivers, the occasional pro, and professionally built cars, that the way you get yourself up to pace is by having those electronic aids, and the way you get the consistency out of the car is by having all of those things that are designed to support a driver that isn't on the ragged edge every lap. Which that 90 just, not saying it doesn't have, but it lacks, I think, relative to the GT4 cars we see, number 111, the 766, and of course a Hitman car, 34, when we see it. Moorhead Speedworks prepping for a pit stop. A little bit of stretching going on down there. Some high jumps. Actually, they look like Wii characters. When Wii characters celebrate, they just jump up vertically in place. It's pretty much what the Moorhead crew looks like at the moment.
I am paying attention. I just want to hang you out to dry on your Wii reference.
I don't... Listen. You think I'm going to get hung out to dry on a Wii reference? I don't care. I grew up on Vine. I grew up on Vine, man. Wii was essential to the Vine experience.
Look, man, I yik-yacked with the best of them, all right?
But that was too far for you?
Yeah.
Pit stop for the 914 from Modern Auto Body VAC. I think they've come and gone already. Choice Racing also in and out. So that leaves the 123 and the 111 as the next questions to be answered. If I pull up our timing monitor, get a good sense of exactly how far these cars can go. 45 laps for the top 3. So we're going a distance here on fuel, but a little over an hour.
I got that reference.
I thought it was going to be hard to make that kind of reference, but it's actually cake.
Okay.
Boo.
All right.
I don't care. I don't care. Brad McCall headed to Hallett. Heck yes. Imagine if I championed every racetrack the way I championed Hallett. We'd have 80 cars everywhere. I take sole responsibility for Hallett selling out. I don't know if it actually has. I know it's close. Last I looked, I think we had 39 cars, and I think max for the track is 40 because it's a 1.8 mile layout. If you like what you see, by the way, in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, do tune in from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. The landscape out there, fantastic. Still kind of a club venue, but not in the way that would make you nervous. It's just a very...
What an indictment. It's a club circuit, but not in a bad way.
It's not. It's a great track, man. Did you watch our Super Tour coverage back in April? Probably not.
I watch endurance racing, Brendan.
I cannot stress it is just a driver's track. Like it's bumpy, it's undulating, but it flows. I mean, it is a racer's racetrack. But it's constantly having investments made, back into the circuit, back into the facilities. It has been on the WRL calendar in years past. Took a year off last year to try and make a run at the Ozarks experience, which didn't really shake out for anybody, including Ozarks. But Hallett's back on the calendar this year and seems to be like the one place in the Plains that gets consistent commitment. Right?
It's centrally located.
Well, it is, but you could say the same of Heartland Park, and the series has gone to Heartland Park in the past, and then just nobody goes.
Well, that's because it's Heartland Park.
Right? You say you want to go, and then when it comes time to register, nobody actually registers. Right? And rest in peace, Heartland Park, I guess. Interesting pass in the pit lane. The 99 passed the number 147.
Wow. The 99 has that pit stop speed, dude. They've got it locked down.
No, I mean, like, pit lane speed.
Oh.
Like, the 99 was doing 35 and Moorhead was doing 31 or something. Very odd. Never seen that. Oh, 147. Somebody left a visor up. Oh. Well, we'll see what happens there. But I believe they're doing a driver change on that car. Anyway, Hallett. We're running 2 different directions on 2 different days.
Wow.
Counterclockwise on day 1 on the Saturday, clockwise on the Sunday. It is an equally interesting track in both directions, although I prefer counterclockwise. And then we get to award the Western Region Championships at the end of it. And that event coming in 3 weeks' time. 40 cars on a 1.8 mile track. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fast. Maybe chaotic. But always a good time to be 40 minutes away from civilization at a racetrack. So with that pit stop from the 99, I'm noticing an interesting trend here. Every car that has come into the pits, it comes to a stop with its brakes smoking, like heavily. And I wouldn't think that this is a particularly heavy track on brakes, except for like the front half of the circuit, 1 through 5. So once you get to the back, it tends to flow a little bit more. You tend to get a little bit more natural deceleration of the cars. It doesn't feel like you would be really leaning on the brakes quite as hard. And yet, when we get to the pit lane, maybe as a result of it being a little bit cooler today, almost every car that's come to a stop is leaving wisps of smoke out of the front end. So, very, very interesting. Hello to everybody in the paddock, by the way. I just realized we've been placed on the PA upstairs on the 3rd floor.
Sweet. Brendan, are you staying in one of these chalets or whatever they call them here?
No, I don't think they're for rent. I'm be very
Surely
happy.
Somebody has one on Airbnb.
I would be happy to be told wrong, but I haven't.
Oh wow!
That's the number 90 out wide at turn 10. Kind of nosed or edged out there by the. The 721 from RRT Racing, and then balked again at turn 12. No harm, no foul, but not a whole lot of grip out in the weeds there at on the outside of turn number 10. Pit stops for your race leaders. The 123 is in, the 111 is in, both basically right under my nose here at start-finish. By the way, 147 still in the pit lane, hood up. So strife there for one of the top competitors in GP1 and our onboard camera of choice at the moment.
That's okay. We got 2 others.
Okay, all right.
Here we
Allow
can
it then.
we can even look at them work on the car.
Man, shark.
They are doing something.
Look at that transition.
Fiddly.
Yeah, this is on board the Moorhead Speedworks entry.
Is it a spark plug?
As you see.
It
kind of looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Might be coils. For a spark plug, you would need the wrench or the socket. I think they're doing coils.
Chad, I know you're busy, but tell us.
Yeah, Chad, if you could really stop whatever's going on right now, explain it for us. Folks, we're going to take you inside the game here. This is an S54. There's none left. I have been really entertained seeing Chad Moorhead respond to people and their less than fully informed takes on what the new Spec E46 rules should involve for next season. It's been quite entertaining reading those.
Called out?
No, I mean, Chad calls people out and is like, what are you talking about? That's not a good idea. No. It's people trying to complicate a spec class. It's great. I love watching it.
Speaking of spec classes, did we note, not that we get a ton of Miatas and MX-5s in WRL these days, but did we note that Spec MX-5 is now a national class in SCCA racing?
I mean, I don't think we noted it on the broadcast, but yes,
no.
we did.
Yeah, collectively, I mean. It's a conversation for everybody.
Sure.
I've seen that class a couple of times throughout the season, running in companion to some of our other coverage on DriversEye Live, and
all it's going to do is ruin the secondhand market so that I can't buy one again.
The NCs, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, but it's a well-subscribed class already. It doesn't really get the, I think, level of investment that the NAs and NBs in Spec Miata proper are getting. But the interest seems to be there. So I think as you get a natural transition back towards it, or away from the NAs and NBs and over towards the NCs, that you could see a few more of them start to appear the way we're seeing the Spec E46s these days.
So the problem is, not problem, I think the good thing is, there's a lot of NCs that are still like boomer owned and have like luggage racks and, chrome stuff taped to them, whereas all of the E46s are ratty.
Right.
Like if you find a used E46, they're all run pretty hard. Whereas there's still a pretty good amount of MX-5s on the used car market that are in reasonable shape that you could take racing. The problem is you're going to end up with some costs associated because in order to get the limited slip diff, you have to get a GT, of which there are not very many. So, or a club if you get the later one.
Brad McCall notes that Spec MX-5 got a whole 3/4 of a lap today at the runoffs weekend, and the wreck on lap 1 ended the race. I'm interested by that because I tuned in as I was setting things up here, and it was lap 4 under full course yellow. I guess that means they just threw the checkered because they couldn't get the car out from under the tire wall. I'd be interested to know what actually happened there, but it looked like a big hit, but just a single car into the tires, and apparently that was enough to do enough damage. I mean, they got Spec Miata going again yesterday after their situation. But then again, I guess you don't let your premier class not have a race.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll say it. The NC's a better platform anyway than the NA and the NB. So.
Ooh, JT?
He's wrong, but
no, I'm not wrong.
That might be the case.
I'm not wrong. You get the RX-8 floor pan, you've got a better wheelbase, I think. All that stuff, I think it's way, way better. 2-liter engine, got a little bit of torque. Much better car. Also much better if you're over 5'10".
Yeah, see, that's the only real redeeming factors. It's
Oh, that's not the only real redeeming factor.
Oh, it is.
Come on. I think you can make, if you spend $20,000 on an NC versus spending $20,000 on an NA, I think the NC is a much better car at that point, like by a lot.
maybe for the street.
I don't think so, man. I'm gonna go with no on that. We're gonna agree to disagree here. Look, man, all I'm saying is I don't see a whole lot of paddle shifted NBs. All right.
I mean, true, because that's an entirely, new setup. But I'm just gonna go with Flying Miata here, who are one of the go-to guys for Miatas. They went to Targa Floria for the rally, and they didn't take an NC. They took an NA.
I don't know, man. People aren't running NAs and NBs and WRL anymore. They're running NCs.
What are... No, that's incorrect.
Yeah, what do you mean? AOA runs NCs exclusively.
Well, yeah, but AOA runs NCs in everything.
Right, because it's a good car.
But Roberts Motorsports in GP3 is an NB.
I think Roberts Motorsports would be having a little bit better time if they had an NC. A little bit more stable on the brakes, I reckon. We'll agree to disagree here. So we've got 7 hours and 13 minutes remaining here. Got a little mishap with the clock. So that is about an hour off. It is a 9+7 this weekend. So after all the pit cycle has sort of shaken itself out, the number 16 Economy Motorsports TCR car, the Hyundai, goes back to the lead. They are 12 seconds clear of the NFC Motorsports. So at the beginning of the race, the NFC car was actually on the pole. They lost 4 seconds really, really early, and then they just sort of haven't really been able to come back at that TCR car. And of course, Brendan talking a little bit earlier about how this track might be okay for a TCR car since the front tires aren't having to pull the car around a corner. A little bit more point and shoot here. Kind of on throttle or turning. Not a whole lot of both at this track per se. Of course, none of us having driven this track. I'm happy to be proven wrong on that. They also have the fastest lap of the race, a 125.2, but nobody has set a fast lap recently. Let's see, it looks like the most recent fast lap by any entrant was the number 90 Toyota R&D Racing Supra. On lap 57, they posted their personal best, which was a 128.8. So I think this is a function of the traffic and then a function of the conditions as well. Tires starting to heat soak a little bit. We did talk about this as an older surface, so the tires are going to have a little bit rougher time. We do believe that people will have to make some tire changes today as well as tire changes tomorrow. Whereas at some tracks, you can get 70% of a weekend out of one set of tires if you really want to. So, a good little race shaping up here. Brendan, of course, off to get us some more camera options here. For the viewers at home, we are a little bit hamstrung by the cell service this weekend. Apparently Verizon, which I believe is one of the brands of choice for onboard cameras, doesn't work particularly well here in New Jersey. So we don't have the usual slate of onboards available to us. Indeed, I currently have 3 functional onboards, and it is currently on board the number 577. If Zach chooses to show it, that is the BMW Z4. There it is. So that car earlier, when I had switched this onboard, it was very physical. Lots of input going on, lots of steering. You can kind of see it here as well. lots of corrections there. You got the manual, got the tall shifter, so you can really see him working in the car. It's quite a good view. I really enjoy it. They've got the old school cool suit box there as well. Love to see that. Just looks like really a good time in the clown shoe. Okay, I am getting a confirmation here that it is an 8-hour race this weekend, so the clock is correct. 6 hours and 10 minutes, which means we will be finished up around 5 o'clock. Here we're just going to pull through the timing screen. So a lot of this race, I think, is going to come down to how the pit cycle plays out and the stuff that you can't really see going on right now, which is how the tire wear works, how the weather works, and how the fuel economy works. Now, the closest battle we have on track right now is the 164 and the 147, and that's not even a class battle. That is GP1 and GP2. Let's see. Yep, so as of right now, everybody has really kind of moved themselves apart from each other, kind of just putting their heads down, getting some good laps in here. Of course, as we've talked about, this is the first time WRL has come to NJMP, so a little bit of a learning curve here for everybody. Everybody taking it nice and easy.
Having a possible problem for the 104 GTO.
Yeah, the Matt Connolly Motorsports, that is the Pontiac GTO. Unfortunate to see that. Not unexpected, I would say, with a, in this trim, relatively untested car. But, of course, the upside of a WRL weekend being that you get another race tomorrow, so it is an 8+7 situation here. Usually a 9+7, but today we're doing an 8+7 this weekend. So that's something a little bit different, a little bit less running time here, a little bit smaller track. I'm sure the wallets of the competitors, as far as consumable items, will be pleased to hear that, as well as the tires. So more specifically, given the situation with the track surface. GTR 99, having started the race much further down, have now moved up into 4th place overall and indeed in GTO, JT.
Yeah, this is what we normally see from them, is they don't really put an emphasis on qualifying on Friday. So they usually start a bit further back Saturday morning and, slowly work their way up into a good position by the end of the day.
If you look at their pit lap, it was a full 6 and a bit seconds faster than the Thunder Bunny pit lap. And as we've talked about in the past, the GTR 99, they are very, very particular about running flawless pit stops. And so that would probably be the case here in them being able to move up the order here. Compare them with the number 82 Random Vandals racing car, a 2:59 pit lap. So Random Vandals losing a lot of ground to both the Thunder Bunny and the 99 car in that round of pit stops. Still inside the top 5. And then in 6th position, the Modern Auto Body, a 3:16, which again I think is expected when you've got 2 professional teams up ahead of them versus kind of a homebrew team full of just dudes hanging out doing the thing. Of course, they have a lot of experience at this track, Modern Auto Body and VAC, in their V8 powered BMW.
Yeah, to my knowledge, GTR's only had a single pit lane infraction this season so far. They might have had another one. I just don't have notes for it.
Right. Wow.
But
The 123 JT out to 20-second gap. So it was just not that long ago that I was talking about them having a 12-second gap. They've now stretched that out to 20. Thunder Bunny still 9 seconds behind them. Running a little bit faster overall right now, but not by a big margin. So at some point, I predict that they will make the catch, if you will, and need to get around that NFC car, because the Economy Motorsports car is about a full second a lap quicker than the rest of the field right now and is going to be checking out off into the distance.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the average lap times, I mean, it's been consistently doing, mid 26s into 27s. Mm-hmm. So it definitely has the pace at this point right now. It's also a bit lighter on fuel load as well, having last pit on lap 41, whereas the Mercedes is relatively recent at lap 66.
Now, if we get any amount of yellow, that might nullify that disadvantage, depending on where the yellow falls, if we end up having a situation. Now, we've run pretty clean here. Only 32 cars making the start today, and we're missing 2 of them right now, so only 31 cars currently circulating on track, so it's not super dense. And one would think that we could avoid some yellow here, especially with the amount of runoff we have versus having Armco and barriers right up next to the track. And I'm just going to have a look at the GP3 field here, and unsurprisingly, the number 65 Open Throttle Racing, they are out in first position, but they are already 4 laps ahead of the number 85 AOA Racing. I think that 65 has stamped its seal on the GP3 class here. That is a car which has been very successful, so successful, in fact, that they have brought another E46 BMW to the GP3 class in the number 62, which is a new entry for them, I believe. So, Open Throttle, of course, out of Florida. Not a short haul for them to bring their cars all the way up here. Finally getting a handle on that 65. The pace was, I think, inconsistent at the beginning of the season, and I think really in the last few races they've found their groove and are really making a run at the championship there in GP3. In GP2, of course, we have the number 164 Harrison Motorsports car, who have run very well all season. I think we can expect them to take the championship home in GP2 this season over the number 158 Unruly Autosport BMW 3 Series. That's the battle of the 3 Series at the front there in GP2, as well as the 231 a 3 Series, and then the Rubin Performance Garage number 600 Mazda Miata. That is an 06, of course, being the better option for endurance racing. And then in GP1, the number 44 PC Racing car has gone to the lead after some issues for the Moorhead Speedworks car. It did look like they were having either a coil issue, a spark plug issue, a wiring issue, something electrical on the top of the engine. Anyway, so that has pushed the PC Racing car into the lead over the number 293 Rubin Performance Garage M3, the older style M3 there. And then, of course, they are chased by the number 64 Open Throttle Racing. That is the V8 M3, the E90 series car.
Yeah, it seems like Don't Panic Racing has had a issue. They haven't been out on track for a while now. That was the very dark reddish BMW E46.
I wonder if they forgot their towel. No Douglas Adams fans here in the chat. It's all right.
Yeah, that launcher just continues to run quick around here. 26.6 last time by. And the Matt Connolly GTO's back out there.
All right, and then I just want to give a rundown. I believe we were all absent back on August 31st. And I just kind of want to give a rundown of the results at High Plains, if we're cool with that. Is everybody cool with that? People like that?
Sure.
Sure. Cool, cool. All right, so in first place, of course, we had the number 123 NFC Motorsports. They also had the fastest lap overall, followed by the 710 Pinnacle Motorsports. They are local to the kind of Rocky Mountain region there, so no surprise to see them popping up. And the number 333 Bruce Innovations BMW came in third position, that being the old choice car, I believe. But then they were going to switch to a GT4 car as well. So.
This is the Saturday race, yeah?
Correct. Bruce Innovations, of course, a sort of offshoot of the Team ACP with Tangerine Associates team. Able to come pick up the slack on some of the events that ACP is not at. And then, of course, the number 44 PC racing car. Now, as I recall, Chad Moorhead talked about he really wanted to go to High Plains because he had missed some points earlier in the season, and he travels all the way to High Plains just to have Peter Chang come and take away first position. So I don't know if that strategy is one that worked out for them because they have lost points anyway in the Midwest Championship as well as overall. And then in third position, the number 199 Big Mission Motorsports, after their horrific outing at Road America, comes back with a podium in GP1. Quite fantastic. And then in 8th position overall, but first in GP3, is the number 75 AOA Racing Mazda MX-5, the NC. And then we have the number 315 Apical Racing. Apical? It doesn't say racing or anything. 325, they led the GP2 class. With Overnight Motorsports coming second in GP2. So that was Saturday. And then we can just have a look at Sunday here. Pinnacle won on Sunday at their home race. They also had the fastest lap that race. Followed in second place by Bruce Innovations in GTO. And then in third position in GP1, third overall, but first in GP1, the number 147 Moorhead Speedworks. So they're able to grab some points back there. And then Palomar Racing finished in second in GP1. So he put a little bit of distance between himself and PC Racing, who finished in third position in GP1 that day. NFC, of course, down in 7th. That would make them 4th place in GTO, and then 3rd place in GTO that day would have been the number 162 Dexter Racing Supra. GP2 was led by Apical again. And then in GP3 was the 75 with AOA Racing winning their class at High Plains. So a little bit of a rundown to High Plains there. It was a little bit of a lighter entry. A lot of the entrants being local to the area. So, I think a good race probably overall. It looks like there were some gaps, but there also were some battles on track as well. You can just see from the results here.
So just a small correction there for Sunday. It was actually the 65 open throttle that won GP3.
Was that an after the fact thing, or did I just miss it? I thought I looked down the list here. I'll look again. I believe you, but I don't know how I missed that. So there you go. Five hours and 50 minutes remaining here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Economy Motorsports still at the front in TCR, followed by NFC and then Thunder Bunny Racing. Thunder Bunny now only 8 seconds back from the number 123, so they've closed the gap about a second since we last spoke of them. NFC still holding on to that 20-second gap to the leader. The leaders, of course, set a little bit slower time, so probably balked in some traffic there most recently. Thunder Bunny now 11 seconds behind NFC, so they just dropped a couple seconds. So, dealing with some traffic here on a little bit smaller track than we sometimes go to. The GTR 99 up into 4th position still. They are 6 seconds behind Thunder Bunny, and then followed by the number 82 of Random Vandals Racing. GP1, PC Racing still has the lead, followed by the number 293 of Rude Performance Garage. And then Open Throttle, who have just pitted in their E90 BMW. So we'll see. I'm not sure. I think Moorhead Speedworks might take 3rd place in class with that pit stop having been completed. See, and the 65, I do just want to give the GP3 rundown before we go to break here. The number 65 Open Throttle Racing car, they still lead GP3 over the number 85 of AOA Racing. And then the number 62 of Open Throttle Racing bringing up 3rd position in GP3. So an Open Throttle 1-3 right now, and AOA Racing, longtime series entrant, in 2nd position. We're going to go to an ad real quick. We'll be right back here from New Jersey Motorsports Park.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park. Here it's WRL live with the 8-hour race here on Saturday, and then a 7-hour race tomorrow. I'm Ryan, joined by JT Tammy. We're holding it down from the West Coast for everybody this weekend. JT, how's it going?
It's good. 8 a.m.
Is good. Is very good. It is 8 a.m. I haven't eaten yet either. My stomach is killing me at the moment. Wait for Brennan to get back, and I'll go make myself a nice chicken sandwich. It's going to be a barbecue chicken sandwich on Dutch Crunch bread. I wasn't aware, JT, but did you know that Dutch Crunch bread is like a West Coast thing? Huh. Like, I went to Minnesota and nobody had ever heard of that before, ever. And then I went to Chicago and I asked for it, and nobody had heard of it. Our producer, Zach, is saying he hasn't heard of it. Dutch Crunch bread is a French roll that has, like, a rice paste brushed on top of it. So when it cooks, you get this, like, nice, crackly, crunchy thing on the top of the bread, but then the rest of the bread stays really soft and nice. Quite tasty. We're on board the number 147 Moorhead Speedworks BMW as they go around the 300 Series Mercedes.
Number 302.
Indeed. Apparently that is a car with a lot of local cachet here in the Northeast. They're being allowed to run this race. Probably not going to be the most competitive car we've ever seen in WRL, but we're still happy to see them here regardless. I always like seeing really interesting, different cars than what we're used to. So, happy to see them.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a cool car for GP3.
And we are now going to go on board the Z4 here. That's going to be the HC Autosports number 577. Of course, right as I go to it, it starts to freeze up, so that's on me for thinking that we could have nice things.
I think it just depends on where they are on track.
I think so, too. So they had just been passed by the Thunder Bunny 111 when I picked them up, and they are currently chasing down a BMW 2 Series, also GTO car. But this car, I think, has been a really entertaining on board in that you can see the driver's inputs and how hard a driver really has to work. The thing that I always got when talking to, frankly, casuals about what I do in my time on the weekends is that they always talk about, oh, well, if they're not going 100 miles an hour, then it must not be that difficult. I can go 100 miles an hour in my car on the freeway. And that may be true, but I don't think people ever have a good idea of just how physical it is to operate a race car, especially in these types of conditions, especially this type of race car, a Z4, with decent weight balance, but not a whole lot of aerodynamics. So they're really hustling the car, especially as the M2 gets a little sideways in front of them, really having to hustle the car in these slower bits of the track here. And this driver has been working hard all day since I've been watching this on board on my multi-view here. So I think a good view and perspective for those out there who haven't ever been on track, because it really does show just how hard that you have to work to stay on top of the car here, as the 147 is about to go by here into the braking zone. There they go. Also sounds quite nice, too. You see that straight six, the beautiful noise. Not a noise you can hear anymore from a modern BMW, but still a fun noise nonetheless. And it looks like we've got a slower car here. Let's see. Just trying to reshuffle all of my stuff here. We've got some smoke coming out of that car as well.
That should be the 385 lane pipe racing 944.
Hasn't been a fun race for them so far. They've been plagued by some issues, and it looks like issues coming back around again. I would imagine some oil being burned there, JT.
Yeah, that or major rubbing on one of the rear tires.
Right. It seemed that it was happening.
Oh no, the front right wheel.
Oh, front right's gone. Yeah, you can totally see it.
It's not on the rotor properly, or the hub, I should say.
Lovely. So they're going to see if they can limp that car around. You would hate to have it be stuck somewhere inaccessible and then require a full course yellow here, but they do make it to pit lane. The pit lane's right there. That looks awful. If they block the pit entrance, that's going to be a little bit of a problem here.
Yeah, that wheel's coming off right now.
Unfortunately, I don't think we have a much better view of that situation than what we have here. Let's see. No, I can't quite see it. Or is it going to catch up?
Yeah, well, it just passed the 5R camera, and so now it's coming on.
Okay, gotcha. So they're going to stay to the right, which is the correct move here, of course. We are getting close to pit stop time, as the number 16 actually pitted while we were away on break. That is the leader, the number 16 Economy Motorsport Hyundai. They came in and stopped. Looks like one of the open throttle cars is going to take to the pit lane as well. And it does look like that 944 is going to make its way to its pit stall to have the tire either reattached or, I imagine, replaced at this point. Hopefully they haven't done any damage to the hub and they can keep going today. I don't imagine the hubs for a 944 are something that you can run down to Advanced Auto Parts and get quickly. Happy to be proven wrong on that, of course, but that's an old car with not a lot of parts supply. There goes the Hyundai, just speaking about. Like I said, currently in 9th position overall. Just trying to get back into the groove of things here and waiting for everybody else to start making their pit stops. Yes, JT?
I do need to make a correction. That was not the Lane Pipe Racing 944. The Lane Pipe one is like a red, white, and blue livery. So the dark one is the 682 944 banger.
Not a banger indeed. Or I guess quite a banger. I imagine the noise was horrendous in car, as we're seeing how much it was shaking on its way to the pit lane there. I'm really curious what you have to do to a 944 to get it into the GTO class, because I don't think that's a car that... I guess they're pretty light. But it's not something that I would immediately think, 944, yes, a GTO car. I would think it would be more of a GP2 or GP1 car. So I'm disappointed I'm not there to go look at the build on that.
Because there's 2 of them in GTO.
Yeah. Alright, we're going to have a replay here of a spin. Just going to have that pulled up here shortly with the magic of live television. Here we are. And, ooh, that's the Z4, so we have an onboard of that as well. Here, let me slew through that. And I will be able to give us a onboard.
Yeah, that looks like turn 5 or 6, I believe. But yeah, just too much and goes into the tire wall there.
Somebody told me to disable my mouse access on this, so let's see here. Oh, there we go. Okay, 1 second here. Yikes. Alrighty, Zach, I'm going to have this queued up. And then you let me know when you're ready. Yeah. Alrighty, so this is going to be on board the HCM Motorsport number 577. Cuts to the inside of the turn there. Runs a little wide. I think keeps it nice and straight here. I can. Maybe. There we go, and just starts to lose it there. And then taps the tire wall there. Probably more than a tap, I would say, but flag worker, of course, over immediately. Gives the thumbs up. Everything seems to be all right. Trying to find first gear here. Car does seem to turn effectively. Trying to get going here. Got to rejoin, of course, in a safe manner, as opposed to just pulling out in front of people. And then, I mean, it still appears to drive relatively straight. He's got a little bit of right-hand lock there, but not terrible. So I'm sure the alignment on that, BMW could use some work. But they're going to come to pit lane and check it out anyway. Hopefully we'll be able to see them back out. It doesn't look like whatever it was tremendously awful. But, ooh, they're actually going to pull into the paddock here to really check it. So that makes sense. A smart move there. Really too bad I was on board, though. I was really enjoying watching here on my own.
Well, for me, I just like Land Shark in general, so.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Beautiful view of the cars braking, going down into turn 1. That's the GTR number 99 going down the inside of the other 944 there. And of course a whole gaggle of... So this is the gaggle of cars that the GTO field has to work its way through every few laps. And I imagine is the reason that you end up losing multiple seconds on whatever lap that may be. Because that's a pretty big group there. And I feel like this sort of group has been circulating in one form or another most of the race. Of course, none of them on the same lap as each other, and most of them, you know, not fighting for position. I do quite like this shot right here.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how much curbing on the right, the apex, some of these cars are taking. Some will try to use only just a tiny bit. Others are using a significant amount of curb.
And you can see from the wear on the curbing that it's not uncommon for cars to take a whole mess of the curb there. And I imagine that you're saving a substantial amount of time, but in the sort of cool and what I imagine are mildly humid conditions, I do worry about your grip level the further you go over onto that curb. So it's definitely a decision that has to be made there about navigating the corners safely. And then there's that big gaggle of cars again. I'm sorry, 5 hours, 37 minutes already. It's certainly not 9 hours. That would be quite the handful.
Really enjoying that livery on the 32AF Racing BMW and GTO.
You know, we actually had an onboard for that car. I'm going to check it one more time to see if they reset it in the during the pit stop, because that was a really good onboard until it wasn't. But the sound was amazing. You, of course, know this, JT, because you're the one that sent me the link. But it has not returned. That's too bad.
Ooh, nice. You'll like this. Christopher Rollo in chat says both the 944 cars are LS swaps.
Ah, okay. So that makes a lot more sense. So, not to sound like a hater, but I have to have something to talk about right now. I've never understood the point of swapping a 944. Because it's like you spend the time, and like if it's a case of I already own a 944 and the motor is expensive to get another one. I understand that completely. But I've seen lots of people who specifically seek out a 944 and then swap a LS into it, which is good in theory, but at that point, haven't you just made a Corvette? Like, it's already got the transaxle gearbox, you're putting the V8 in it, why not just buy a Corvette at that point? And then you'll have parts availability as well, instead of having to track down all these weird Porsche parts. You know what I'm saying? I've never understood that. I'm hoping I get an answer here today, because I asked that question, and then people could just kind of look at me, and it's like, well, you know, I understand it's cool to have a 944, but if you're going to go to the extent to, like, change engines and stuff, then, like, what's the advantage?
I mean, I'm not too familiar with the 944 chassis. I'm not sure what it would necessarily compare in terms of Corvette. I know a C5 is quite a large chassis.
I don't think it's that much heavier, though. I think it's probably pretty close. Here, C5, weight.
No, I'm not saying in terms of weight. I'm saying its size.
Oh, size. Okay. Oh,
yes.
That's fair. 3245 versus 944. A 944 is a lot lighter. It's like 700 pounds lighter. All right. I stand corrected. It is a lot lighter, and it is a smaller car. All right, then. There you go. So that's the answer. You'd put that motor into a 944 because 944 is much lighter. Idiot. Come on. What are we even doing? That is not up to date. Alrighty. Let's see. Just trying to check again to see if there's any new onboards. There is not. We do have the 82 on the pit lane, so this pit window is starting to open back up for the GTO class. Now, this should see the Economy Motorsports number 16, the Hyundai, move up a couple positions, and indeed they just passed the number 511 on track for position. So they'll start to work their way back to the top. JT, do you have the link handy to the prediction machine?
I do somewhere. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what's happened to the Harrison Motorsports GP2 car.
Oh, that's fine.
They were in the lead, and they have an unscheduled pit stop and are dropping.
Let's see. That is not the correct... Oh, I don't know how to work that. Oh, it's from February, that's why. I'm sure it's a different link. Let's see. Maybe it's on here.
That GTR's closed the gap to 2.5 seconds to Thunder Bunny, the 111 Supra, and second in GTO.
Excellent.
And we go full course yellow.
Ooh, okay.
I've not seen a stopped car. So we're having quite a few cars come onto pit lane right now to take advantage of this full course yellow.
I would imagine so.
We do see the Elantra on pit lane here. I believe that was the Elantra.
So if that's the Elantra, again, that's very interesting because they just pitted not that long ago. I would be surprised by that because they would be giving away their being off cycle.
I'm wondering if maybe they're just doing a quick splash. I don't know.
But you're going to give up a bunch of track position at that point, and they're faster, but I don't know if they're like a lot faster to make up, 8 or 9 spots. Yeah, they have pitted it. They just went salmon. Very interesting. Okay. Well, it's a case of you get the cheap pit stop under yellow, then I understand.
Yeah, maybe.
Get a message from Brendan saying that he's going to talk more about the pit stop here in a moment. So, waiting to hear from that.
Yeah, because you can see the pace cars coming out of turn 10 right now. So maybe they're just trying to stay on the same lap while pitting under yellow.
I don't know. Very interesting.
Because NFC is going to come in here and lead most of the cars on there. Looks like the AF Racing BMW stays out.
Automatic going in there as well. The 147 stays out.
Yeah, they need to make up a bit of
a little bit of traction there. Yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking. Well, I think this is for tire wall repair. Exit of turn 5.
Okay, that would have been where the Z4 went off. That was the replay we showed you.
Yeah, okay, there's a crane. And then there's a white vehicle behind it, a safety vehicle.
I think they're just going to push that tire bundle back in.
So a couple notes on the 944s. Yeah, both are LS swaps here.
Okay.
Banger, Christopher Rollo reports, is a reference to their old team name when they were running a Z3 for Banger.
Yep, I remember that.
The 962 car is known as the Turkey, which I did see on the entry list. So Spencer Cox of Speedport Tuning built the car in the early 2000s as a GT3 killer. Has large turbo. The blow-off valve sounds like a turkey call, so that's why they refer to it as a turkey.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So it would seem that the tire barrier repair has been completed. They're going to probably remove the telehandler and pick up from the track, and then send everybody green again. And they do pull the safety vehicles in. We are going to get one more lap, I reckon, of the safety car here. And then we should be able to let the field go through. So this is only the second yellow today for WRL. A pretty clean race, I would say, overall. Even the yellow that we... this yellow that we had most recently just for tire barrier repair really wasn't a solo incident, wherein the driver of the Z4 kind of got a little sideways. So now that everybody has tripped timing, we're going to see that I'm looking for the number 16 Economy Motorsport. They were up to 8th. They're now down in 10th after that pit stop. But whatever it was that they were trying to do did not happen unless they had some type of car issue that they needed to fix, in which case this is as good a time as any to come in and try to fix it. But really, I think the move would have been for them to stay out, and they have not done that. So now they are firmly on the same strategy as everybody else, and a couple laps down as well. So I think we'll probably get some answers here. I wonder if they had a bit of an incident. I'm sure Brendan will talk more about it upon his return. Now that leaves only 3 cars on the lead lap. It's the number 99 GTR, who is currently in the lead, again after some excellent pit work, I would imagine. They are in first position, followed by the 123 of NFC Motorsports, and then still hanging in there in third position, number 111 of Thunder Bunny Racing. But under yellow, of course, they have closed right up on the number 123. We are going to get a replay of the spin, I believe, from a different camera angle to kind of re-illustrate what we were talking about as far as the... Oh, it's a different spin. Okay, perfect. All right, so there's another spin that we had missed. We're going to see here. Alrighty, so we're just going to watch the edge of the frame, and oh, there it goes, and that is a NC Miata that spins and is in really an excellent spot to get hit there on the exit of that turn. Fortunately, they get out of harm's way, and the driver of the 147, very heads up, able to dive to the inside and stay away. So no harm, no foul there after the incident, and we're going to go green here. And I believe that is the VAC Autosports BMW is going to lead the field to green. Big gaggle of cars here. We're going to go too wide. The Pontiac GTO goes down the inside. They're going to be second running here. The 147 right tucked up behind them. Of course, none of those at the front 4 position. Everybody's a little bit out of sorts right now as far as fighting for positions right now. We are looking for the 111 chasing down the 123. So that's going to be the purple and white Toyota Supra chasing down the Mercedes-Benz. And I don't know if they caught the end of the pace car train, but we did just have a little bit of incident there. The GTO has some trouble. They're going to get going again. Goes from bad to worse there for them. You have to imagine that as the driver of that car, you're relishing the idea of being out at the front of the pack and being able to put in some good lap times. But unfortunately, whatever happened there has just put them all the way back into this pack here. And of course, being a little bit down on power versus some of the other GTO cars might have a little bit harder time working through traffic here. So we'll have to see. The 82, of course, get out a little bit of tire smoke there, trying to get on the power here. There's the NFC car being chased by both Toyota Supras, the 766 as well as the 111. The 766, of course, a lap down on that battle. Ooh. And the 111 goes through on the 123 here.
That looked like possible contact into the green BMW from open throttle right there.
Alrighty, we'll have to wait and see what the stewards have to say about that. But the 111 gets the pass done that they needed to get done. They are around the number 123 and are going to set off in pursuit of the 99. We have seen this before in WRL this season. I believe at Road Atlanta, and then as well as, I want to say, Mid-Ohio, where the 111 had to chase down the number 99. In the closing stances of a race, of course. We're still not quite halfway through today. The number 111 has already put a gap as well as another team car between them and the 123. The 766 not for position, but the 766 does indeed go through on the 123. So they still are a lap down and are going to have to make up some time. But for now, at least, they're able to get around the 123. Everybody going nice and easy here. Of course, the traffic, there's an ebb and flow here. We are watching this pack right here. So 2 cars behind the green car. You've got the purple Supra, the red Supra, the G, and then the Mercedes-Benz GT. The red and white Supra, the team car, is going to try to go around the 111. So the 766 is really in a hurry here, really wants to at least have the opportunity to make up that lap if they can. So they need to get out there and catch the number 99 before it gets too far away, so that if they do catch another yellow, they can come around and gain all of that track position back. So they're not out of it yet, especially being top 5 in GTO. You've also got everybody running the risk of having a pit stop infraction. Of course, the 111 has gone back. So the 123 has retaken that position for second place here in the GTO field. There goes the Mercedes. The 111's lost quite a bit of time. The 511 BMW of Choice Racing runs wide. We hear Brendan return to his commentary spot.
We made it back.
Whoa.
Yeah.
There we
so,
go.
I have some updates.
Let's hear it. But first, before we do the updates, Brendan, can we see a replay? Is that...
I mean, that's up to Zach. I'm game.
All right, cool. Let's do it. So here we have a replay of the GTO car. They're just losing it on the curb there. So I would imagine that curb, I don't know, must be really slippery.
I'm not even sure he made it to the curb, Ryan. I think that was
changing
just out on the outside there.
Yeah, got
okay.
Offline. I'll be honest with you.
Much speed.
This is why that camera is there. Yesterday, even just sort of scouting the area out, it's very easy to lose traction there. And I don't know if that's just a function of the corner and having a dirty, sort of area offline, or whether it's trying to come back to the throttle too early, or what it is. But consistently, cars out of shape through the apex and off the exit of turn number 5 there. And that one finally sent the 104 all the way around. As far as the updates, so I hadn't noticed the 16 lost 3 laps. I'm intrigued by that. Do we know what caused that?
No.
Okay. My thought was, well, if you're, as the car came into the pits under full course yellow, my thought would be, well, if you have a pace advantage anyway, or at least are more consistent on pace, then you have no need to be off strategy, right? You might as well put yourself onto the same strategy as everyone else, and then in the event of a straight fight, you've got the pace to take the take it to the win.
Right, but then you have to stop early again.
I mean, that's fine as long as
you're... put yourself back in, like, you're going to end up with a situation where, towards the end of the race, you are forcing yourself to have to pass people.
Not necessarily. I mean, if you're getting it done now and you put yourself on the same strategy as everybody else, it doesn't matter, because from here to the end of the race, you just mirror what everybody else does.
Well, they can't be on the same strategy as everybody else because I don't think they have enough fuel. They stop earlier than everybody else because it's the smaller fuel allotment.
I mean, how much earlier are we talking?
The first time it was much earlier, and then the second time as well. So they pitted on lap 83, and the rest of the GTO field waited until the yellow on lap 99. And then even if we look at the first pit stop here, let's see. Their first pit stop was on lap 41. And Thunder Bunny, for example, stopped on... So they stopped during the yellow, and then stopped again on lap 67.
Yeah.
So maybe not as much as I originally thought. So they were off strategy and having to stop a little early. But they did not stop during the first yellow. So they were
that's
off
what
strategy.
put them off strategy. But in any
the problem
case,
was they only ran from lap 40 to lap 83.
It's 43 compared to, 48 or so? It's short, but it's not drastic. I'm more intrigued as to why they lost 3 laps, or 2 laps, I guess. What happened there?
I don't know.
Did they do tires? And if they did do tires, why would you do that under green?
Well, they stopped under yellow. So they stopped under green for fuel, and then stopped again under yellow.
Fuel and something, because they lost. The lap was 4:58.
Right.
So they stopped for fuel and did something else. So if it can get answers from the Economy Motorsport Hyundai crew as to what happened, we would love that information. Because it was on a routine schedule, right? 43 laps is there or thereabouts. It's not like, they were cutting a stint halfway short and having an obvious issue. But whatever happened, they brought the car in under normal, conditions, and then proceeded to lose 2 to 2.5 minutes in the pits, in the pit lane doing something else. So, would like an answer there. But anyway, it's kind of dropped them out of contention because while they are quick, I don't know that they're quick enough to make up 2 laps in 5 hours.
No, I don't think so.
They certainly weren't quick enough to pull it out, right? 2 laps in 5 hours or in 3 hours. So,
right.
Let's keep eyes on that anyway. Other news and notes down in the pit lane. I heard JT wondering aloud what happened to the 164 from Harrison Motorsports. They said engine. It was running, but it didn't sound right. So potentially either a cylinder. It sounded when the car started up like maybe it would be an exhaust issue, but they seemed pretty confident it was coming from the engine itself. So I think that car is done for the day, and question marks as to whether or not it would be back tomorrow. The 944 banger in GTO I saw down in the garage. All 3 crew members were busy at work there, so I didn't interrupt, but that car is up on jack stands in the back garages. And then the 721 from RRT Racing, which you will have noted disappeared under the full course yellow. That car was brought in for a routine pit stop, and when they got into the when they got it stopped, they noticed fluid leaking underneath the right front. So they brought it into the back. They thought it was brake fluid. It is not. So as I was popping in and saying hello, they were investigating a leaking damper.
Ooh.
Shock, yes. But still, as of 10 minutes ago or so, no diagnosis on that 721. That's 2 GP2 competitors in some significant strife. And leaves the 158 from Unruly Autosport out with a pretty comfortable margin from the number 600 Ruben Performance Garage NC Miata. GTR 99 having a very GTR race. Like the most GTR race. Fringe top 5. Just kind of hanging around, not super quick, but quick enough. And then all of a sudden, poof, race lead. 35-second margin.
So the thing I'm watching right now is the ebb and flow between the 123 and the 111. The 111 looked like it handily passed the 123 in the opening laps following the yellow. And then now is 3 seconds adrift of the 123.
We tend to see this in this type of racing, don't we? Where sometimes, especially with the less experienced driver, it can take a little while to get up to pace.
Right.
Right? And sort of find your rhythm. So you go back to, you get out on track, you go back to green, you're in some traffic, everybody's very tentative because you haven't been in the car yet, maybe, and just take those few laps to feel out the conditions, feel out the car, feel out the tires, right? If you're on a used set of tires, and really start to understand what the car is going to give you and how hard you can or should be pushing it. And I just wonder if that's maybe where things have, where things are at with that number 123. Both reasonably slow laps, I presume, in traffic. 131s. Modern Auto Body still in the 26s, though. Super impressed with that 914.
So the stream from the 577 has died.
That car was in the paddock as well. I knew I had missed an update. I wasn't taking notes, just mental notes. The 577 was in the paddock. Substantial damage to the right front corner of that car, where it would have impacted the tire wall at the exit of turn 4.
Yep.
Is that the Harrison car on screen? No, it's not. It's a 231. Sorry. Very confused for a second. The 577, they weren't repairing crash damage. They are fixing power steering. And that preceded the incident. Confirmed.
Interesting. Okay.
That would kind of definitely be a contributing
Yes,
factor.
if you have a sudden or even gradual power steering failure, you go into one of the quickest corners on track down there at turn 4.
There goes the GTO again.
Spinner at, is that turn 10? Yep.
I think we're finding that the Prep 2 car is not designed with a 200 treadwear tire in mind.
Designed
designed with the tire of that era wasn't brilliant.
400 treadwear.
Careful. I almost said it, and I remembered lots of things.
Come on, 2002 Rolex, come at me.
I think okay.
I do wonder how long it's been since that car's actually been on track. I mean, if it's still in the TRG wrap, I mean, there's a chance it's 2006?
I'm sure it's run a historics race or something.
Maybe? Has it?
I believe.
don't know.
I can't remember, but I've seen that type of GTO at a historics race at Sebring like almost a decade ago.
Okay. So it has been out. Just you wondered what kind of, setup, what kind of, are you just slapping 200 treadwear tires on it, detune the engine and send it and see what happens, or was there, real setup design in mind to get that car ready for this weekend? I don't know. But you're right, just back end kind of washes away. It happened at 5, happened down there at turn 10 as well.
Do you think they had Boris Said on hand to set that car up?
No, actually, I'm not sure if he's racing this weekend or not.
He's not. He's racing soon, but not this weekend.
Next weekend, I think.
Yeah.
No, I didn't mean Cup. No, I meant runoffs. I heard his name called, but his son is also Boris Said, and races in Spec Miata. Huh. Maybe it was father and son. I don't know. I didn't do my research.
The Juan Pablo Montoya strat. Is Boris Said old enough to count as a silver? Or indeed a bronze?
What's the cut? Is it 60 is the cutoff? 56?
Like 50 something. So if it's 56, I would buy that.
He's 61.
Really? I wouldn't have thought he was that old. I knew he was old. I wouldn't have thought he was 60.
Wow. Huge slam on Boris Said.
Wow. Wow, indeed. Boris Said, of course, going to get back in behind the wheel of a Cup car next week. Excited to see that. Some might even say that this is his last shot.
Yeah, I think that is. Some have said.
Man, that gap between the our two GTO cars in the battle for second is less than a second.
Yep. Just trying to see if we can pick that up on the multi-view here.
I think they're coming into 10 now. Yeah, turn 10.
Yep, there we
into
go.
11. As Rooster would say, fight on.
You can see him there, and the 111 just holding on to the back. They are in a little bit of a group there, so they're not going to push it too hard. They deal with all the traffic, get around the Mercedes. Of course, the 123 and the 300, the corporate teammates, of course. Is the 123 getting a better exit? And then the 111 making up time in the braking? Is that what this is? Because it seems like there's some shots where we see and they're pretty close, and then the 123 walks away.
I think some of that is traffic for sure, and how hard each is willing to push in traffic. I think some of that is just the characteristics of the car.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to see.
I think the Supra, and we know the behavior of that car, particularly on turn-in. I mean, if it's making most of its time up in the braking zones and corner entry, then it would make sense that the 123 is maybe a little bit better or more consistent on corner exit.
Front right tire on the Moorhead.
Okay, so I saw a lot of frantic activity in the pit lane from the Moorhead crew, and my assumption was that it was time for a routine pit stop, and indeed it was, but it was much, much too frantic to be an expected pit stop, let's say. So, as you say, JT, right front corner of that car, I'm sure it's right front or left front?
It looked like it was wobbling on the passenger side.
Okay. That would not be the side you would expect a failure from wear or excessive wear.
Yeah.
Or temperature or what have you.
It's also the same side we saw the other car have that same issue. The, what was it? The 944 banger?
Yeah.
I missed that.
One of the 944s anyway. No, you were here for it at the beginning of the race.
Oh yeah, that was not the 944 banger.
No. This was when you were out doing cameras.
Oh. The Leighton pipe car was the one that had the issue early. 944 was in the paddock working on the right front.
It was the one that it was the one that
682.
We had to figure out which of the 944s it was.
The Turkey. Yeah, no. I saw them in the paddock, but they, like I said, everybody there was busy. And I chose not to interrupt. But they were working on the right front. It almost looked like it was at the front end of the wheel well. So I don't know if it was maybe brake or suspension or what. But anyway, the 147's been sent very quick.
Interesting.
It needs to be. They have to make up time. They had a throttle sensor failure earlier.
Yeah.
Throttle sensor. Okay.
Yeah, we finally got the answer from Chad. Normally he's on the spot with that information.
Well, he said he had to go to Best Buy because his keyboard died.
Okay. That almost sounds like a joke. Almost.
I believe Chad. When he tells me something, I believe it.
I do too. And I also believe he's the kind of guy that, hey, if I need a keyboard, I'm going to get a keyboard.
Guys, I'll be back.
Yep.
You got things here? Good, I'll go.
See, he left the track, and then his car had a throttle position sensor failure. Right? Had he stayed, it wouldn't have happened. Crazy.
As the GTO rejoins the track after a brief excursion out in the grass.
Again.
It didn't look like a spin. It just looks like it maybe got a bit too wide there. And
yeah, once you get on the grass there, you're kind of a passenger at that point.
Can I tell you how little sun we've seen in the Northeast in the last week and a half? Really, the last week. This is not
weird because this is not the first time I'm hearing of it, because even though I live in the West Coast, I'm intimately familiar with the weather on the East Coast.
That's because we talk about it a lot. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so the sun went away last Friday, right? We didn't see it again until Wednesday morning. That is not in any way an exaggeration. In eastern Pennsylvania, it was cloudy or raining for 4 straight days.
Hold on. I just heard JT, and I want to pick this up if this isn't what he was going to say. Are you complaining to somebody who lives in Seattle about the lack of sunlight?
Yes. Yep.
Okay,
yep. I want to be very clear about that.
We're clear on that.
You know why?
Dude,
because
I had like 4 days of no sun. What is this?
JT chose
this. Oh my gosh.
JT chose this. Oh, that's the Thunder Bunny cart. That is the 111.
Oh my. Very uncharacteristic here.
Wow.
They're deep.
And went off with some velocity there. Very, very lucky not to catch the inside Armco on the exit of turn 6. It extends out some way towards the apex of turn 7, and cleared it. Maybe it was not as close as it looked, but it looked like he cleared it pretty narrowly off to driver's right and went off with speed. I mean, it's 6 is a pretty quick corner. I don't think we have replays there. Yeah. It is interesting that it was that. I mean, we rarely see mistakes from any Thunderbunny car, especially that 111. I wonder if that car is being hustled a little bit to try and hang with the 123.
Yeah, unfortunately, their onboard is not working.
So
both are apparently live, but neither are actually working.
Does Chad say he has people, when he says I have people for that, is that for the keyboard or for the throttle position sensor? Like, if you have a minion, do you send your minion to deal with the throttle position sensor or to deal with the keyboard, you know?
Both. That's why it took a while to get it going, because the throttle position sensor guy
was out getting the keyboard. Yeah. Oh, he has people for the keyboard. That makes sense. That's how responsible.
People like Chad Moorhead are why this country is great.
I never leave the pit bot. Yep. No,
making sure people are employed to get keyboards.
I mean,
I'm serious. If you're employing somebody to go get keyboards for you, then like you are stimulating the job market, and I appreciate that.
I mean, surely that's not the exclusive responsibility of
Mouse, different guy.
Said employee. 511's just come through start finish here with a lot of grass at the front end. It doesn't look fresh. Oh, pass for position into turn number 1. This will be the 914 passing the number 111 for 3rd place overall. Orange BMW ahead of Supra, and through goes the 16 as well. Now that isn't for position. They're 2 laps behind that battle for 3rd.
I gotta say, I'm really impressed with the Rubin Performance E36 and GP1. After we've gone back to green from our full course yellow, they managed to get around PC Racing and pulled out a gap.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways they're capitalizing on what happened with the 147, but I mean, in reality, that 293 led immediately after the green flag. Right, it's been competitive all day, and forget the 147. PC Racing is equally as definitive of the GP1 potential, and I mean that 293 is right there, and in many cases has been quicker than either of those 2 cars. So it's been very impressive to see those cars pushed. Actually, they're right together on track. Are the 293 and the 147, albeit some laps apart. 2 laps apart, as a matter of fact. PC comes through 8.3 seconds behind as well. So, having just cleared the 3-hour mark in our Saturday race at New Jersey Motorsports Park, lots of really close battles. And I kind of expected that's the way today was going to go, with it being a new track for the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, and fairly, I wouldn't say it's an open track, but 30-some cars allows for a lot more. Just have at it, head down, put in the laps, and we're seeing just tremendous fighting up and down GTO, GP1, even GP3. It's been a decent day down there as well. But from us here at DriversEye Live, 4 hours, 55 minutes remaining, we are going to step aside for a quick commercial break and come back on the other side to the afternoon portion of our Saturday 8-hour enduro at Thunderbolt Raceway. We'll be back in a moment.
when the finish line calls. We answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back in New Jersey Motorsports Park, Thunderbolt Raceway, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Rolls on with Enduro 1 out of 2. During the break, caught some smoke and events associated with it. Down there at turn 8 and 9, Zach identified it as an orange BMW, and indeed, into the pit lane comes the number 914 from Modern Auto Body VAC. This is a replay that involved the GTO and the 914, so 104, 914. Down there at the exit of, I guess you would call that turn 8. Didn't quite catch it. But perhaps a corner marshal did. Contact under investigation.
That's something else.
Nope, 104 and 914.
Oh, yeah, sure enough. There
At
you go.
1205. It was just reported. So, the question is, being side-to-side contact, was this incidental? Was it caused by, or did it cause the half spins for both cars? I don't know. I was intrigued there because it looked like the 914 was on the outside, right, and the 104 was on the inside, which doesn't quite match with what you would anticipate a sort of lapping cars gone awry situation being. But we'll wait for race control to decide that in the coming minutes. It's cost that 914 a fair bit of time anyway, and then the pit stop afterwards appears to have been mostly routine. One lap penalty to the 914 for speeding in the pit lane. So,
yeah, they had already had a warning.
Wow. So we talked about this early. Yeah, there it is, 38 miles an hour in the pit lane at 10:31 this morning. Same speed as well. Identical, 38 miles an hour both times. I wonder, and we did kind of talk about not shooting yourself in the foot if you're let's say a local team that doesn't run in the World Racing League that often, right? I would have expected something like visor penalties or, fire extinguisher or drip pan, whatever it might be, to kind of be the source of some of those unforced errors. But pit lane errors are pit lane errors in WRL. They're near the same penalty no matter what. But I think this maybe is a case of just being caught out a little bit. Shame. That car has been so competitive. And, I mean, it's still in the top 5, so it's not like it's out of contention by any stretch of imagination. But very, very much taking the fight to the GT4 cars ahead of it. And now it's going to have a little bit more work to do. Air conditioner's finally kicked on up here. Today's a good day.
Isn't it already relatively cool?
Yeah, it's still like 63 out, 64. We just need the airflow mostly. Pit stop as well for the number 511 from Choice Racing. And we hop on board the 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. I think I overestimated the amount of time this car had lost in its pit stop for the throttle position sensor change.
I think it was about 2 laps or so. I think what they really benefited from was staying out during the full course yellow.
I think this is 293 just up ahead of it as well.
Yes, it is. Blue body should have a yellow nose. E36.
A long left-hander here at turn 10. We could ride with this for a while. We haven't really spent a whole lot of time on board anybody today. And being a new racetrack, nice to kind of show off exactly what Thunderbolt Raceway here has to offer. Of course, there are 2 venues here at NJMP, which is why I mentioned Thunderbolt specifically. Lightning is the other half of the circuit. Tour goes to 766. Now, I don't know this for certain, but I have been told that initially, and I do know there was a design initially to link the 2 tracks. Layouts were slightly different for both, but they couldn't get approval to build through some of the wetlands that are typical of this part of southern New Jersey to try and create a link between the 2 tracks, sort of outward turn 6 hooks around to create the second half of the lap. So basically you would have come out of turn 5 there up to turn 6, and instead you would carry on towards the northeast here and out towards where Lightning Raceway is, and then you would join Lightning for a couple of corners and then hook back up down towards turn 8 and 9. It's a pretty interesting layout. It's supposed to be 3.5, 4 miles in length, but again, local environmental concerns did not ever allow that to happen. I don't think the track is worse off for it, but it would have been very cool to see a proper Grand Prix length type track out in this part of the country. We don't really have too much of that.
Yeah, just Montreal, Watkins Glen.
I mean, no, in this part of the country specifically, where you would take a venue, or, you know, where you would go if you... Oh, man! Decisive on the brakes there from the 293, up the inside of 2 of the open throttle BMWs.
Falling 82 through.
Yeah, the 147 not able... I mean, the 293 barely had room to get through. The 147 certainly was not going to have room to get through. This part of the country, Ryan, I think it is kind of limited to just Watkins Glen. Right, Summit Point, a little short. Lime Rock, very short. Palmer, maybe not. Thompson is pretty short, right? I think they're 1.8, 1.9 miles. Pit race. Good pit race.
Monticello.
No, I don't think that's open for track rentals. I don't know that for sure. If RJ's listening, we gotta go to Pittsburgh. Yeah.
There's still time.
That's true.
The calendar's not set.
No, we haven't seen our 2024 schedule yet.
Yeah, he pointed out on Facebook, this is normal.
Yes. Oh, we've got a dragging splitter on the number 90 from Toyota R&D Racing with sparks down the front straightaway. So, did we have a failure there, or was there a contact-induced failure? John Shovel says pit is, well, said pit was open for rentals. Very much is. Penalty for Matt Connolly Motorsports, the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania, being docked a lap. 6 wheels over the wall in the pit lane.
Yeah, they had a warning for also speeding on pit lane earlier.
Yeah. Despite being local, they do have quite some experience in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty.
Oh, yeah.
Just another unforced error there. I think it's been a minute since we've seen any of the MCM cars.
If you watch the Candelaria commercial, it's listed there.
No, I know, but that was, I mean, that footage was from 2021. The 24 hours of Sebring. Last time we've had any. Oh, that's not true. We did have nighttime racing at Daytona.
And the audio from 1990.
Yeah. Oh. James isn't even here to defend himself.
No, but he's at the runoffs, and I believe he got, what was it?
It was a bronze.
Podium.
Yeah,
podium.
Third place. Behind Andrew Aquilante, who, I mean, is no slouch. Hard to be upset not beating Andrew Aquilante. And Mark Bowden, I think, is in second. Anyway, it's a good run for James. Our Johann Schwartz will be there tomorrow. Saw him down in the pit lane a couple of minutes ago. Bike on, or sunglasses on, fire suit on, just cruising on a bike down the cold pits. The 147 has gotten past the 293. So that is not a change for position, but I think gets the margin down from 2 laps to 1 between those cars. Well, 1 and a lot, but still under 2. Catch a yellow the right way. Got the opportunity here to really do some damage on all that time that was lost by the Moorhead car. And because of the tire issue on that number 147, probably 12 laps ago? Yeah, about 12 laps ago. I think we're going to be owed a pit stop from that 293 before we see the 147. So, very, very much in contention if you're that Moorhead Speedworks car still. And all of that ignores the fact that PC Racing is now 6 seconds behind a GP1 class leader. So, very, very likely we actually end up with an on-track battle here in the next couple of laps. And a slowish lap last time from the 293, 135.7. What we're used to seeing out of that car. Oh, the leader is off on the final corner. Oh, he's going to hit the wall. Oh, it's a Mercedes in the Armco driver's right. Or driver's left on the front straightaway. Big, big damage to the front of that Mercedes AMG GT4. Also to the right rear. The car partially on track, and immediately we go full course yellow. That's a big hit from that 123. That fluid now pouring out of the right front corner of that car as well, where it's done the radiator in. He came off the final corner, and it looked like was just a little bit unsighted behind, I believe, the 908 Automatic Racing Aston Martin, and dropped initially 2 wheels behind the curb. But with as wet as it was, 2 wheels became 4 wheels, and a long, long slide till the car finally hooked on the pavement in an overcorrection and immediately sent off into the Armco on driver's left. The car, well, he got it restarted. The rear wheel spun briefly, but I mean the right rear suspension is heavily askew from the impact, and obviously all of the fluid leaking out of the right front corner of that car as well means you wouldn't want to run the engine that long anyway. That car will go no further today. That was your second place car overall.
Mm. Can we see if the driver's okay?
And with the driver attempting to get the car going, you would assume that at that point the driver's all right. Certainly some activity behind the wheel of that car, but we'll wait for the emergency crews to arrive and attend to both car and driver. Make sure everybody's okay there. A little bit of damage to the Armco here as I look across from my perch at start-finish. Both the right front impact and the right rear impact, both bowing out the bottom two sections of the Armco barrier. Pit stops now in GTO. The 16 has come in and has been sent. That's the Economy Motorsport Hyundai. Both of the Thunder Bunny Toyota Supras are in. .766 was in first. The 111 now at a stop in front of it. Visor up warning for the 766. This might be a good time to consider tires if you're a GTO car. Right, this is, I mean, pressure's pretty firmly off here. Now, you don't want to lose a lap to the GTR 99, who itself is now ducking into the pit lane. So I guess that's concern number one. And the Thunder Bunny Supra crew goes to work on tire changes. Just calls it like I sees it, man. .766 is sent. Uh, 111 was sent first, actually. So quicker pit stop from the 111. May not have done tires on that car. Crew member did pick up a tire and put it over the wall, but it is possible they didn't actually end up changing them. Laura Hayes looks like fresh out of that number 111. So driver change for the leading Thunder Bunny car. 99 is into the pit lane. Just fuel at the moment. Cleaning the windshield. Look like they're in any rush to do tires there. Looks like Jason Marks now. So windshield another white. And oh, now the 99 goes up on jack. So they're left rear first. So heads up from Jason. Crew member picked up the next tire to be changed, which will be, looks like the left front, but was sure to remind the crew member not to get that tire over the plane of the wall, because as soon as you do, it's considered over the wall, and at that point, being only allowed 5 tires over the wall at any one time, including the 4 on the car. Save yourself a little bit of potential headache and heartache there. So they've done a left rear and a right front on the 99, if I have this correct. Car drops off the jacks and is sent. Through comes the number 111 past the accident scene, and I think that car is through into the race lead. It is. So this race has turned on who was able to get into the pits on an in lap, on a not compromised lap, right? 111 was in as the field was being gathered, whereas the 99 had to sit behind the safety car for at least a partial lap before it could make its way into the pits. And unfortunately, it's cost that 99 a decent amount of time there. Got the hook being attached to that number 123. I've been thinking this weekend about just how much runoff there is here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. And a lot of the Armco is pretty far out away from the track, a lot of uphill, grassy runoff areas that, you know, would make it difficult under normal circumstances to end up actually making contact with anything. But that kind of goes away when you end up with wet grass. And fortunately, with that Mercedes that's now in the back of the hook being pulled away, that's exactly what happened. It was just, it took so long to develop. And my initial thought was it was going to hook across and hit the inside pit wall, which is concrete and would have been very unpleasant. But had a little bit too much steering lock in the car when it hit the pavement again, and it hooked hard left without having really scrubbed any speed off, because under normal circumstances it would have just been a long 4 off, but instead with that wet grass, and it just went. 99's back in. So we mentioned they did the right front and the left rear. The car went up on jacks. I think they felt something in that car. I'm wondering if they felt like they didn't have the wheels totally tight, because they brought the wheel gun back out and gave all 5 lugs a tweak, certainly on the right front, and it looked again like on the left rear. Very interesting. Jason Marks is listening. Would love an answer there as to what the situation was with the 99, or anybody at the 99, really. There's a couple of things we've got to do here in response to the incident on the front straightaway. Now that the car has been cleared and all the associated emergency vehicles have been sent away as well, we've still got fluid to clean up. Drivers left about 30 yards or so past start finish where that car came to rest, and the coolant would have leaked out of the right front corner. We're going to run the jet dryer, or the dryer, anyway, it's not turbine, but the dryer through as well, and it looks like we're going to put some tire stacks up where that car made contact with the Armco. I mentioned it did some damage to the lower 2 layers of Armco at the impact points, and yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. Tire bundles and some concrete blocks to go in behind there. So this is not going to be the work of a moment.
I've got some trivia for you and the listener, Brendan.
Okay, real quick, 766 is back into the pit lane. So I wonder if now they're going to do tires now that they know this is going to be a slightly more extended yellow. Anyway, go ahead.
So give the listener a moment if you already know the answer. What was the first track to use tire barriers as a safety device?
Ooh, I actually don't know that.
I think JT knows, because JT probably watched the same episode that I did.
I have a guess. I have a guess.
What's the guess?
My guess is Mid-Ohio.
No.
Okay. That was purely based on being close to Akron.
That's smart. No, it was actually an idea that was developed by a doctor. And it was originally implemented at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Is that right?
Yep. And then the second place it was implemented, because they were concerned about the safety of running at a road course, was
Riverside?
The Long Beach Grand Prix.
Aha. Interesting. No, I guess Riverside didn't have a whole lot of safety features, full stop.
That's true.
Yeah, no.
Speaking of Southern California tracks, what's going on with Fontana, man?
Have they started any of the work that they were supposed to be doing?
No, they've done zero. So. They've done no work. Fontana's just an oval track still.
111 is in and out. Now with the second stop from the 99, I wonder if the I think they've already come through as GTR. So the race is flipped again. Let's put 99 back out in front of the 111.
Got a lot of battles in the pit lane right now.
I mean, that's the only place you can do battle right now, because everything else that we're doing is behind the safety car.
Yeah, but there's a lot of them.
Let's talk more about Fontana.
Okay.
I don't know if we should. I'm not like the world's biggest fan of Fontana.
I heard they were going to try to get a WRL date.
That's not true.
I think RJ's interested.
Are you just pushing RJ?
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's not happening.
WRL West Coast Championship.
I mean, I'd be here for that.
I became a fan of Fontana when I saw it in Ford versus Ferrari as Daytona.
As Daytona.
That's true.
I mean, listen. Is anybody who is listening to this broadcast is going to understand and like know that it's different, right? But like to your casual moviegoer, did they care? No, not at all.
I have not seen. Okay, I am kind of a pedant about that stuff. Like it, I get the point, but it kind of bothers me if you're not at least making an honest effort to make, you know, the track look like something else. Like I understand in Gran Turismo that they filmed a lot of it at the Hungaroring, right? But at least they went to the trouble of painting the curbs yellow and blue.
Sure, yeah.
And filming various chicanes that were roughly the same layout as what they were running, you know, at Le Mans.
Except for the last complex.
I appreciate,
which is completely wrong.
Sure. Driven is like an example of a movie that made absolutely zero effort to pretend that what they were filming was not what they were showing. I mean, Driven is a model movie in many, many ways.
I'm sure.
But that one, like, Fontana's tough, right? Like, you're not going to ever make Fontana look like Daytona.
Oh, you can make Fontana look like Kansas or any of the other intermediate tracks.
Kind of. They don't
Michigan.
really even have the same layout. Like, yeah, you can make Fontana look like Michigan because they're literally the same track.
Yeah.
Like, they are dimensionally almost identical.
What a great idea.
WRL, let's run the WRL Roval Championship.
I'm here for it. I just don't understand how F1, and it's because they're F1, saw that NASCAR made their schedule up of like 40% of tracks which are basically identical. And then it was like, you know what? Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's make all of our tracks the same.
Yeah.
And we're only recently getting away from all those just terrible tracks. I'm thinking like the 2012 season where all but like 2 were Herb and Tilke, nasty, annoying tracks.
Well, we're now at the point where we're even comparing the Tilke tracks against each other. Like, you know what's a great Tilke track? Sepang, and we don't go there anymore. Right,
That's
as
true.
compared to like Yas Marina and
where the money is.
But yeah, Bahrain, like. But now we're getting to the point where the early Tilke tracks are considered the good tracks, and the late Tilke tracks are considered the bad tracks. You know?
I think they're all bad. I think they're all the same.
No, Sepang's pretty good.
Sepang, I like Turkey.
Turkey's good.
I like Turkey as well. But no part of me is like, oh yeah, Sepang, much different type of track than Shanghai.
Hey RJ, can we go to Sepang?
I think a WRL Euro Series would crush. I think there's lots of cars available. I think they could totally make it happen.
Maybe WRL should take over the sanction for the 24 hours of Mexico City.
Maybe they should.
Yeah. Laying some speedy dry down on the front straightaway, finally getting that coolant sopped up and the speedy dry blown away.
Speaking of speedy dry, Zach, are we at a spot where we can do a live view of the weather that we all pay for as taxpayers?
We don't pay for weather.
Weather information. Ooh, it's gonna swirl and miss us.
I was gonna say that weather was moving north yesterday. I was genuinely concerned for a second that Zach had decided to just play the loop in reverse to mess with us.
Wow, look at that. Much weather.
It is worth noting, looking at the weather, that I think we're going to see a very different day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Today, cool, cloudy. I mean, we're barely pushing 65. Tomorrow, 79 and sunny.
Wow.
Hopefully not at the end of the race, though, when you need to get cameras. That's when it's supposed to rain.
No, it's not going to rain tomorrow, and it only does that on me. I don't understand.
It did that to me one of
did
the
it?
races.
Oh,
I can't
Road
remember which
Atlanta
one.
this
Yeah.
year, but it rained that entire weekend anyway.
There was some... Well, anyway.
I have had horrible luck this year attending races with weather. Just brutal. So much rain.
So did we fire off a message yet to your boy?
Who?
To Jordan.
Oh, no.
Ugh,
He's not my boy. If anything, he's your boy.
that's true. Well, he's probably Scott's boy, frankly.
Oh, Zach says Rockingham is Talladega. The DriversEye Live YouTube algorithm is filled with onboards from just the most random sessions, which, DriversEye Live, you would think onboards makes a lot of sense, right? And also a lot of what I watch. I got a 20-minute video on my homepage of an HPDE session at the Rockingham Roval.
Outstanding.
Yeah. Really good stuff. Again, WRL Roval Championship. Make it happen. Because there's nothing that this entire paddock wants to do more than to tow to Homestead.
Yeah. 100%.
There's a
Let's do it.
helicopter there in the background. Guess that means we're VFR?
You can't mess around with VFR and helicopters anymore. Not that you could before, but now you really can't.
We are VQ. 1,000-foot ceiling. Let's go.
Wow.
All day.
Don't you have to be 1,000 feet above populated areas, or is that just for planes?
Oh, I don't know anything about helicopters.
So it's not the same rules.
No.
Oh, all right. All right then.
I mean, it depends, right? You are landing in populated areas frequently, so...
Sure, but is that person landing, or are they just roaming around, just cruising?
I don't know.
They look like they're cruising.
No, that person? Yeah, no. I mean, the airport's literally right behind the track here. The Millville Executive Airport. They actually have some protected... I don't know if you... Ryan, have you ever been to New Jersey Motorsports Park?
No, I have not, actually.
I actually got asked yesterday if I've ever been here. The answer was yes, but 15 years ago. As a marshal. Kind of showed up by accident. But anyway, they have some protected historic elements from the old Army airfield here.
Huh.
So there's a hangar that is out behind turn 12, sort of in that area by the crossover bridge. I've heard there's also a hangar, I guess, up by the hill over between turns 3 and 4, but maybe that's what's been turned into the shop now. I don't know. But then they have the old turnaround pads for one of the runways is out on the photo road behind turn 3 and 4. So there are still some elements of the days gone by at the Millville Airport.
Wow. Thank you for that history update on.
No, it's just an interesting
New
thing.
New Jersey aviation history.
Listen, I actually don't care about aviation history. I'm a modern aviation guy, but it is an there are. So we talked about not being able to run the track to its original design proposal because of some of the wetlands that they couldn't, kind of work around.
Sure.
But they also couldn't tear down the historical, hangar structures, right? So some of this stuff has to be left up and kind of worked around. And it is interesting to see the property for what it is. It's not just a racetrack. There are these little kind of quirky elements to it. More activity down at Moorhead.
How about this? How about we put the track through the hangar?
Sure.
It's like going to the tunnel at Monaco. Except it's in New Jersey.
Well, anytime you needed to film Monaco, you could just come to New Jersey. And
You could, and make it look just like Monaco.
pretend the hangar is the tunnel.
That would be entertaining to see. I can't wait until some Hollywood movie uses Long Beach as Monaco. You just know some Hollywood execs like, oh, why would we fly all the way to France? It's right here. It's the same thing, right?
Had Brad Pitt started filming his F1 movie at the time that they were at Monaco?
No, I don't know. Probably.
I don't think that had started yet.
I don't
It
know.
started at like Silverstone.
Hmm.
How excited are you for that movie?
Not especially. I mean, the one thing I will say, because I do watch a fair bit of Apple's content, is that they use really good cameras, and then they are sure that they stream in actual 4K, so it'll look really good.
Is that who's got the rights to the movie?
I think
Apple?
it's a show, but yeah, it's an Apple production.
Is it a show? I thought it was a movie.
I thought it was a show. I don't know. Either way,
Who can say?
it is an Apple
A
production.
show would make me want to watch it less. I'm still not terribly excited about the movie, but I don't know. I'm so on edge when it comes to racing movies, man.
See, between you and then all my friends that are like Star Wars people that just like moan about more Star Wars content coming out, it's like, listen, when we were 12, what we had was what we had, and that was it.
No,
forever.
here's the
And so, like,
difference.
we're creating more content, and like that's a good thing.
I don't know that it is, because if I wanted to watch more racing things, I would just watch more racing. I don't need to watch a fake story about racing. Racing is already a great story. Like, I don't...
Right, but nobody has time to do that because they would rather watch
Well, I
the
do.
NFL on Sunday.
Ryan,
instead.
you're spending 15 hours this weekend watching amateur endurance racing from the opposite side of the country.
I mean, sure, yeah, and someone's paying me for it too, which is
It's
fantastic.
fair.
As I mentioned in a podcast the other day, it's really weird to like have your dream job so early on in your life, where it's like, oh, I've done this now. Okay, well now what? Which is just getting paid to watch racing. It's great. We love it. But anyway, back to the point. It's not for you and me. None of these racing movies are for you and me and JT. They're for other people. And racing's in right now because of F1.
Speaking of other people,
Nice.
we have other people with us.
Do we?
Yeah, we have a Jason Marks.
G'day.
How are you, man?
Good, mate. Self?
Good. I was going to call this your home race
A little bit, yeah.
to an extent.
It's close.
You don't sound like a New Jerseyan.
Yeah. how about
I'm
that?
very grateful for that. I told you, man, I'm Pennsylvania. I was going to do the New Jersey thing all weekend, and I got to start now.
Well, thankfully, I don't live in Pennsylvania. I work there, get in and out every day.
You work in like Stroudsburg or something?
Correct.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's, barely Pennsylvania anyway.
Correct.
We certainly don't claim it as
I can see the Del
Allentown.
Water gap. I can see the exit Del Water gap, like from the shop almost.
Sure. No, that's all right.
There's always an exit strategy.
In New Jersey, especially. So you're not here with Hitman.
No,
That's
sir.
That car that would be crewed out of, or run out of Stroudsburg. You find yourself in a Hitman uniform, but with GTR this weekend.
Yes, sir.
So I'll start. I mean, you do this all the time. No big deal as we get ready to go back to green. Why isn't Hitman here? It's a home track, man.
It is the home track, but it was very much an intentional choice to leave it as we go green. It was intentional to leave the car behind. That our next outing is Coda, without a doubt.
Cool.
Yeah. So
Very cool.
very much intentional. We're just our two of our teammates are over at Rensport doing GT3 Cup.
Aha.
Mr. Hart, Mr. Noble, we're over there, so best of luck to those lads. And Lyle has some work commitments going on at the moment, so yeah, car's sitting there, ready to, like, the epitome of turnkey race car. It's sitting there, ready to go.
How are things down in the GTR 99 camp this weekend?
P1 rolling around. Not too bad.
We mentioned earlier this is like the most GTR race, where you're 6th, 7th for the first 2 hours,
And
then
then-
all of a sudden, poof, race lead.
How'd that happen?
Yeah. How does it happen?
Standard operating procedure.
How does it happen?
We were just on it with that first yellow.
Yeah.
Came in, put a jug and a half in. I stayed in, so that bought us a little bit of mileage. The second stop under green, we caught up a ton. Like, we made up 10 seconds on the 111 Supra.
And they're not slow in their pit stops either.
No, they're pretty sporty. And then on the back end of the stint, like when everyone was really struggling, our car was definitely not the worst. So that helped as well.
Is that how we're judging car behavior this weekend? So we have a slow, I think that's the Cardorks BMW. Oh no, it's Bruce Innovations. It'll be the 333. Is that how we're judging car behavior this weekend? Is it just terrible and not terrible as the stints wear on?
The track surface here is pretty old, and it's really tearing up tires. This is almost NOLA spec of tire degradation. Maybe not as bad as NOLA, but because we're just giving the left front such a beating, that's why you're seeing a lot of tire changes. Just that, like Moorhead had a tire blowout. So yeah, it's kind of par for the course.
So you guys changing tires earlier, but it was the left rear and the right front.
That was our second tire change. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, we'd already done a left front.
Will that left front make it through to the end of the day, or are you're running them through? You're going to have to do at least two.
Next stop, another left front. Yeah, just throw them on, because you're better off being cautious, and you don't want to pop a tire or cord it before, then do the tire change. You want to do the tire change prior. So no, it's intentional.
Can you get through the race on 3 left front tires, or are you going to have to do another one after that?
Yeah, we should be able to get through on 3 left front tires.
Fascinating. You anticipating that being even worse tomorrow, with it being a little warmer and sunnier, or are you
probably
kind of running through?
No, because the track is really greasy at the moment, it never really rubbed it in because it was always raining, always misty. There's just no grip, so everyone's plowing and understeering and scrubbing, so it's just killing the tires.
Interesting. I'd been kind of trying to predict how this race was going to pan out, and NOLA was the closest I came up with. Kind of a new venue, old surface, very potentially abrasive, and just like you said, hammering that left front, that 7, 8, 9 complex. It's brutal.
Yeah, and also you also even think about 1, 2, 3. Super high speed. Like we're barreling through turn 3 at 104, 105 mile an hour, and it's just really beating up that left front.
I had thought maybe you could ride it on the left rear a little bit more, but I guess it's really not a slow speed corner.
No, it's not. Like it's a lift and throw.
Yeah.
Like as everyone got more and more confident, like back in the day, it was probably a brake in a poor handling car. It used to be like a lift, maybe a brake. Now it's just a lift and throw back to gas.
Have you raced here a bunch, being local-ish?
Yes.
Okay.
My claim to fame here is I won a Lemons race here once.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was a riot. It was a it rained all day Saturday. I mean, a little Porsche 924S with the family, and by lunchtime Saturday, I was up 5 laps on second place after 4 hours. And then on Sunday, we had an issue, so we came in, fixed it. It cost us 4 laps, but we went out and we were 50 seconds in front of second, and we just stayed there and got the win.
That's very funny.
So that's actually a genuine highlight, winning a Lemons race, because they're not easy to win.
No, definitely not. These also not terribly easy to win. We've seen a couple of your competitors shoot themselves in the foot.
Yes.
Most recently, the number 123. But before that, before the issues for the 16, I mean, everybody was just kind of in a big pack at the front. They were really separating themselves.
It was pretty sporty this morning.
Yeah.
Like those top 10 cars, like really tight. Like the times are close. Like it's a real race that's going on.
More than I remember seeing recently. Like it would be easy to just see the Supras disappear off into the distance, or that Mercedes disappear. And like you said, it really hasn't happened at all.
No, it hasn't. Like you can get the outright lap. And I was talking with some other teams yesterday. Like you had to sticker up and have a clear lap to get that magical 25. But I'm out there because we had a little dash issue for a moment. I'm rolling 27s and whatnot. I'm like, what's everyone else doing? It's like everyone's doing the same thing. So the Rubenstein 600 is going to be slow.
That's a very sick sounding car, which is not normally something you say about an NC Miata. But
no, those things are supposed to go forever. So yeah, outright pace and like hot lap pace is varying across all the cars, but long run pace seems to be quite even because everyone's having the same tire degradation. It's just bringing everyone back.
Did you guys anticipate this coming into the weekend?
Yeah, we were here 10 months ago. We did the 14-hour with another series. We've raced here with that other series many times. I've tested here a ton because there's a membership here, so we've got a couple of our customers members here. So I was here 2 weeks ago, actually shaking down a Supra. So I kind of knew what the lap time was going to be and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of nice to be here for the last race on this configuration. I don't know what they're going to... I haven't seen a plan for what the new track is, but I've always come here, so it's always been like this. So it'll be, I don't know if I like the change or not, because people don't like the 7, 8, 9, 10 complex. I see it as just a challenge. I actually enjoy it because it's opportunity, but hey.
As I understand it, 7, so they're going to keep that layout, right? That is a configuration option. And then as I understand it, their 7 is going to get like a hairpin option that will just connect to 10. So it cuts off that long 7, 8, 9.
Whatever. Okay.
I don't know. There are maps.
I'll still come and race it. Don't worry.
I'd hope to have a conversation with somebody about, hey, first time, it's cool. You like being here? Would you come back? Kind of great for me. 2 hours from home. I'd love to see more WRL races here, but you already have an opinion, and you have for many years. So.
Oh yeah, I like this track. I like this track. It's a it's not a horsepower track. Like, it took me a while to get past the Moorhead GP1 car because it can just roll so much speed, and there's only one place I can get him is on the front straight. So it rewards a good quality, rewards good handling, and good strategy. So that's kind of the things I like. Like, just going around circles of Daytona, passing people up on the in the oval. I mean, it's boring. But this is a cool track to race. I enjoy it here.
So you're in the BMW this weekend. We kind of put the BMWs to one side. The Toyota Supras have become sort of one of the talking points of WRL this year, right? You guys brought it into the series back at COTA last year. A little bit of support from TRD, and then all of a sudden, they're everywhere, right?
A little bit, yeah.
And they've become kind of the answer. Is it just, and now that everybody kind of has their heads wrapped around the car, is it the easy button to go amateur endurance racing?
So you rewind a couple of years ago, and the M4 was the easy button.
Yes.
With those the flotilla, but as soon as two years into pro racing, a ton of M4, they were getting sold, so people were buying them and running them in here, and that was the easy button.
Yeah.
And it still kind of is the easy button, although the support for it's dwindling. Well, A, BMW doesn't really support amateur racing, and 2, the cars are getting along with the tooth. There's newer cars that are a bit more advanced, like even from the Hyundai TCR, it's a very advanced car, the new Astons, the new Merc Supra, they're just better TC, better ABS, better geometry, blah, blah, blah. So at the moment, the Supra has become the easy button, and when choosing a GT4 car, it was part of the reason I went down that road. It was a 3-liter turbo motor with an 8-speed automatic. I didn't have to worry about a sequential. There was support. They were happy to help us out with technical advice and stuff like that, if I have a genuine problem. So, it kind of has become the easy button. Now, that said, we've rubbed on it a lot to make it as quick as it is.
Sure. Ultimately, you still run 9 to 1, right? That's the target. Same for everybody. Yep. So there's really no obvious reason that it should be quicker than...
Right. It wasn't the first time we slapped 200 treadwear tires on and turned the power down. It was good. Rewind to COTA, we didn't podium either day.
Yeah.
If some idiot didn't pass under yellow, as I point to myself, maybe we would have. But, we were a top 5 car. And then after we kept rubbing on it and really learning the car, that's when it sort of came alive. And I get to drive a lot of cars, and it's probably the most fun car that I get to drive. That and E46 M3. I drove one of those the other weekend. Again, it was just a reminder of 3-pedal. And believe it or not, that kind of car that's lightweight and super nimble kind of reminded me oh, hey, that's what the Supra's like.
Interesting.
Because the M4 is big and heavy. It's long. It pushes. And, that's why you see the Supra was way quicker than myself and Random Vandal's car this morning. Those two Supras just checked on us, and Darius in the yellow car and myself, we were just neck and neck as we couldn't touch the Supras. So it's become the easy button, but you got to respect it. You've got to hit the mileage targets. That's why they're reliable. So you've got to keep on top of the maintenance. Nothing's jumped out at me yet, knock on wood. But as long as you play by the book and read the instructions, everything's fine. Just don't grab it and it's it's fine. That's when it'll kick your ass.
I remember our good friend Tim Myers, one of his comments about actually, they went beyond that because Jared Thomas and a lot of the guys that ran the M4 were having comments about how they were lifing out parts at a different rate than what the book said. And they were putting a lot more time and mileage on the cars than you otherwise might. But in a similar way, you guys are sort of pushing the boundaries on what the Super GT4 is doing and has done. It really doesn't run 8-9 hour races anywhere else. Are you finding that as you get through the development cycle of the car, you are learning more than even the factory had written out? Or are you just running what they're telling you and it's worked?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
They do run these cars in the 24-hour series over the
oh, sure,
24.
yeah.
So, I asked those questions, like, what are you seeing? And they said, they behave themselves pretty well. The tough thing is like when you've got an item that's due at 5,000 kilometers and you've put 3,500 kilometers on a part, and you're about to go do another 3,500 or 3,000 kilometers, you're like, I'm changing parts early, which is frustrating and it's expensive. But so on certain things that get a proper ass kicking, axles, wheel bearings, that kind of stuff, always get on those early. But there's certain things that like I'll let go, like we're a long way off it, but like example, the motor's 30,000 kilometers. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm running at 25% less torque and about 25% less horsepower, 1,000 RPM less. That thing's going to go forever. I'll just throw caution to the wind to the motor. I'm not putting any motor in. This is going to run. Certain other little things that I do in advance, spark plugs, coils, example, like that's in every race thing. Like oil's in every race thing. Like
sure.
you just don't be silly with those things. So from what we learned from M4 stuff and M235 stuff over the years, I know what to keep in front of and what to sort of like let go just a little bit. Not too much, but
sure.
just a bit. And it's pretty good.
Somebody plugged into GTO. Have you, as a class, have you had much interaction with the Matt Connolly guys with the Pontiac GTO?
They were in our shop the other day getting dynoed.
Oh, so yeah.
Yeah, making a lot of noise. And I decided to work outside that day because it was noisy. But it's cool to see something different,
Sure. Yeah, I mean, do you see... Now, Ryan West was at Road America where the TA2, or that was Mid-Ohio maybe, that sort of TA2-based two-frame chassis from Round 3 ran. Mm-hmm. Do you see a place for those types of cars to continue being competitive in GTO, or do you think what you guys are doing is sort of pushing the limit with the Supra?
I think there's definitely two routes, and we've spoken about trying to build, like, what would you actually build? Like, what, like... I'm torn. I like the GT4 formula because bought the car and I don't spend any more money, right? Whereas if I'm building a car, like I can keep spending. Now, what's the right thing to do? It may force my hand. Do I have to wide body my Supra and run 315s to keep up? I probably wouldn't do that, but that's, without the rule set in GTO, well, with a good rule set in GTO allowing for modifications, it allows cool cars like that tube frame GTO to show up. I just hope that it does, something doesn't come along one day that is just going to blow us to smithereens.
Nobody's found it yet, though.
Right, because you go out and spend $300,000 to build some crazy car, or that's, a one-off and you're developing and this and that, or you can just buy the GT4 car that's already like that. Plus, like, with all the GT4 cars that are there at the moment, it's a really cool race. It's a cool thing. But at the same time as VAC goes by, I mean that's a pretty badass car that they've built.
Oh, it's so good.
It is.
It sounds good. It looks good. I've been watching all weekend. Yeah. So good on the brakes into turn one. Yeah, like the latest thing on the brakes.
I've seen that thing here untapped on slicks, and it's just it's ridiculous. It is. Yeah. Hats off to those boys. They do a nice thing. They're local. Right? Yeah, they're from around this neighborhood. This is their go-to track.
I'm super impressed with them. AF has been, thereabouts all weekend as well.
They've been doing really well.
Regional
really happy
to this area.
Yeah, I'm really happy for Justin and Jessica. I mean, I don't know who's in it right now, but they are hauling the mail. So
I'll say.
They're doing a great job.
That car was not an LS, always.
No, that used to be S54.
Yeah.
And then went to LS. We're kind of stuck behind the Aston at the moment. Oh, there goes Harold. Nice job.
I'll ask you one more question about the GT4 thing.
Yes, sir.
Just from a conceptual standpoint. Do you find that having GT4s that match the GTO formula fairly well kind of places a natural spending cap on where this category goes?
A little bit. I mean, you can run a GT4 car with 4 people if you want to. You could go 2 drivers, 1 fueler, 1 fire bottle, and call it a day. Like, you could keep it under control there. They aren't a cheap vehicle to run and maintain, so keep them reliable with the amount of mileage that we're putting on it. Like, we're very brutal on the equipment. I like it because it is a it is a cap. There is the easy button. Not anyone. They're easy to source. A Neuro used GT4 car is easy to source and come here and race it and have a ton of fun. And they're very reliable for the amount of abuse that we're putting on them. So that's why I like it. I'd love it if there was a cap on GT4. So no one brings a GT3 car and turns it down or something like that. How you enforce that as a rule set, I don't know.
Would it be that much quicker than what you guys are getting out of the GT4s?
It's got a bigger track with bigger tire, more aero, stuff like that. So that's where they could be advantageous. But then you think GT4 is expensive to run. Imagine running a freaking
right. Even if you ran an old GT3, you're still losing out on the modern electronics, the ABS.
Correct, and that's where the got 7 TC settings and 12 ABS settings on the Supra. And you make a change, and it's genuinely noticeable from the cockpit. So having those niceties is great. But I still recommend everyone to still go and do their Miata apprenticeship. You can't just go straight to fancy cars.
Although many are trying.
Yeah,
globally.
And it's not really. You need to develop that skill set in cars that suck. We all, myself and my friends, we did our Porsche 944 and E30 apprenticeships, and I think we're all better for it.
Awesome. Well, it's good to have you here, Jason. Thanks for stopping by. Best of luck for a continued very GTR race. Right now through into the lead, 3.5 seconds. Again, ahead of the one.
Who are we going? Thunder Bunny. So situation normal.
Yeah, right.
Same.
And Random Vandals is kind of stalking you there, but keep an eye out for that Hyundai.
Good on you.
Quick, man.
Cheers, guys.
Yep. Thanks for stopping by. Jason Marks out of the GTR 99 crew, local to New Jersey. Happy to have a home race and happy to chat with him for a little while up here at NJMP. Just crested halfway, 3 hours 57 minutes remaining. Saturday, 8-hour enduro. Some questions about that early on, but we are firmly in the 8-hour camp this weekend. Checkered flag at 5 o'clock. Actually, the timer didn't update, even though Race Hero did. I wonder if I can refresh that, actually.
I believe it's correct.
No, it says Saturday 9-hour on the ticker.
Oh, that's what you're trying. Okay, I was like, I'm pretty sure the time's right.
No, I can't get it to refresh. Oh well. That's okay. On board the 82. Thanks, Ryan. Random Vandals Racing.
Not a problem.
The BMW M4 GT4.
As it goes around the 231 AVR BMW right there. Once we went back to green here, that car was in a good battle for second in GP2, with the 160 from Moorhead Speedworks being the quicker car and taking that position, and has expanded a gap to the tune of almost 14 seconds now. Still 2 laps behind Unruly Autosport, leading in GP2 though.
Good fight in GP1 at the moment as well, JT, with the PC racing car just about 3 seconds ahead of the number 293 from Rubin Performance Garage.
Yeah, it's been good. It's gone down to the point where it's been within a half second, and it's been fluctuating a bit, depending on traffic and putting in a good lap, and it's been something to keep an eye on. But it doesn't seem like either car really has an edge against the other.
Trying to decide what I think the 293 sort of reminds me of, like what type of race it's running. It's basically taken the place of the Edge Autosports car, right? That number 26 that is sort of the occasional interloper in that 147 versus 44 fight, and in some cases quicker and more consistent. But we don't know exactly what to expect out of the 293 long term. But all of the information that we're getting so far says, yeah, actually, like this car is as quick as the other two main protagonists in GP1. Excited to have that extra car in there. and kind of be taking the fight to the lead too, and in actually many cases, beating them outright. It just sort of has that same feel. The number 90 Toyota R&D Supra has absolutely, on screen here, rocketed by the number 111 down the front straightaway. And then on exit, the 111 gets the crossover and tries to fire it on the inside at 2.
I think a different build with a different emphasis.
For sure. Yeah, and without all the fine-tuning. You know, I wanted to make this point to Jason, but also wanted to let him go because he had spent more than enough time of his own time up here. I feel like there are many ways to spend money in racing, but when it comes to developing a car for a specific rule set, you can go buy yourself an expensive car and, you know, go get the GT4 Supra and... You know, but you get everything that comes with it, right? You get everything that the factory has built out. You get all the electronics. Everything's been finely tuned, and then you tweak it to the rule set that you need to tweak it to. In this case, the 9-to-1 GTO formula. Whereas having the Toyota R&D Supra, which predated the GT4 version of that car, you're still going to end up spending the same kind of money building it up from a road car, but you spend the money in development, right? So you don't know exactly how long parts are going to last. You don't know exactly how to spec out certain parts. You're not going to have in a lot of cases, you're not going to have the electronics that, you know, the purpose-built GT4 car does. And eventually, over time, maybe your car is designed for a rule set and is on the pace straight away. Over time, though, you're going to be learning a lot more about that car. Whereas with the TCRs, with the GT4s, you are being presented more of a finished product. That may cost you a little bit more up front, but you know, as we're seeing now, as time goes on, these cars are kind of that easy button. You pay for it a little bit up front, but you get the performance in return. You get the consistency in return, which is, I think, the primary benefit. I would love to talk to somebody with recent TCR experience in this class, and I think that's really just limited to Apex V2R, I guess, and the Economy Motorsport guys. They're really the only ones that are still running the front-wheel drive TCR cars.
The ice racing team. I talked to them at Road America.
Oh, I didn't know they had raced this year. I was not part of that Road America broadcast.
Well, I don't know if it was... yeah.
Either way, maybe Mid-Ohio. I don't, whatever it was.
Tooth Auto Sports.
Tooth? Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They run TCR as well, don't they?
Yeah, Audi.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, these cars are still competitive, and yet everybody has gone away towards GT4s at a time when I'm not sure, I don't think you have to.
Tim talked about, that with the Audi at least specifically, that he was at a point where he was going to have to start pushing the motor harder than what Audi wanted to get the power to be correct. Or that it was going to need a different turbocharger or something like that, and that he personally didn't have an appetite to, as you were talking about, you're basically diving into the deep end with a whole new... As soon as you start switching major engine components like that, you're going to throw all your, data out the window as far as longevity and such. And at the time, he had an Audi engineer helping him, was my understanding. And so he really doesn't want to piss off Audi at that point. Now, the situation's a little bit different at this time, but...
Well, but I think you could also make the case that the writing has been on the walls with Audi's customer racing program for, years. Yeah. Right? This has been a very slow, okay, well, actually the LMDH program is going to get canceled, and they want to go Formula One racing. And, we've been talking about that situation with Audi for what feels like... it feels like half a decade. It hasn't really...
Basically since they fired Brad Kessler.
Sure. Right? I'm sure even somebody like our friend Tim Myers knew then that, hey, I am doing more than Audi is comfortable with, and if Audi winds this down, I'm going to have zero support to do what is necessary to keep these cars competitive. I will say, doesn't seem like Hyundai minds a bit, Right, they run was it the Veloster they ran with Brian Herta Autosport?
Yep.
At COTA a couple years ago.
Well, and if you keep in mind, this is Hyundai's only real racing project. Like, I guess they have the i20 rally car thing over in Europe.
It's still a global program as well.
Right.
Into the paddock, by the way, for the 914 VAC modern auto body BMW, which is a giant shame. The car has fallen away a little bit as you look up and down the scoring list on racehero.io, but in any case, that car has been so competitive throughout the day today. Hopefully this is not a major issue. They can come back and do it again tomorrow, but at least for the moment, more time being coughed up by that 914 squad. Anyway, I understand your point, Ryan, and like it does definitely take some amount of manufacturer support to work through a car that is designed to a specific rule set. You know, you buy a TCR car, it is meant to go TCR racing, period.
Right.
GT4 cars are meant to run in a very narrow window of GTR balance of performance adjustments, right? They're not necessarily meant to be taken outside the box entirely, opened up, and repurposed, basically.
Right.
I mean, we saw it with the BMWs last year.
They're opened up downwards is the advantage. You can turn the car down. That's not a problem. It's trying to turn a front-wheel drive 2-liter 4-cylinder up. Where you start to get into, okay, now we've made a decision to start doing crazy stuff.
That's fair. I mean, those engines are underperforming to their potential by a margin anyway. I'm not saying it's, you know, you can do anything you want to them, but despite being a touring car being, you know, primarily a sprint racing formula, still run them in 24-hour races.
Yeah.
They certainly get their mileage around the world.
But they're usually running them in TCR spec. They're doing endurance races.
Exactly.
They're not doing endurance races at TCR spec plus 50 horsepower.
Yeah.
You know.
That is fine. You're not
that was just kind of my thought. Also, Tim broke suspension all the time, so.
It's true.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. You are putting a lot. I mean, you're not doing, 25 minutes worth of energy through the front axle and suspension components. You're doing, 8 to 9 hours. Actually, more than that. You're doing 16 hours in a weekend, that you're putting through those components with, latitude and longitudinal and lateral acceleration. Latitudinal. What are you doing?
Strategery.
Yeah. Jeez. Trickeration. Have we had any trickeration today?
No idea. So what you're saying is it's better to buy an off-the-shelf product and modify it a little bit versus buying an LMP2 car and then pulling the perfectly good engine out of it and then trying to put a Frankenstein motorcycle engine into it.
Oh, I don't care. To be clear, if you are let's say you're a spectator, you're visiting New Jersey Motorsports Park for the day, out for a nice Saturday, hanging out, watching some cars, or you're enjoying your lunchtime down in the pit lane paddock. I don't care. We have a totally open rule set at the top that allow for all kinds of solutions to getting to 9-to-1 power to weight and running roughly adjacent to what GT4 cars are capable of, but for slightly longer periods of time than they otherwise might. However you get there, I don't care. I want crazy. I want, hey, that sounds really dumb. I hope it works. Right? I'm not the engineering genius. I can't make a call as to whether or not something is a good idea or even manageable financially or in terms of engineering. But give me just totally unnecessary. The idea of taking a TA2 chassis, putting an LS motor in it, and trying to build the lightest weight car you can to match the GTO regulations, I'm here for. GTU, I think, was a fun solution, right? When the NPO ones were part of GTO, it was a way to get to the 9-to-1 number in GTO.
Right.
Now, obviously, there are some other issues with having very obviously different concepts, which is how GTU was born. But I still welcome the idea that, hey, if you tell me I need four 200 tread wear tires and a power to weight ratio of 9-to-1, and almost anything else I do in that window is fair game, then I want all ends of opposite ends of that spectrum represented.
Maybe we should go back to Group C rules. and it's like, yep, bring your 4 barrels of fuel, and that's all you get.
And whatever you want to do.
Ready, go.
I mean, that is what Le Mans should have been. Well, we won't get into this debate, but that is what Le Mans should have gone back to. Is a total energy consumption, however much electrical you want versus however much petrol engine energy you want. Whatever. I don't care.
No, see, but
bring whatever fuel, bring whatever.
It makes a lot of sense, because then if you use too much hybrid charge during the race, then you just artificially have them pretend that they're putting more fuel in the car.
Right. I mean, the advantage of a rule set like that is basically it incentivizes electrical development, right? Because you are getting more bang for your buck, so to speak, out of a megajoule's worth of electrical charge versus a megajoule's worth of petrol. Right. I still
think it's just completely stupid formula.
No, what I'm saying, I like the energy concept. You should get a maximum amount of energy for the race. You say 24 hours, you get so many thousands of megajoules for a 24-hour race or for a 6-hour race. However much energy you use up, either from petrol or from your batteries, whatever, doesn't matter. But that's what you get. Managing stint lengths is a little silly. And
I think
recharging in any way that isn't just actual liters of fuel added is very, very dumb. But
no, I feel the exact opposite. You should get X amount of fuel, and you can start with the battery fully charged, and then that's like whatever you regen, that's on you. Good job for driving the car correctly and regenning correctly. But this is how much fuel you get. I don't think you should be penalized for driving the car in a manner where you maximize the electric energy.
I mean, the only reason we're doing it at all is keeping costs down. Right?
I don't believe that this is cheaper. I really don't.
Oh, it definitely is. Then an old LMP1, it absolutely is. I mean, a global program for an old LMP1 car was $200 million a year. You can do this on 20 to 40. I mean, you're 10 to 20% the cost of what it used to be.
Yeah, that was cool, though.
I mean, it was cool, but I would rather have 10 manufacturers doing cool things than 2 manufacturers doing slightly cooler things.
The problem is it's become a BOP complaint fest.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. And this is where I get my kicks now. I come to the World Racing League and I just lean into, hey, these are cool cars in a pretty open rule book doing whatever they want. The development program is open.
Right.
You can build it out however you want, do more, do less. Nobody cares.
You do testing. You can do all the testing you want.
You get dynoed sometimes. You get weighed all the time. As long as those numbers match, whatever, man.
Keep on.
The idea of Jason earlier saying if I had to wide body the Supra and put 315s on it, yeah, whatever. Do it. I don't care. Sounds like fun.
Right. But he said he didn't have the appetite to do that, which I think is...
he doesn't.
Right,
that
but
doesn't
somebody
mean
does.
Somebody does, and they can, which is the most important thing. Like, the most important thing is just because it doesn't necessarily benefit you, doesn't mean you can't or shouldn't.
So what you're asking for is a ground effect GT4 car.
I mean, you're never really going to get it going fast enough to make that matter. But
sure, but
I get
something
the point.
Just obscene tunnel and the whole line.
JT, you mentioned the Rubin 600 car.
What?
Oh, no. Rubin BMW and GP1, sorry.
Yeah, it should be GP1. Ignore.
I wonder, as Zach's point there with the image he showed in our Discord was the little off-course excursion for that 293. I wonder if they're fighting tires on that car a little bit. That car's been so quick and consistent. We have driver changes, and that's part of it, but
yeah, what I was
wonder if they're here. It is. Look for the yellow nose right side of the shot. Ooh, it's very interesting. Yeah,
it looks like me.
It was very odd because initially it looked like maybe he was taking too tight of a line into the transition from 7 to 8, but everybody else after him did exactly the same thing, or her, and the car just went. I mean, it just plowed.
It just looks like it had a small wiggle at, getting towards the apex, and that got him enough offline that he just understeered out. But yeah, if you've been looking at the lap times, they were, when they were battling PC, they were consistently doing 133s, and since then, that has been slowly increasing.
Do we think, in the remaining 3 hours and 40 minutes, that Economy Motorsport can get themselves back into contention?
No.
I think they can. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Slowing number 99? Or are we going... Oh, red flag. Red flag. What on earth has caused our red flag situation here? These things are always very, very sudden.
Is it a lightning-y situation?
No, there's just a note that says impact.
Impact, final corner.
Oh my.
It's an open throttle car.
Yikes.
Yeah, that car's hit the tire wall there, driver's left, and looks like it's done just a lazy climb up the tire wall and onto its side. I don't see a whole lot of roof damage on the car, so with any luck, this will have been just a, like I said, a climb up that wall. Cars have obviously come to a stop all around the circuit. Driver is climbing out of the left side of the car, the top side of the car, as it has become. And it looks like our driver is okay. Now the next question becomes, which open throttle car is that? EV crews on the scene. The wrecker is there. The ambulance is there.
So it looks like the GP1 car is heading towards turn 1. I think.
It's really tough to differentiate between them, especially. Yeah. Obviously, I can't really see the side of the car that is over there at the exit of turn 12.
Well, which one didn't quite complete a lap? I guess we can't really tell.
Zach points out that we are yellow flags on Race Hero, but obviously red flags around the circuit. You know, it's interesting. I actually didn't see that happen, but the 99 GTR BMW had slowed right up, I assume because he saw the accident happen, and either was anticipating that he was going to end up in a yellow flag zone. I thought the car was having a problem, to be frank. But
I thought you were Brendan.
But I think he saw what was happening, and that was just his initial reaction. This is an interesting one. You know, the 123 had its accident on the exit to turn 12 earlier, and it was that long, long ride through the grass that eventually got the car sideways and into the Armco on driver's left. This is much, much earlier. And if we go to the turn 12 camera, full screen, that kind of looks away through the corner, I think there are some tire marks. Yeah, it looks like the right front kind of locks up there and the car just carries off. You can see the tire marks leading directly to the scene of the impact, where the white banners are torn away. I don't think they're...
So just like a collapsed suspension? Or?
Yeah, almost. Yeah. Or a tire failure, perhaps. You know, you're loading up the left front again. If you've been running the whole race on that same tire, maybe you had a tire issue that would have sent you off that way. But it's happened very, very early on. I mean, you look at where that black tire mark starts at the apex curb and then carries off into the grass. You're not really even at the apex at that point, right? And it'd be difficult to take too much speed into that corner because you're really only breathing the throttle. And even if you did, it would be much shallower of a line off the corner. So it does indicate that there's potentially some kind of failure there. And again, the only note in the race control log is just the impact at turn 12. And again, kudos to race control upstairs immediately to the red flag.
Yeah.
After the incident. No messing around. Not very often you see cars on their side in the World Racing League, but when you do see it, it does tend to get your attention. Prompt. It'd be easy to kind of fumble around trying to find the right answer, but the response was decisive and prompt upstairs. Make sure that driver was okay. The other thing too is these rollover accidents always look very dramatic because you're not used to seeing cars at that attitude. But when you compare it to what we saw with the 123 earlier, that car hit tires. And it didn't roll, right? It was carrying enough speed to get to the tires, climb them, and then tip onto its side, but not have the energy to carry on going. And it says to me that the impact itself may not have been quite as hard, right? Not carrying that big speed all the way up to the impact itself. So those are all good things and mitigating factors in these accidents that otherwise look very, very dramatic. But in reality are, more often than not still have a happy ending. Race control log says it's the 65 involved in the accident.
Unfortunately, I believe that's the one that's in contention.
It was the GP3
leadership. Yeah.
The championship, I'm not sure of. We'd have to look into that. But
I definitely think it was
the race leader in GP3. Coming towards the camera shot up on the crossover bridge now, and they'll make the loop around into the pit lane entry.
That is also the car that had the infamous losing a wheel photo that circulated on the internet, where the wheel had just completely disintegrated. This is that same car.
The damage is to the right front.
That would kind of make sense. I mean, I would assume that's what kind of hooked to get it to roll onto its side.
Just listening to the announcement coming from upstairs, RJ Till. Okay, I'm not sure if the camera picked that up. Okay, Zach says it did not. The plan here, to reiterate what RJ just said, once the wall repair is done, safety vehicles are clear, cars will get moving again under full course yellow, and then we're going to go green. Once everybody's moving, there will be no safety car and bunch up to follow this, which I actually like very much. I love that idea.
So is everyone just going to do code 35 for, half a lap or so?
The only way this could get a little bit weird is if somebody doesn't get rolling again, but I think we could be okay here. Keep an eye on the flag stations then. That is your answer. Red will turn to double yellows, and then once we get the double yellow, we go green. And the other thing, too, is now everybody's on the same page. Right? It's gone out over team radio. It's gone out over the PA. Everybody should understand exactly what's about to happen here. Also, super impressive work from the New Jersey Motorsports Park track crews to get this sorted out, right? The 123 incident took a little longer to repair because of the fluid spillage. They had to, place the concrete block behind the damaged post in the Armco. We had a little bit more involved there, but we are 10 minutes from impact. The car is out and gone. The tire bundles have been replaced, and every emergency vehicle is off track in 10 minutes from rollover impact to being ready to resume racing. Super impressed. So they are sending the safety car out. That is interesting. Oh, they've parked it in front of the 99. Maybe we're going to get a lap here. Yeah, I'm actually not so sure. I don't know. I thought the instructions over the PA were pretty clear, but as we just said, this kind of goes opposite to what we would have expected there. Okay, the 65's been dropped at its garage area here just behind the race control tower. It looks like the left front is deranged a bit as well, but the right front had the most damage. And struggled to make sense of that one a little bit.
Because it's the right front is gonna that's what has to catch on the tires for it to rotate on its right onto its side.
Okay, no safety car is the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got the answer there. So, appreciate that being cleared up. Yeah, JT, I kind of get what you're saying, but you could not have the right front ever touch tires, right? And just have the left front impact the wall, climb it, and then tip the car up onto its right side. Anyway, we'll let the team tell the story from here. Driver is okay, and again, a super quick cleanup job to get us back to racing in pretty short order here are certainly the most impressive elements of all this. So glad that this is where we find ourselves, all things considered. When we do go back to green, it'll be the 99 and the number 99 GTR 99 BMW M4 that leads us there. 6 seconds is the margin back to the number 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing. The team car, the number 766, still sits in third, albeit a little bit further back. And now that I look at it, 99 is down at turn number 1. The 16 is exiting turn 12, which means that when it comes across the line, it'll complete lap number 160. And now that Hyundai TCR finds itself just over a lap off of the overall race lead. Now, we'll owe us a pit stop fairly soon. Actually, they were all in around the same time, lap 130. So, not nearly at the disadvantage we thought it was even just a few hours ago. Now, you'd like to have the green flag laps to be able to use whatever pace advantage you have to make that ground up, but in any case, things seem to be falling pretty well for that economy motorsport Hyundai Elantra N. Safety car's made it back around into the pit lane. Double yellows are out at start finish. 766 is moving. Looks like everybody's moving. 766 was on the spot there with getting restarted. Well, so this is where there are some question marks. The Mercedes, now that the 300 is motive again. 511, you can't pass under the full course yellow, right? So you kind of had to wait for the car in front of you to get going. It took the Mercedes a minute. It's cost the 16 and the 766, actually, a little bit of time stuck up behind that car. Pit stops here, as I think you would expect, for the Matt Connolly Motorsports number 104, the Pontiac GTOR. The 82 Random Vandals BMW is in as well. Now remember, because we're technically under full course yellow around the track, what you're getting out of this pit stop is in some way an advantage. Right? Even if cars are doing 60% of race pace out on track, it's still better than having cars out in anger with your car in pit lane. Now that being said, green flags wave at start finish, and we are back to racing conditions at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Everybody's due a pit stop anyway in this case, so I don't really, I really do think that getting into the pits now, if you can save yourself maybe 10 seconds, is probably what it'll amount to. As you come into the pits with cars under full course yellow, then you take advantage of that. Take those 10 seconds. For everybody else, now that we're back to green, I don't really get that advantage back in your favor. So 99 back across start finish to complete lap 162. Thunder Bunny 2.1 seconds behind. So if anything, this has benefited the 111 just a touch in the cycle of getting back to green flag racing. And I think, well, I know if you're out on track now, your attitudes towards pit stops is just to push it as long as you can. Just because we have the full course yellow doesn't mean it's time now. Certainly don't stand to gain anything as a result. Into the pits, the 44 from PC Racing. Into and out of the pits, as a matter of fact.
Did they do any service at all?
I'm sure they did. They lost roughly a minute or so relative to the cars. Yeah, anybody else that was doing laps as a result of this incident. Everybody's right in the 1620, 1630 range for that lap. And they were right at 1730. So cost them about a minute as opposed to costing them, minute 20, minute 30 is what you would get under pure green conditions. So like I said, even if it's only worth 10 to 20 seconds for you, take those 10 to 20 seconds where you can get them. Immediately, the lead gap goes out to 6 seconds as the 111 is stuck in a little bit of traffic around the second half of the lap. The leader flashes through there at turn 6. I was wondering how successful these condos, garages, whatever you'd like to call them are. They're building more. Those two units to the left are not complete.
To say they look quite new because they don't look like they're really occupied or
no, they're not even done,
stylized or anything.
I mean, the rest of them, at least to some degree, are. There's a lot of parking spaces out front, more than I think you would use per unit or per garage. So even though the parking lots appear to be emptier, I don't think that means the interest isn't there. And indeed, those 2 units being built, additional units on the outside of turn 7. Nice to see. Also helps give a little bit of backdrop to the circuit. I mean, we're in a pretty, flat, wetland-dominated part of the country down here in southern Jersey. And having a backdrop and some features kind of helps to differentiate those long, long corners around the eastern part of Thunderbolt Raceway. And if they help make a racetrack a commercial success, I'm all for it. No complaints here.
Yep.
Ooh, good pass by the 16 to go up the inside of 2 lap cars down there at turn number 3. Another quick lap from the 99, or a slower lap, I guess, from the 111. Pushes the margin out to 9.2 seconds. And the other thing to note about what's happening with these lead 5 or so cars in GTO, we talk about the 16 a lot because it has been more consistently the quickest out of anybody in contention in GTO. Even if it's not gaining on the 99, even if they go blow for blow on laps, picking up time relative to the 111, the 766, and the 82 ahead of it still provides it, opportunities to pick up positions, right? And for where that car was 2+ laps off of the race lead, still good showing for them in response to their situation. So again, this time picking up, even though they lost time to the leader, lost time to random vandals, they picked up 2 seconds on the 766 and almost 4 seconds, or 3.5 seconds on the number 111. Shouts to Bruce Innovations also down there in 6th place, number 333.
Yeah, they've been having a pretty good race, and it was good watching them earlier. Basically trade identical times with automatic.
Personal best out of the number 90 from Toyota R&D Racing on lap 160. Now, I don't believe they pitted coming back to green flag conditions. I do wonder if being stationary for 15 minutes, just let those tires cool down and allowed them to push that little bit harder, take a little bit more grip, and put the quick time in there, even though we've been at this now for nearly 5 hours. Bruce Innovations, I think, is about to put a pass on the number 766 here down into turn number 1. Indeed, they do. You know what? We had been watching that Toyota R&D car, I think, as I was looking out the window towards turn number 1. They are in a battle for position with the number 32 from AF Racing. So maybe just worth keeping an eye on there. I think they may have already come through. No, they haven't. They are nose to tail down the front straightaway. Yellow BMW with a V8 against that non-GT4 Toyota Supra. Pretty well matched for pace at this moment, however. Ooh, 4 off for the number 111 down at turn 3 a couple of minutes ago. Be lucky to get away with that. We are very, very slowly drying out here. But even this morning when I was out repairing the cameras I had set up initially, still very, very damp out in the grass. And on top of that, the grass is pretty tall off track. I mean, not crazy tall, but noticeable. And you would worry about all those grass clippings and dirt and mud caking themselves onto the air intake on the front of your car. So far, everybody that's gone 4 off, and we have had more than a few of them, have gotten away with it. But you don't want to be taking your chances with that too often. Even if it's not sending the car sideways like we saw for the 123 Mercedes. It can have other effects, up to and including overheating, if you cake that air intake up. Pit stop for the number 561 from Cardorks. Just before start finish, under my nose here in the timing tower. Feel free to come say hi. If you're fresh out of the car, just hanging out for a little while. Love to have your company for a couple of minutes. Talk racing or not.
We got AC?
Yes, we do. Temperature's been adjusted on that unit. I don't know how I feel about that.
You don't just set it for the coldest possible temperature when you get there on day one?
I do that in hotel rooms. I didn't do that here.
I gotcha.
I mean, that is the way, right?
This is the way.
Yeah. So, how about the Beavs? Huh?
No, it's almost like they knew that conference was worth something.
Right?
And they overplayed their hand and now are being punished for it.
No, they won.
No, I know that, but just like, gee, it looks like the Pac-12 is actually really good.
Yeah, well, they are now.
Let's ruin it.
Pit stop for the 32 from AF Racing, so that allows the number 90 Supra to get through. Yeah, I mean, ironically, the two teams that are, have kind of been left standing are, top 4 or 5 in the conference.
Yeah, state legislatures are not happy about that.
Yeah, imagine that.
As well.
Imagine that.
They're pretty displeased. I think Oregon especially are going to be forced to send some cash the other direction.
I mean, yeah, probably. Does anybody really care in Oregon?
Yes.
I mean, the universities care for sure. I get that.
The people in and around the universities absolutely care.
Okay.
Yes, like 100%.
Corvallis. It's all that happens in Corvallis, I guess, right?
Well, it's all that happens in Eugene and Springfield, too. So, like, there's not a whole lot going on.
Pullman's the same way. Yep. Another pit stop here for Choice Racing. So this is kind of the beginning of our cycle of GTO pit stops that we knew were coming right around the side-by-side Beamers for turn 6, right around the end of the red flag full course transition, or full course yellow transition back into green flag racing. And what would have been a great opportunity for a stop now kind of leaves everybody out having to make them under green, and this is exactly the cycle we expect. Now, this is pretty comfortable in GTO to get through on 2 more stops, right? You'll be in roughly with 2:05-ish to go. You'll be in again with about an hour to go, and that should get you to that should get you to the checkered flag if we don't see any more interruptions. Especially if you're in the 111, you're in the 99, any of these cars that are going longer on fuel, 45 plus laps, no brainer, right? If you're in that Hyundai Elantra, which hasn't necessarily had the same mileage as those other two, the GT4 cars, you might be pushing it a little bit, right? You might be just on the brink of maybe needing to save a little bit of fuel, right? Or not being able to make it through, at 100% through to the checkered flag. Now, of course, a full course yellow can throw that all out the window and it might not matter. But in the event that this is it and we're going to be clean to the end of the race, then let's keep an eye on this.
Yep. Speaking of,
you're in that number 16.
Do you have the irresponsible math link?
I do. I can actually generate irresponsible math.
Well, can you send it to me so I can play
I'll
with
just
it?
send you the whole monitor. You should have it.
Well,
oh,
yeah.
no, you don't, because I didn't post the monitor.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm... Yeah, there we go.
I have the monitor. Generate some math.
We're on the same page here.
You ever just
doing it live?
Generate some math. Make some numbers, man.
Wow. Irresponsible math. There's a whole tab. I love it. This is the best thing to ever happen in the history of ever.
I tell you, just generating some numbers. It's Northwestern.
This takes Spreadsheet Simulator to the next level.
It really does.
Which is how I describe all of my video games that I play. Especially now that I don't have my wheel set up. What do you play? Spreadsheet Simulator. It's fine.
Yeah. What's your favorite game? Excel.
Go on.
I think the laps or the pit stops remaining estimate might be a little borked at the moment.
Yeah, I can't get it to load at all.
It'll load. It just
okay.
It takes a server.
There we go.
A while.
All right.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, because some of these cars are displaying negative numbers until the next pit stop because they're already going further than they have, like based on Joseph's estimations or what the data shows. Joseph's estimations. I think that number is going to be a little bit goofy until we get this next round of stops done.
Oh, I'm just
at which point we should have a good understanding of where we are. Right, but I think because of the pit stop estimates being weird at the moment,
right?
I think that outcome estimate is going to be a little goofy as well. Now, that being said, dear viewer, you can't see the spreadsheets and the charts that we're looking at, but it is throwing up some interesting results, particularly a good chance of a win for the number 16 Economy Motorsport Hyundai. And I'm not saying it's impossible because it certainly had the pace and the consistency to do it, but it is coming from a lap deficit. And it's also showing an extra pit stop for the GTR 99, which we know almost certainly will not be the case.
And they have no respect for the 111. No respect at all.
None. So I think, like I said, I think we just kind of have to wait for this stuff to shake out naturally, and then once we get through this round of pit stops and under the 3 hours to go mark, we'll have a better appreciation for what the end of this race is actually going to look like. Because as far as I can tell, it's, big lockup down into turn number 1 from the 82 Random Vandals BMW. That's very interesting in a car that has ABS. Let's talk about that for a minute. Oh, that car's not well.
And actually, we could get a little onboard of that.
Maybe that wasn't a lockup.
No, that's why I said it was interesting that it was happening in a car that has ABS.
Tire going down, maybe.
It does kind of look that way, but it also looks like it was coming out of the right front.
Very smoky.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Let me rewind this bad boy here for a minute.
Yeah, here's the thing. I keep seeing smoke out of the right front today, but they turn out to be left front blowouts.
Well, I mean, and that makes more sense, right? You would expect a left front blowout because that's the tire that's taking all the punishing.
So we'll have to
Zach,
see
if we could pull this up, we should be able to catch it.
All right, this is on board the number 82. That was really nice transition-wise, guys. Well done. All right, so this is coming out of turn 10. Full throttle, everything seems correct, right? I don't have any audio there. That's okay.
I have that.
Speedometer is not correct, but we're doing all the right things here going into 1. Oh. That was weird.
Yeah.
This is like a very odd pop. And you could see it in the camera. The car just completely changed attitude as it got on the brakes. And now, again, I can't hear, but does it sound like there's a tire down there? Oh, really pushing hard on that right front. The good news is they're pitted basically right in front of me.
Go away.
So I should be able to see that car come through. And this isn't inconsequential either. That car was 4th in the overall running order.
Actually, I think I know what the sound trouble is here.
Ryan learns how to produce in real time.
No, I have it goofy because it was popping weird. It's my fault.
All right, let's get a good look at this goldenrod and black BMW here.
Oh boy. Ah, wasn't that?
It's not the right front.
Not my fault. We're good to go.
No, that would most likely be the left front.
Well, my point is it isn't the right front. There is a little bit of like almost arced bodywork on the right front. Almost like a shock.
I would buy shock or control arm.
Okay, so if we back up a little bit, right, we expect left front tire blowouts because that is the tire that is taking the sustained load, and that makes sense to everybody, right? But the right front, around turns 1, 2, and 3. I mean, if you're riding that curb at turn 1, you're putting a big vertical load through the tire and the shock at the apex there, right? Not everybody is using it, but if you are, right, those sudden jolts through the car can do some damage, right? We think we saw it out of the RRT BMW, the number 721, right? A leaking or damaged right front shock.
I can hear it, but I don't know how to make it.
Oh, that's okay. We'll get there someday.
Replicate the noise.
Is that what it sounded like? That's not good.
Well, the E is the feedback noise.
Oh, okay.
From the electrical system. And
Sure.
it's just like barely ticking over on idle.
Oh, it was idling all the way around?
Yeah, basically.
Interesting. Paging Modatka would like to know. Driver gets out of the car and just sort of shrugs his shoulders at the crew member. I don't know, man.
Nope. There we go.
Ah, I see Mo. Just hopped off the war wagon up there at RVR.
I'm sorry, the what?
The war wagon.
Okay.
Mo, I see you on your phone. Text me, please.
Well, unfortunately, folks, that is the last onboard available.
Oh, no.
We're going to be winding this down.
Is Moorhead down?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Chad, please pit your car to fix your onboard.
Or Thunder Bunny.
Yeah, but Thunder Bunny hasn't looked good all day, right?
Well, it
hasn't worked.
Yeah, it doesn't really exist.
Which is a first for Thunder Bunny, because usually if there's a problem, they're on it.
Rock solid.
Right, yeah. So that's why I'm like, I don't really know what to do there.
This is more of that Verizon nonsense.
Camera falling down? Hey, driver, fix that. Driver's on it.
Maybe we should send the Thunder Bunny crew out to repair our cameras instead.
Yes. Scotty has said in the past that he would be willing to do it. So we
Scotty here this weekend?
I would assume so. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe not.
But I haven't seen
I don't know. I don't know, man. You got to be in the club to hang out.
Pit stop for the 16. So this is the first of our...
This Mercedes. Here we go. Nice.
This is the first of our lead contenders, other than the 82, erstwhile lead contender. The first of our lead contenders to... to pit here. Exactly 3 hours remaining. I think that car is going to be okay on 2 more stops. I think.
I believe that.
Just had what appears to be an emergency golf cart go through the cold pits. but it didn't do anything.
So, Paul Sparta says the right front control arm had snapped.
There it goes.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Ryan. Good call, Ryan.
Oh, man. Almost like I worked in a shop. Know what I'm talking about.
Did you work in a shop?
Yeah.
Oh, so you do know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I know, right?
Chad says he'll have the trunk monkey fixed in the camera.
Just have the keyboard guy do it.
I think he said it's his dad. His dad.
70-year-old dad, yes.
Mr. Moorhead.
Well, would this be a good time for an ad?
I suppose it would. Yeah, I think we've got 2 more to do throughout the day, and with 3 hours remaining, that'd be a great way to split the remainder of the day up. So I'll let Zach cue that up in the meantime. And we can step aside briefly from New Jersey Motorsports Park, just in the beginning stages of a fairly significant round of pit stops up in GTO. Plenty more happening down the field as well, and we'll be back to talk about it in a couple of moments' time from Thunderbolt Raceway on DriversEye Live.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road. These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park, where Brendan is eating cookies. My name is Ryan. We got JT up in the Pacific Northwest and Zach on the 1s and 2s.
Ryan, you really think I am so unprofessional as to not be done chewing by the time we break?
I heard in the background. I heard in the background a crinkle of the cookie container, and so I just wanted to take care of it.
I don't know what you heard, but it wasn't that. It was probably the water bottle. Yeah.
Oh, okay. There probably was that then. Okay.
I appreciate your I don't know what the word is. Your willingness to initiative, I guess is the word. I appreciate your initiative. You know, making sure that we weren't going to be left hanging. But come on, man.
I'm just here to help out. I'm just a team player, man.
Trust me.
That's all there is to it.
It's true. It's true. This is a team sport.
I mean, look, man, I got pretty used to being on the starting squad, and then halfway through the season, Brendan parachutes in and is like, no, I'll take care of it.
Right, I haven't been to a WRL race in almost 3 months.
And so here I am.
This might be the longest I've ever
I was like,
gone.
I was playing shooting guard, but now the shooting guard's back, so I'm back to playing point guard, just like passing.
Since we started doing full season WRL stuff in 2021, I think this might be the longest I've ever gone without being at a WRL race.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I believe
that's crazy.
Crazy talk. It's wild.
I mean, even racing in general. Like, I've done. This is only my second trip to a track since VIR.
You're just a media exec at this point.
I don't like that. Like, half the reason I like doing this is because I like being at the racetrack, right? Like, it's kind of the point.
Right.
Also, if I'm a media exec, we need to talk about salary.
You gotta talk to the owner about that.
Yeah.
Ask him about my salary too while we're
I
at
can
it.
do that. We'll have a chat.
You guys get paid?
I told you, JT.
Oh, goodness. You know, only one of us is going to be making the big bucks next year, so.
That's not true. How are we going to get through a several race WRL schedule next year?
It's going to be a radio show.
Like, no, it will not be a radio show.
Yes.
We own too many iPhones for that.
Gotta get some college kids for internships.
They can't do it this time. I mean, they're all busy at football games.
That's true. Nice. Let's
Speaking
go, JT.
of, anything interesting happening? No.
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 Not at all.
No,
This was not a good slate this week.
It's football. There's nothing going on.
I mean, Kansas, Texas.
I don't care about
Up
either of
until
those teams.
Texas starts to be good, and then I'm less interested.
I'm just looking forward to the USC game tonight.
It's happening right now.
Oh, it's right now?
Yes.
Is USC winning?
Yes.
Thank God.
No.
And then because Stanford, I don't know if you know this, lost to Sac State in overtime, and then lost by 1 point last week. So they're not even that bad.
I mean, losing to an FCS team is never a good thing, especially when your coach left the program.
I know, so they already know his playbook. They already know his playbook.
That's not Well, probably.
Stanford hasn't played Sac State. They don't know the playbook. Or, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know about that.
The
but
advantage only cuts one direction.
He knew their coach, presumably, right?
It was overtime. It was one
I don't
possession.
know, man.
One possession overtime, and then 1 point on the next game.
I don't think you can excuse FCS losses.
And
you
dude,
can't explain that one away.
They're always in position to play well in Eugene every year.
I think it just means you're bad.
No.
They were in position to play well in Eugene because Joe Moorhead had the flu or something.
It's every year that they almost beat Oregon. Every single year. And half the time they do it.
That just means you have a problem. If you're the other, anyway.
No, it just means Oregon's overrated.
The race leaders in the pits.
That's the 99 GTR.
It is the 99. Driver change? I didn't see who got in. I think it might be Jason. But we are fairly confident it's Harold getting out.
Yes.
Yes, Jason's not involved in the pit stop. So pretty sure Jason Mark's now behind the wheel of the BMW M4. They do a left front tire change. Oh, speaking of, I did ask Jason off air about the second pit stop, making sure that all the tires were actually tight.
Yes.
Yeah, so the driver did feel something like the tire might be loose. They believe it was just the sticker on the tire. He went out and he felt the sticker on the tire and that weird loss of grip and thought it was a loose wheel.
So that is very interesting.
Yes.
Because amongst car care professionals, there's a huge debate among, like, you're an idiot, just leave the sticker on, it's fine. And the sticker throws off the balance, and if you don't take the sticker off, you're an idiot. And people are, like, very, very convinced both directions.
Sure. Well, you don't want to be wrong, do you?
Right. So, that's interesting. If they could feel that on a race tire, then, like, there you go.
At slow speed.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that was the whole exchange happened under full course yellow.
Right.
So the 99 in and out, car's been sent. The 111 is now in. They did 2 tires and didn't lose a lap. It's very impressive. So that is all happening about 10 minutes after the Hyundai Elantra of Economy Motorsport was in. Bruce Innovations also in the number 333, which now finds itself in the top 5 as a result of the misfortunes of the Random Vandals number 82. So once this cycle is done, which I think is just going to rely on a pit stop from the 766, we should be able to run those projections again, Ryan, and get a better understanding of...
Projectamundo!
Yeah, so let's give this just a minute till we see that 766 in. And then as soon as it trips start-finish, no tire change on the 111.
Wow.
So, do we think this is because they're going to change later, or are they confident enough in the left front tire wear of that car? Ooh, I think the 111's jumped the 99 here, which does make sense. Yeah, there is your purple and white Supra. Bruce Innovations right in behind, and then a couple of car lengths back, the 99 BMW M4. So change of lead on the pit stop cycle. Lap 180, well, working 184 now. And I should say the change for the effective lead because the 766 technically is in the on-track lead at the moment, but is now in the lane and coming to the attention of the crew.
Here we go. I've keyed it up. We're cutting it up.
No sail now. At 99, you would expect is going to have a little bit more grip in these, well, slow and fast right-hand corners, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. There should be a pretty meaningful grit differential there. Can pick them up headed down into turn 1 maybe, Zach. There they are. Bruce Innovations hanging right in there, and AF Racing as well, back in P9. This is a battle for the lead. 99 shows the nose on the way into turn 3. He's about 3/4 of the way alongside. Not enough to get the move done, but he's got a good run off of turn number 3 up the hill at turn 4. And we'll see him on the exit of 5. And BMW, 2 BMWs in front. Now, I hadn't expected that. Yeah, this has worked out really well for that number 99. It was a good, efficient pit stop. You get 2 tires on the car. The left front in particular, you're going to be good for the next 2 hours, 45 minutes to get through to the checkered flag on the life of that tire. And now you are setting sail on that on your closest competitor, that 111. Also worth noting that in this whole exchange, the Economy Motorsport number 16 is now only a minute and well, it's a bit off, so give me just a second till that updates. Is going to be something like a minute behind the race leader. It's not going to be a big number. And it is bringing that Hyundai Elantra N right into contention for the overall win. And I've been trying to figure out where this where this time is coming from. I think it's because it is actually having shorter stops. 111's pit stop lap was a 250.0. 16's pit stop lap was a 244 flat. So aren't exactly comparable, actually, now that I think about it, because I believe the 16 is pitted before start finish. So it's a little bit goofy, but even so, total time loss should be about the same.
They have less fuel to put in as well.
Exactly. Is kind of where I was going to go at the end of all that, but I got tripped up by my own logic.
I hate it.
It happens so frequently. But that is usually, I mean, 6 seconds is probably a couple of gallons worth of fill, so...
Let's see. So, pretty firmly still the number 16
Yeah, well,
The
and
111 having a greater chance than the 99.
And now I would, like, I was kind of getting there anyway, but I needed to see the cycle of pit stop shake out, and now I am even more confident that that 16 economy motorsport car is in with a real shot to come back from what was 2+ laps down to the overall race lead. Oh, there's an airplane back behind turn number 3. I don't think any of our cameras are going to show that part of the airport, but it is there.
The 65 does still have a chance at 3rd place. It's a small
which
one.
car?
The 65.
Isn't that car upside down?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Looks like a real barn burner for 2nd place here in GP2.
There is a barn being burned at the moment.
Real barn burner.
I hadn't mentioned this, but as I scanned the pit lane, pretty much immediately the 123 NFC Motorsports crew began taking down their easy up and kind of moving some things out. I don't know if they've entirely moved away, but they didn't leave a lot behind. So,
pretty good indicator that that car is finished for the weekend.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked.
Which I'm a little surprised because they do have 2 cars. So I thought that there was a chance that they might just send the 2nd car out tomorrow.
I mean, I suppose you could run the 124, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, keep in mind, these things can be pretty rugged. I mean, we had an incident at NOLA, I think it was, with, I can't remember if it was Choice or ACP, but one of the BMW M4s coming out of the final corner got into the wall. And we counted it out as done for the weekend, but it came out the next day.
That is true. And it could be that they were just grabbing all their stuff and, you know, heading back to the garage to start work on, you know, assessing the situation. But the body language wasn't immensely positive. So
fun fact, that was the 52 at the very first round this year that hit that impact in the final corner and came back and won the race the following day.
Anything is possible, I suppose. JT, I just saw your YouTube comment. That's rude. Just join us.
Nah, too boring.
Oh no. Is it just me? Or is there a little bit of mist hanging in the air?
Oh man, I hope so. I love weather talk. Let's do it. Can we get some taxpayer-funded weather information?
I don't know if it's even enough to show up on a radar, but it certainly isn't as clear and.
Well, right there, you can see it. It's that little bit.
But it's kind of not.
The bit that's dissipating?
Like, even the rain doesn't want to go to Atlantic City.
Wow. Even the weather doesn't want to be on the East Coast.
Ha, now. Just not this East Coast.
East Coast bad, West Coast good.
I mean...
Look, man, people have been leaving the East Coast since like 1820.
Except for like,
they're like, we hate it here. Let's go out there.
What
where
about
there's
all
the people?
What about all the college football programs that decide they want to spend more time in the Midwest and on the East Coast now?
I don't think they decided they wanted to spend more time in the Midwest.
I think it is.
I think they decided they wanted more money.
More money. Well, I mean, how are you going to get more money except to spend less time on the West Coast?
Because people on the East Coast are pansies and won't stay up to watch football.
Oh, no, it's because we can't. Remember?
No, you can.
Because all those games are on the Pac-12 network.
And some of them are on Fox.
Rarely.
There's like one or two.
I mean,
one or two per week.
Beavs were on Fox Sports 1 last night, and I watched that for a while.
There you go. See? I've been past that office, too, in San Francisco. It is enormous.
I bet it is. The one in Chicago.
I remember when I first saw it, I was like, oh my gosh. That is so big.
Yeah, and think about how much it costs.
Exactly.
WRL should move their headquarters to San Francisco.
I think they should, too.
It's a great idea. Good business decision.
Dude, rents are down, dude. You can get commercial rent in San Francisco for nothing right now.
It might even be cheaper than it is in Chattanooga.
It's very possible.
Entirely possible.
Very possible.
But also very not.
And then they can fly United everywhere. It's great.
None of that sounds accurate.
Bad to worse.
Oh, goodness. I still don't know what I'm going to do.
Folks at the World Racing League are getting a track pretty close to home there in Tennessee.
Yes, they are. Really, for that whole region, that whole sort of mid-Atlantic kind of quasi-southern...
Why is it nobody knows where Chattanooga actually is?
No, I'm not saying Chattanooga specifically. I'm saying, like, for that whole region, that's a track for everybody, because it's, like, in the middle of all of those metros.
So, to be fair, like, NCM was kind of that, right? You've got Lower Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, the mountains, the Smokies, right? That part of Kentucky, maybe Tennessee, North Carolina, and I mean
Blue Ridge Mountains,
sure, and southern Indiana, and yet like nobody goes.
That's because it's NCM. Nobody wants to go hang out with the boomers with their diaper-polished nonsense. I edited that heavily.
Moving on from that, I just like, I'm a little curious as the sun starts to peek through. I'm a little curious as to...
Here we go. Bam.
No, just what Flat Rock becomes and just how much interest and demand it generates outside of its own population bubble there.
I heard they're going to get a Grand Prix in 2026.
Sure. Send the entire F1 circus to the middle of Tennessee. See how that goes.
It's going to be great, dude.
I mean,
I heard bleacher tickets were going to be starting at $5,000.
I get the idea that, like, okay, Austin is in, a growing city, and we're capitalizing on something cultural there, and the population boom, and all that. Like, I get all that. And that maybe you're trying to duplicate some of that, but, I mean, this track is not close. Not close to Knoxville or Nashville.
I know, but it's... unlike, and even you should understand this, Brendan. Like where I live in California, I'm not particularly close to any of the tracks. It's like 2 hours to get to either one.
But nobody goes.
Right.
Like, other than if you have to for a club race, like nobody goes out of their way to go to like, oh, you know where I gotta go? I gotta go to Sonoma. I gotta go to Thunderbolt. Nobody does that.
But every track is like that. That's just par for course for tracks. At least this track is 2 hours from like 7 different major cities.
Yes, but there are other tracks that are 2 hours from lots of major cities, and nobody goes anyway.
Right,
it's
but
kind of my point.
They're not 2 hours from multiple major cities. They're 2 hours from one major city.
I guess. I mean, I just look at, like, Ozarks was supposed to be this grand, great facility, good racetrack. Everybody's going to want to go. SRO is putting on a track. And
it is a good facility, and people in slower cars do want to go.
All right. But is that enough to make it viable as a venue?
I think so. I think they're going to do just fine, because they're...
I hope so.
The reality is the facilities at Brainerd suck. Road America's expensive. And what else do you have going that direction? Not a lot.
Yeah, but people go to Road America. I mean, people are still going to Mid-Ohio. The facilities there aren't phenomenal.
I mean, there's more facilities at Mid-Ohio than there is at Brainerd.
Sure.
Brainerd looks like Hallett with chalets.
Hi.
Like
Hallett's nice.
I think this Flat Rock is going to be really cool. I am personally excited for it. I know that, most importantly, Brendan, series ownership is excited about Flat Rock.
Oh, sure. Let me be clear. I'm very excited about Flat Rock. I think it looks like a great track. No. Being excited about a track and being concerned for its long-term commercial viability are not the same things.
The commercial viability does not matter when you're doing a country club thing.
It's true. And I mean, even...
Like, who's going to drive out to Thermal? No one, but, like, people own condos there, and it exists.
That's
like,
fair. But then also promoting that venue as, like, an actual spectator-friendly and an inviting facility that people should want to go to because of, what it offers.
And I think that's exactly the way that these tracks should be going.
But I don't think they are.
That they've done it.
I don't think they are.
I think if Road America could get away with doing more, VIR could get away with more houses there, I think they would. And I think if Road America could make it work, they would do it too. I genuinely think that every single track right now is considering, can we rent condos to people? Because Thunder Hill, I'm pretty sure a substantial portion of their income every year is from people leasing garage space.
Yeah.
Where they have like little, barn dough type things in them. And that's the reason Brainerd still exists, is because they have the condos with the garages in them. It's part of the business now, because you can't be at the whim of, racing's not doing so hot. For whatever reason, the series we used to get doesn't want to come here anymore, so we can't do. And now we have no money. If you have a permanent income stream of people who pay the membership, that's great. So imagine if you combine the permanent income stream with having an actual good spectator facility available, so you can double down. And like on the big weekends, like let's say they get, SRO or even like a Pilot Challenge weekend. Then like they're golden. Like that's just extra money on top for them. I think that's the way all racetracks should be operating right now. And if they're not, they're leaving money on the table, because golf courses are an equal waste of space in that only rich people go to them. And somehow, even when the weather is bad, they're not hurting for money because they have membership dues being paid to them every single day.
And that's absolutely fair. I don't disagree with you. I am just waiting for the first place to really do it well.
Rain on this camera.
Well, I'll be.
Yep. Sun comes out, rain comes out. Fascinating. You can kind of see it on the front straightaway here, but it looked just more like a mist. And to be honest with you, it's not really like even landing on the canopies here on the pit lane, but it is flying around in the air as just sort of a light mist or drizzle. Very odd weather. Very, very odd.
As Zach was showing us there during this last discussion, Economy Motorsports Elantra is now within sight of the 766 Supra from Thunder Bunny. The gap has expanded a little bit more since, so they're still at about 4.5 seconds. But they're definitely in reach.
Both of these cars across the start-finish line in the not terribly distant future.
Yeah, but times are going to start to come down, and it's going to swing even more, or go up rather, and it's going to swing even more in the direction of the 16, I think, if the rain does anything remotely interesting to the track surface.
Oh, actually not. So what's happened here? So Has the 16 picked up a penalty or something?
No, I'm not sure this driver that's in the car has the same pace.
No, I was more concerned about how it... Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah,
so no,
yeah,
it's a lap down. I was concerned it had gone 2 down, but you're right. It's a lap down plus what looks on track to be about 20 seconds, 20 to 25 seconds. All right, so we're talking about 2-ish minutes in real time.
So they need to pick up 2 minutes
through
in 2.5 hours, like
roughly, maybe 1:40. I guess if we do the math a little more fairly, 1:45. It does seem like a bit of a stretch. I will absolutely give you that.
That's 100. We have 90 minutes left, and they need to make up 100 seconds. So, like, you got to start on that now. And the last lap, the 99 did a 127, and the 16 did a 132. So we're already not working the right direction.
No, agreed. But like I said earlier, right? We are in terms of the math, we're concerning ourselves for the overall win. But it is still picking up time on the 766 pretty consistently. And has been picking up time on the 111 as well. So, I mean, we may not be on for a win-win, but
it's going to win in all of our hearts.
Yeah, sure. And coming back to a second-place finish after being where they were is not a bad thing either. Little rain showers here, just lightening up on the front straightaway a little bit. You can see when you look at the lap time history of the number 16 Hyundai TCR that our lap times just haven't quite been there this thing. A little bit slower with change of driver, push them out into the 131s as opposed to the 29s, 28s. Remember, too, that, you know, being a front-wheel drive car, that left front is going to take a little bit more torture, even than we've seen out of the other GT4 cars. So bear that in mind as well. But I mean, talking about these things like they're a done deal. Still 2.5 hours remaining. We have a lot more talking to do.
No, it's just like the NBA sort of discourse that goes on, where it's like we shouldn't even run the race. It's over. It doesn't even matter. We shouldn't even play the regular NBA season. Regular season NBA, total waste of time. Let's just skip it, and we'll just do the finals. Like every season, it's that way, and so we want to avoid that in racing as much as we could have skipped the entire F1 season. Frankly.
Sure. I mean, to be fair to the NBA critics, I don't even watch the finals of the NBA. So you want to talk about waste of time?
Man, see, that's the thing, is you're missing out.
Hey, 16 is into the pits.
Ooh, all right. Well, that's popped that balloon. Because they're still going to have to stop probably 2 more times.
I mean, that car was in with 3 hours 10 to go?
Yeah.
Is that right?
I think so.
They've only made it 45 minutes? That can't be right.
I don't know, man. Maybe it's a tire change. Maybe the track is just greasy enough, and they need to go to a different tire setup here.
I mean, you've got to fight through that. You can't be shortening up your pit stop and putting yourself in a bad position.
You're already in a bad position because you're losing 5 seconds a lap to the people in front of you.
Maybe. But, I mean, we're not. They are doing a driver change, but I can't imagine that was the impetus for the stop here.
I don't know, man.
Because I
just work here.
I mean, it was in your grasp to do 2 more stops, right? To the end?
I don't think it ever
maybe
was.
It's still
I really don't think it is. I think they were always going to need the extra stop.
I don't know, what's their longest run?
Their longest run, I think, is that one where I was like, what are they doing? Why are they stopping again?
41 to 83.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier.
42 laps. Even this time, they were in at
45 easy, if not more.
They did 21 laps. This is half a stint.
All right.
This isn't right.
I wonder if this is the driver time situation.
could be, and no, because their lap times went out after the last stop. They went from doing 29s to doing 31s. So, I mean, it is possible that they are just now in their window to do it on one more from here. Like, I think it's a stretch.
There's no way they can do one more from here. No chance. I'll bet any amount of money. That's not possible.
Yeah. I don't know, man. This one hurts.
Give me some odds
if you're
on
in
that.
the 16 crew.
We're in New Jersey. Give me a line.
You can't bet on amateur sports in New Jersey.
You can't?
I don't know. I don't think you can. No, you can't bet on Rutgers games in New Jersey.
Rutgers.
Yeah.
Speaking of the original stupid conference realignment. Oh, we should get Rutgers. Why? Because it's kind of close to New York.
New York.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
Back when TV markets mattered.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So
how many Rutgers grads did you just upset? Remember, we're on the PA here. I don't care. Upset them all. Let them go. Whatever.
That big rivalry, Rutgers, Maryland.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than watching Rutgers DePaul, right? If they had stayed in the Big East.
Goodness gracious. I'm just looking forward to watching Wisconsin UCLA. Like, what a waste of time that's going to be.
You want to talk about not worth staying up for?
It was always great too and like they would do day games to try to alleviate some of it, but like it didn't matter when Cal Poly would come to Bozeman to play football. It was like, this sucks for everybody involved. Like, this is terrible. It's like 10 degrees and windy, and you've got all these California kids like just freezing. It's
all the USC prima donnas making their trip to Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City. Yeah, let's do it. What day is it? November 30th. Why?
Yeah.
Dunno.
At least, I don't know, have you seen Idaho State's stadium?
Is that the dome?
It's in the
like
Quonset
the half
hut.
dome thing?
It's in the Quonset hut. Yeah. I didn't know that I was going to that because Bozeman was going to go play at ISU, and I had a friend that went to Rexburg, and so I was like, I'll pick you up and we'll go watch, because like Bozeman has a really good college football, culture and tradition around it, and I figured that would travel. Nope. Especially to ISU, because it's close, and it didn't. But you will imagine my astonishment when I pull up and it's like, oh my god, it's indoors. What? And you go inside and no one's there.
Yeah. Who else plays in a? Somebody else plays in a dome like that. I can't remember who it is.
Dome is really positive spin on that. But anyway, of the places that should play in an arena like that, Iowa State needs one of those.
Iowa State.
Wind.
Raindrops picking up there a little bit.
That's head rain in the words.
I was going to say, this is for sure mental rain, head rain, whatever you want to call it. Like,
yep.
It's definitely not raining hard enough to do much damage to the track surface. Although, I will say...
The T3R camera did look pretty dark.
We are getting a little bit of color adjustment down the front straightaway here. Again, I don't think it's affecting grip very much, but because we weren't very warm to begin with. But we're not like, I don't know. I don't think we're really getting to the point where it would start affecting anything, unless you let it. It's also pretty localized because around this part of the track.
What do you think Scott's up to right now? What do you think he's doing?
He said work. Group project. Trying to escape Northern Virginia? I don't know.
If anyone from Unruly Autosport is listening, we'd love to know what problem you guys have been dealing with in the pits there. They unfortunately lost the lead in GP2.
Oh. So they have.
Yeah, the 12-minute stop. Oh, we have a
there's
backwards.
this car spun. It's the other
60.
E46 open throttle car.
The 62.
Yeah.
What was the car that was on its side?
The 65.
It's back out.
Excellent.
Unbelievable. So I looked over my shoulder earlier and I saw this white smoke kind of drifting across towards the pit lane, and I was like, huh, well, that would be coming from where open throttle was paddocked, right? Like over here over my shoulder. And sure enough, the car was running. White smoke was coming out of the exhaust, like they had just, dumped a whole bunch of new coolant or whatever in it. And yeah, so there it was. And it was like, oh, that's cool. They got it running. Maybe we're just going to make sure it's still, they don't need to replace the motor or anything, and load it up and whatever. And then 20 minutes later, that's that car. It's the 65. That's wild. Cool. They're putting fuel in it and they're going to send it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's technically, I guess, going on its out lap.
I don't know. I don't know if it had already done a lap.
No, because I think they're behind. Their box is behind the timing.
No, it's past.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking right at it. Hour and 21. So they've just come across for the first time, but the the garage out lane is down by turn 12. So yes, you're right. They haven't been out on track yet, but they did just put it into the pit lane so they could get some fuel in it. That is wild, man. Like I said, I didn't think it was a particularly massive impact. It clearly did a bunch of damage to the left front, and take an hour and 20 minutes to fix it. But it only took an hour and 20 minutes to fix it, right? And less than that, really, because at least 10 minutes of that was getting the car recovered and back to the pit lane.
There it comes. Yeah, buddy.
So good. This is what we love about WRL.
You love to see that as a renter, too. The car flips over and the team is very interested in getting it going.
Yeah. So good.
So good.
Looks pretty. Oh, well, yeah.
So is that Harrison? Or?
No, it's 721. Good news for open throttle, bad news for RRT racing.
Okay, because Harrison's back out too.
No, that's the sort of chrome look on that car says to me that it's 721 from RRT racing.
Yes, but what just crossed the start-finish line is Harrison as well.
That 721 did not come through this camera. So it is stuck somewhere between turns 3 and 5. And the race control log, car stopped at turn 6. Or station 6. May have to go get this car. Depending on where it's come to grief. Now remember, that car, that 721, did have when I saw them, they believed it was a shock issue. They were leaking damper fluid out of the shock.
That's surprising.
It's I don't know how dampers work, but I guess.
In a racing setting, obviously, that's a seal that's broken, and
sure,
that is sub-ideal. On a road car, however,
I
would not be tremendously concerned.
They seem to have confirmed it
anyway.
wasn't brakes, and that was their next option for where that type of fluid was coming from, that corner of the car.
Well, if it wasn't
never really confirmed.
If it wasn't shock fluid and it wasn't brake fluid, you start to run into
other issues,
fluids.
Right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, and remember, that car was just smoking to the point that it came to a stop. So,
Choice Racing passed Economy
is.
for 5th.
Interesting. This economy car has gotten even slower.
Well, it also had just recently pit. So it's getting faster since its pit stop.
Who, the Choice Racing car?
Economy.
Or Economy?
Yeah, since their Look, if you look at their laps since their pit stop, every single lap has been progressively quicker.
Okay. Yeah. No. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes.
It's just not on pace yet.
Are we full course yellow? Yes, we are. Okay. Sorry, the safety car was sent before it changed on timing. So, who are we picking up here?
So there should be the 721. Oh, you mean the pace car picking up?
Yeah, the pace car should be out there to pick up the 99, but I don't see the 99. So there's the change on race 0, and indeed our timing pylon. And the safety car still waving cars by.
Is GTR possibly pitting?
They're not. I mean, they will be because their crew is ready, but they're not in front of me. So.
Okay, they just left turn 10, so they're approaching turn 11 right now.
Okay, well, safety car will pick up the next car behind them then. And don't know who that's going to be.
Yep, into the pits for GTR.
Suppose the 111. Unless the lead changed hands on that lap, I think the 111 is going to come through. Oh, I am all kinds of confused.
Yeah, I'm having trouble parsing what's going on here.
Yeah, so, what did happen?
So I think the safety car was trying to get out in front of the 99, but did not, and was hanging back, waiting for the 99, and perhaps didn't realize it already had
No, that's not really why I'm confused. Why is the 99 shown as... where's the timing beacon? Or the timing beam? It must be further back. Okay, well, they've just put fuel in the 99 and sent it. So it's completed lap 207. 99's not a lap ahead of the 111, right?
It was like a minute and, 10 seconds?
How did it get that far out? Has the 99 been that far, or the 111 been that far off pace? It has. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the safety car has let basically the entire field by at this point. But it has to wait for that 111. So, it really hasn't benefited Thunder Bunny at all. If they're going to be the car that gets picked up by the safety car, and they should be.
Oh, did Choice just beat the 16 right there out of pit lane?
Did who?
So Choice Racing had pit. Economy stayed out. And I believe Choice just rejoined the track. Basically, I don't know, 4 car lengths ahead of the economy car to stay on the same lap.
All right, well, the 111's pitted. So they're not going to get picked up by the safety car. Next behind them, might have been one of the open throttle cars. I didn't notice.
Oh, wow. Yeah, sure enough.
Furious typing.
They've already got the 721 on the hook. And does the safety car now have the Mercedes, the 300? It looks like they might. So I think we've got the field under control now. Nope. So 2 hours, 10 minutes remaining here. Pit stops for the 111's been in, the 99's been in. 766 has come and now has gone. I think everybody that pits now is likely good to the end on one more stop. I think you can do 2 hours, 10 on 2 tanks. So we should be good there. This hurts economy badly because they pitted under green just before all this. All right, safety cars picked up the Turkey, the 944 banger.
Ooh. It looks like the third place car is going to be getting a 1-lap penalty for pit lane infraction.
Yeah, they had picked up a
visor and speeding earlier.
Yeah, speeding. Yeah. I made a note of that when it happened. It's like, that's your warning. Used it up early on, and here we are. This is a third place car. It's definitely gonna. Well, I think it'll benefit the 333 here. It might even give the 16 a free spot. Because I think we were talking about these cars as being, within striking distance of each other not that long ago. That may have been before economy stopped. Let's wait to see. Take a look down at GP1 as well. Moorhead and PC Racing both stopped under this full course yellow. Rubin Performance Garage has also stopped. So we're all even on strategy across the GP1 leaders. Moorhead and PC, I believe, are on the same lap. I don't need to confirm that regarding the 293. So there's a 293 in the queue.
Yeah,
there's Moorhead.
39-second gap in GP1.
From PC to Moorhead. Right, okay, yep. So, and the 293 is like 2 cars ahead of Moorhead in the queue. So there's PC, 2 cars back is the 293, 3 cars back is the 147. But I think the 293 is a lap down. Yes. I mean, if they were all on the same lap, that'd be phenomenal. Here for that in every way. But I don't think... Pretty sure now that's not the case. We've recovered the 721 by now. Still under safety car lights, still on. And still cars at the back here trying to catch the queue. Kind of trapped behind that Mercedes. Stop for Bruce Innovations. They'll stay on the same lap. Okay, yeah. So as we kind of work through some of this, not confusion, but wondering about the yellow flag here. 99's gone through. I think you're right. I think we tried to get the safety car out in front of the 99, just couldn't get it out in time. We're good with this, Zach. Yeah, it's just curious there as to how all this developed, because it did take a long time to get the field under control. But this is all water under the bridge anyway, as the safety car heads into the pit lane. 682 is the first car to head back to green. The race leader, about 6 cars further back, 99 GTR M4. Green flag waves, and we begin the 212th lap of racing at Thunderbolt Raceway. Where for the first time, perhaps all race, the margin at the front of the field is over a lap. Lots of traffic for the 99 to work through. Same with that number 16 that's kind of caught back in that same gaggle. Triple 3 from Bruce Innovations comes across the line. That's important because we are going to need to parse out this 766 anticipated penalty. And what it means for the economy motorsport number 16.
Oh, Moorhead getting held up by traffic a bit there. PC able to pull a much larger gap than what they had across the line. They were at about 4 seconds, but now 9.5 right there.
Yeah, they're right in, PC is right in that gaggle with some of our GTO. Ooh, car off there in the background. Good catch.
AOA MX-5?
Yes. Can you tell because of the red duct tape on the right front corner?
Yeah.
That's what I was saying earlier. Tremendous damage to the front of that car. It hasn't slowed it up any. Just shocked at how deranged that car looked. Basically at the green flag.
So it's interesting to see the Elantra a little slow on the restart here, having to cede a position to the 44 PC Racing, and over this past lap has not been able to get back around there.
Yeah,
to be fair, the PC Racing did a 32 flat, so...
So what I wonder about that 16 is, I mean, we've seen that car in basically the same pace bracket all day, right? It has been there or thereabouts for the entire race. And unless they were rotating quick drivers at the beginning and slow drivers at the end, which is possible but feels a little bit less likely, I wonder if they're fighting tire degradation on that car.
Yeah.
Where they fired it up the inside of the 44 this time, but crossover, and the 44 goes back through. You kind of let him have it there on the exit of 2. I wonder if they've just chewed through the front tires, particularly the left front, and now they're having to nurse it. Side by side headed up the hill there out of turn number 3. The automatic 908 headed through shot there. It now finds itself 8 laps down to the GTR BMW. had a long stop with the hood up under the yellow. Just before the yellow. It was 5:33 lap, which is a good 3+ minutes, roughly 3 minutes longer than you would have expected for a normal stop. Oh, and it's back in. Shouldn't have said anything, man. Dang it,
Our
Brendan.
bad.
Be good to see 2 automatic cars back in the fight in the future, as that 909 is repaired.
Yeah.
This does not appear to be routine for the 908. Immediately, lazily, crew member goes to the front of the car.
He was just working on it. He doesn't want to have to go work on it again.
Puts the hood up. Well, yeah, it means whatever they thought was the fix was not the fix, and now they're out of ideas. 104 heads back out. It's Matt Connolly Motorsports Pontiac GTOR. The pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania, doing himself proud by entering a car from a defunct manufacturer. Love that. Reminder, as we head towards the closing stages of our Saturday Enduro today, we did get to do this again tomorrow. Same start time, 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific for 66% of our commentary team.
Thank you.
And slightly earlier finish. It's a 7-hour race. We'll end at 4 p.m. Eastern. Allow us time to do a post-race technical inspection, awards, and get everything torn down in the paddock so we can clear the track by the agreed upon time. Actually, I think this is the first time in memory that, other than Daytona, we haven't had 16 hours of racing in a weekend. I was racking my brain trying to think of when that might have happened, and I think it's always either been 8 and 8. Well, okay, but you know what I mean, scheduled. Like, This is the first time, other than the 14 hours of Daytona, where we've only had 15 hours on the schedule instead of 16. Not that anybody should be complaining, but
yeah,
this is a unique quirk of coming here for the first time, and it's kind of a little bit of a unique race tomorrow, although the 7-hour is becoming a standard for the Sunday.
Sprint.
Relatively speaking, it kind of is. Usually you see it at events where you've got to have a quiet hour. And to be honest with you, it happened again at VIR where we were going to run a 7-hour. And we lost a ton of time to the thunderstorm. It really breaks those races up, and it does kind of function as 2 separate sprint races when that happens. Not the case tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're meant to be sunny and pleasant. And it will set the scene, today and tomorrow's results, for the Eastern Region Championship, which will be awarded at Sebring International Raceway on November 11th and 12th. He says, double checking a calendar. Yes. November 11th and 12th. Slightly later date for Sebring this year, but really doesn't matter. Central Florida, that time of year. Expected to be pretty mild. Don't get the Halloween celebration we had last year, though. It was pretty fun.
I would have liked to have gone to that. I was pretty stoked, and then disappointed subsequently when I couldn't go. That would have been pretty tight.
They did a great job. The local area did a great job. The track did a great job. Series did a fantastic job. And more importantly, the teams who participated in that trunk or treat event over on the skid pad. Really, really unique stuff. And while the November date is a great date to be able to work in some more fall race dates, and certainly allows everybody to work together a little bit more effectively. It is a shame because I think that that Halloween event and the additional stuff that came along with it had the potential to really kind of set our Sebring race apart for the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Nevertheless, it's still a championship event, right, for the Eastern region. It's going to be a great weekend. I love being at Sebring. I don't love being in Sebring, but I like being at the track, you know. 2 really great races, and then, you know, like I said, we get to award some championships at the end of it. What I'm more excited about, though, Midwest Championship, baby.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Much championship, very wow.
Very wow. We will we'll be live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit October 19th and 21st and 22nd. So 3 weeks from now. Yep. If anybody would like to join the DriversEye Live on-site staff member for a viewing of Rice at Tulsa, by the way, you just let me know.
Are you going to get a box?
Maybe. I don't know if we get enough interest.
WRL box.
I don't know.
I think that could be fun.
For a Thursday night college football game at the University of Tulsa?
Yeah.
Why not? Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Heck yeah. This is a reminder that I'm trying to pump the idea that we go to High Plains the weekend before Pikes Peak next year. So I know that we're still talking about the schedule for next season. High Plains the weekend before Pikes Peak, I think we'll get a ton of entrants.
You know, I will say that not having a schedule like today has let us down a little bit for content generation. Right? Those moments where we're looking for a little bit more to talk about, having a schedule recently released would get us there. But,
well, you know.
Yeah, I love the idea, but I don't see it happening.
It should absolutely happen.
You should go to Pikes Peak the weekend before Pikes Peak.
We go to PPIR, yeah. See, the problem is, I think
WRL Roll Championship.
I think PPIR is going to be booked the week before for testing. I think the weekend after is probably the move. Or you could do it at High Plains, but the weekend before. You just gotta, you know, play that the right way. I think that's Brendan speaking with a guest, hopefully.
No, Brendan coughing, actually.
Oh, gotcha.
Sorry. What was I watching yesterday? I was watching some amateur race. What was it? Something running at Laguna this weekend?
Rensport.
Yeah.
Is there like a
Porsche Cup?
Well, it's a lot more than Porsche Cup, but yeah.
No, I'm trying to remember. Maybe it was that. Anyway, the commentators were Ryan Marine, who, you know, fine. Did at one point pitch DriversEye Live for a job, but and Lonnie Unser, which is more.
Yeah, Lonnie Unser has been doing the Porsche Cup, has been doing the Yokohama Porsche
Sprint Cup,
whatever challenge.
Sprint challenge, yeah. Ooh, spinner in the back. That was a 16, and it almost collected the number 32 AF Racing BMW. Now, that's something we haven't seen out of the 16. And you know what, Ryan? About 15 minutes ago, you made the point, maybe it was JT, I don't remember, that it was in lockstep with the number 44. It's still in lockstep with the 44. It is doing fundamentally the same lap times as the PC Racing BMW. Zach, let's cut over to turn 2 and 3, because we have got a little scrap on our hands between the 99 and the 111. Not for position, but these are first and second on the road. And that 111 Thunder Bunny Supra trying to unlap itself. It's been going quite quickly over the last couple of laps, more quickly than the GTR 99, whereas the GTR car has been in the 127s. 111's been putting in 26s. I just wonder if we've got Jason Marks versus Laura Hayes right now. These cars were on the same lap. I tell you what, be really, really good stuff. Still really good stuff. Switch back here at 9 and 10. 111 just keeps a little tighter to the inside than that 99 does. It's a decent launch. Oh yeah, he's got to run. She's got to run here. Through turn 12, 99 does not get balked by that Mercedes like I thought he might. Stays defensive anyway on the way into turn 1. Very interesting move there. I think they're just kind of having fun with this. 111 tries to get the switch back. 99 parks it on the apex. Good defensive stuff here from that GTR M4. Dab the brakes into turn 3, set the nose, and then come back to the throttle. Or Jason Mark saying at the apex there, those cars are 104, 105 miles an hour. Wild. Yeah, confirmed by the 99. It is Laura versus Jason. Great stuff. A couple off and ons here recently for choice racing, by the way. The number 511 went off at turn 9 and came back on just now at turn 1 as well.
Yeah, it's hustling to stay on the same lap as the economy car, which was directly behind it.
Yeah.
Right there. So you saw in those moments there, both of those cars having some minor difficulties.
Well, and let's keep an eye on that economy car as well, because 11, 12 seconds, let's call it, further back is the number 333 from Bruce Innovations. And that will be a pass for position if it does come to pass. Not really where I wanted to go with that sentence, but hey-ho. So let's keep eyes on that. Also, did we get our 1-lap penalty for the 766 already? Has that been applied?
I thought it was.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that what the gap that we're seeing here is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I thought it might be worth a position, but apparently they weren't actually that close to the 16 and the 333 behind it. I'm happy to say we've had, two reasonably substantial incidents today, right? We had the 123 get into the wall pretty hard here on the front straightaway. And then obviously we had the 65 end up off track and then on its side down at turn 12, although that car was very much repaired and sent back out. But other than those two, it's been a pretty clean day. Right? We haven't had really any car-to-car contact to speak of. I don't know that any of it has actually resulted in a penalty. Actually, it has. The 333 picked up a penalty at 11:18 this morning. And the 914 also picked up a penalty early on today as well, 10:22. So we've had two instances today where cars have gotten into each other and picked up penalties. Everything else actually remarkably clean. And for being a new track, tough to pass, long corners, changing radius. I mean, you don't have crazy traffic density, but some of the ingredients were there this morning, and everybody just kind of ran this race the way you're meant to run these endurance races.
Oh man, PC's starting to get held up by the Elantra now.
Yeah. I had concerns that this would happen. Now, I still got the class lead, right, in GP1, but the 147 is putting the laps in to close that gap down, now down to 8.6 seconds.
Yeah, so just a few laps ago, both of our GP1 cars were running under a 130. And unfortunately at this point, PC has closed back up that gap to the Elantra and has been stuck doing 32 and 31.
Yeah.
Whereas the Moorhead car does not have that brick in front of it. I mean, you know, and so that gap has shrunk from 10 seconds to 8 seconds and will continue to shrink.
A little bit more evenly matched that lap. The margin still did come down. And looks to be at the moment these two are just starting to separate themselves from the 293 a touch. Both in terms of pace and the actual on-track gap, which is now at over a lap. Race leaders still at it. I can't tell. I don't think that 111 is really being held up here by the 99.
No, more of a rabbit.
Yeah, you know, that's a good way to put it. I like that, JT. It's just kind of out there as the proverbial carrot.
Yep.
Right. And be interesting to see if Laura does get the opportunity to make the move. If she's able to draw away any or not. You would actually think here that getting onto the lead lap would be of utmost importance right now, because if a full course yellow were to come out, nobody's going to pit, right? You would just be sent around to catch the back of the queue. So if you can make the move, you should make the move, but I just don't think she's been presented with the opportunity, either in traffic or in clear air. Man, that 99 rides that curb rough on the exit of turn 1.
So, Brendan, I got a question for you.
Oh, no.
No? Or not? Never
No,
mind.
you can go ahead.
Okay. Who do you think has the best shot at the Monster Jam World title next season? Are you more of a Max D guy or more of a Gravedigger guy?
I don't care.
I think Tom Mintz.
What's Max D is maximum destruction, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that Tom Mintz?
That's Tom Mintz, or it
Yeah.
was. I'm sure it's somebody else now. But.
Sure. This kid probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. What was the one that used to put the dog ears on the truck? Is that the Mutt?
The Mutt?
Mutt?
It has to have a second name, though.
Oh.
The something Mutt, or whatever.
That's the feeder series for the Super
Monster Mutt, thank you.
touring trucks.
Dude, yes, I'm telling you, yes. There needs to be Monster GP. They could run it here. They're about to tear the track up.
WML, World Monster League.
Oh, it's just one lap. One lap is all you would need. They got the rear steer. They got 1,000 horsepower, dude. Make the rule, don't hit the Armco, otherwise make whatever line you want, and just go for it. You just do
but then you start tearing up the runoff, and
so what? They're gonna redo it. It's fine.
No,
it's
they're not
grass.
redoing the runoff.
It's
They're
just
not bringing
grass.
sod in. They're bringing asphalt in.
So what? Grass is dumb anyway.
No, people
Yes.
care very much about their runoff.
It's still runoff.
Did you just say grass is dumb?
Grass is dumb.
What do you mean it's dumb?
Grass is a waste
You're
of
just
time
jealous
and
because
money.
you live in California.
What do you need grass for? You don't need grass. Grass is stupid.
Would you rather have pavement?
Yes.
No.
No, I'd rather have sand if we're talking about racing. But like in like life, yes, I'd rather have pavement.
No, man. If we had sand all the way around NJMP, we'd have been yellow for hours today.
No, you have concrete runoff as AOA struggles to make the corner.
Yeah, there you go.
And then you put sand after the runoff.
Yes. What you really need is like 200 meters of concrete with like varying line patterns on it, and have more runoff than actual track surface. And then you put it in the middle of France, and you talk about no, it doesn't matter that it's ugly. It's just a test track. We're not actually going to run races here. And then like 4 or 5 years later, be like, actually, we are going to do racing here. And then watch as the racing is the most boring racing of all time.
If you're talking about Paul Ricard, I love Paul Ricard.
I hate Paul Ricard.
Do you
It
really,
is,
JT?
It is
so
It is
terrible.
great for non-Formula One racing.
Ugh.
Yeah, GT cars, but they're meant to be there.
Yeah, it's a blast.
Oh, it's so ugly.
No, it's ugly.
That
agreed.
feels the most like the parking lot Grand Prix in Las Vegas in the 70s and 80s or whatever. Like
Better than NOLA, 1000%.
Everything. Never mind. Gotta be careful.
I do, of course, like going to NOLA.
Do
great
you?
people, great food. Everybody's very friendly. Probably among the friendliest track staff I have ever interacted with.
Imagine having to drive to the track, though, right? Like, imagine that you don't just stay at the track forever, and that you have to find your way to the track.
To be fair, the staff is
imagine
held
that-
hostage.
Imagine
As
if I
the
was
crow
allowed
flies,
to. Imagine if I was
3.5
allowed to book
miles
the
away.
travel and we didn't have to stay 45 minutes from the track everywhere we went.
No, that's not. This is. You can't stay any closer than like 25 minutes from NOLA. You're
I
3
don't
miles
believe that.
away, but you
I
have
don't
to drive
believe
20.
that, dude.
It's true.
I don't believe
The whole city only has 2 bridges. Like, what are we doing?
There's houses by the track.
There's not.
Yes,
There's
there is.
nothing by the track. It's
Bet me.
Avondale.
Bet me right now.
I will. We stayed as close as you can get, and it was 11 minutes.
No, we did not.
We did.
There's no chance.
Also, you should see what some of these towns have to offer the closer you get to these racetracks. I booked an Airbnb in Willows this year for an event we covered.
Wait, why were you booking an Airbnb in Willows? That's not a good idea.
Well, because there were
Okay,
several of
secondly,
us.
number two, why didn't I just do the Willows race and I would have just left from my house every day?
Because you were at Road America.
Oh, okay, that's
And you
okay.
were living in Minnesota.
That's okay, alright. Well, next year.
Oh no, Matt Connolly going a bit slow here.
So that car has just been out of the pit lane as well. I think they've been working on some issue in the paddock there. Thought they had it solved and maybe actually don't.
I think it's delivery. It's bad luck.
Listen, I'm a big fan of Matt Connolly Motorsports, the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania, but I am not
A TRG fan?
well, obviously. I think it goes without saying. But I think the last livery they ran on the GTO in 2009 was like not the most exciting. If you go back and look at the 09 Rolex livery, it was like, okay, this is, race team. But no real sponsors to speak of. The whole thing was obviously funded. Not into the paddock this time for the 104, just straight into the pit box.
There is literally an apartment in West Wego for $80 a night.
That's where we stayed, jerk. You stayed in West Wego.
No, it's like right next to Avondale.
Clown.
It's right next to Avondale, right there.
That's where we stayed.
I'm looking at the
It
picture.
was
and where the
11
track
minutes
is.
away. But as it turns out, we couldn't get breakfast or coffee without having to drive across the bridge again because there's nothing in Avondale or West Wego.
Why is it saying?
Have you guys tried, what is it, Mario? Or Woodmere?
Where's that?
To the east of the track?
Of NOLA?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's like less than 10 minutes. There's an IHOP. There's
Is it actually 10 minutes away? Or is it 3 miles away and you assume that it takes 10 minutes to go 3 miles? Because let me tell you, JT. Listen, I'm going to tell you a true story, right?
So terrible.
When we were there in January, I was in a hotel. I didn't even get an Airbnb. I just got a hotel room, right? In, I forget what the town is, but it's between the airport and the track, right? It's like 3.5 miles away from the track, 4 miles. It takes 22 minutes to get from this track to this hotel because you have to backtrack 3 times to get across the bridge, right?
Yeah.
You've got to go west to get on the highway to go east to the bridge to go back west to the track, or vice versa, whatever it is. Ridiculous, right? There's a ridiculous way to move people around a city. But after the race on Sunday, I went into town to go check out New Orleans, which I'm also super not big on, but whatever. If I'm there, I might as well go check it out. I took an Uber. On the way back from where I was to my hotel, the Uber driver had to tell me, I promise I'm not kidnapping you. This is just the way you get to your hotel. And she literally drove me through an abandoned rail yard. and there were like multiple cars in line all going the same way, but you were driving across railroad tracks that hadn't been maintained, busted out, but like there was nothing there. And it looked like the kind of place you would go if you wanted to kidnap your Uber passenger. It was astounding. Astounding. I gotta be careful here because you never know.
So Brendan,
have
not only was that in the town that I that we stayed in, additionally, it was actually the Airbnb that we stayed in.
That's unbelievable.
Well, there's bars in Westwego.
Unreal. It is unreal. This is such a good scrap between Jason Marks and Laura Hayes. No, I just don't have anything left to say to you. Unreal. I often think about like what would happen if this type of broadcast were to end up on a Fox or an NBC or something.
I still think that we could be on CBS Sports.
Nobody at NBC generates the type and amount of content that we have to generate.
No, nobody.
Side by side again, out of 5.
And somehow, I've decided the only difference between me and Ryan Marine is that Ryan Marine lives in Indianapolis. That's the only difference.
Laura's going to set it up the inside at 7.
Oh, doesn't.
But 99 hangs tough on the outside. Oh, drops 2.
Oh, wow.
Good stuff, racing. Laura Hayes.
The two of them have been racing cleanly side by side all season.
To be clear, that was still clean. It just pushed Jason Martin. I think Jason was trying to get every last ounce of grip he could out of that left front tire, and it just started to protest while he was trying to hang around the outside, and that was the end of it. So now the question is, can that Supra start to put in some laps here and make up ground? You'd need a caution right now, right? If you're down in the Thunder Bunny camp, that's what you're waiting for. All right, it's a quick full course yellow. Bring you back around. It was really good stuff. Meanwhile, we can shift our attention to the battle for 4th overall, now that we're done bashing an entire corner of the country. You'll understand one day, JT. 16, Economy Motorsport, under threat from the number 333 from Bruce Innovations. That 9-second margin is now a 5-car length gap, 6-car length gap. They're both still working traffic sort of separately at the moment. It's not like they're following each other through, but they're not far from being in that place.
So quite the tall order for the 111 to get back all the time they need to catch up. And as Brendan was just saying, they are going to be waiting for a yellow here, hoping that one comes that'll make up all their track position. We'll see what's going on there. GP1, we've got the PC Racing and Moorhead Speedworks. Only 7 seconds separate the two. PC Racing has a little bit of a pace advantage right now. not tremendously so. A little bit more consistent times from PC Racing versus Moorhead Speedworks, I think, just given their ultimate paces and proximity to the ultimate pace.
Yeah, so that had initially been 10 seconds. It got down to as little as 5 seconds.
Right.
Before PC has started to claw a little bit back as Moorhead has hit a bit more traffic with some of the general production cars.
And then in third place is the 293 Rubin Performance Garage M3, the older body style there, E36. And then in GP2, we've got Moorhead Speedworks as well in the 160. They are holding it down over AVR and Unruly Autosport. I think the issues that have befallen Harrison Motorsports have not especially helped them this race, but again, we've got a whole new race coming tomorrow as well. And then as we look through GP3 here, the number 85 of AOA Racing, they have a substantial lead over the number 62, followed by the 300. And then some ways down from there is the number 65, which had that near rollover incident. They are back out and circulating right now. Hopefully just getting some laps in, making sure the car is good to go for tomorrow. Got about 88 minutes remaining here from New Jersey Motorsports Park today on a Saturday. JT, I must say, being able to have the rest of my day still available is so underrated. That we're going to finish this up. It's going to be 2 o'clock, and I can go, get some things accomplished around the house. It's going to be fantastic.
Yep. So West Coast for you.
Sounds like some interesting happenings, some interesting goings on south of here in Alabama right now. Do you watch the NASCAR, JT?
Which one?
I mean, any of them.
Yeah, I'll watch a little bit of Xfinity or a Cup.
Gotcha. All right. I've talked myself into watching it this season, mostly because I only have Peacock, and that's what I watch on TV now. So, been trying to keep up on it a little bit.
Yeah, I got a little bit involved last year because of Trackhouse Racing, listening to them. Listening to Justin talk it on a podcast.
The pride of Chico, California, Justin Parks. Bruh.
I think Moorhead is finally clearing the traffic they've had to deal with. But that's now a 11-second gap.
Crushing it. We're going to go live on board the Moorhead Speedworks 147. Just get some on board here. A little on board action. Did you turn down the volume or did I? Well, I mean, I didn't touch the volume at all, but like I could hear it and then I couldn't. Interesting. I don't know then.
Yeah, this is just what Moorhead needs at this point. Nice, clear, open track. Time to get back into the flat 30s, low 20 or mid 29s. Still carrying a fairly good amount of speed into turn 1.
Alright, let's see here.
Yeah, Bruce Innovations was a full second quicker than Economy Motorsports' past lap.
Alrighty.
Ooh, looks like coming out of turn 2. Yeah, Economy still has that lead over Bruce, with Bruce having to check up a bit due to traffic.
What was that?
Colorado's within a touchdown of USC.
They're doing a what?
They're within a touchdown of USC.
That's unfortunate.
It's about to be 48-41.
Ugh.
This is so good.
Ugh, I don't want to hear about them. I don't want to hear him open his mouth again, honestly.
Oh, no. This is not a pro-Colorado, Dion, etc. move. This is an anti-Lincoln Riley move specifically.
Okay, you know what?
So pumped.
It's not Lincoln Riley's fault that he wanted to go somewhere where he can actually win.
But then what does he do? He gives up 41 points to Colorado.
Look, man, I understand. I get it.
This is great. I
was upset. I was upset when Jim Harbaugh left. But you know what? I wish Jim Harbaugh the best because he's a really good coach. I do.
No, this is trash. This is so you take a defensive. Well, I mean, defensive coordinator isn't any good either. But you take 15 to 20 roster spots with you when you transfer like that, or when you take a new job. That's. That's where I got some problems.
Listen, man, I get it, but at the same time, that's the way they've set up the rules now, and anybody can benefit from that.
He cooks a bad brisket. Anyway.
Is that some kind of like southern slang thing that I've...
No. Have you seen the pictures of his the brisket? I guess he smoked it, but I don't know how you get it to be that color.
Do you think that maybe he like found some like Jewish Nona's recipe, and then was like, "Well, how am I supposed to put this on the smoker? I don't get it," and like messed it up that way?
Possible. That is entirely possible.
Trying to make it for the Sabbath or whatever. Sure. I am not up on the Jewish faith. My apologies.
You just upset a lot of people.
I'm sure. Let's talk about Notre Dame.
As we talk about economy and Bruce Innovations, by the way,
yes.
Since JT had mentioned them, we're kind of at the point where lap times don't matter. Like, they are nose to tail on track. Saying somebody was faster or slower at this point, whatever. You're in traffic. I think Bruce deserves to be out of that car just on pace. They've been quicker. They certainly closed up the margin over the last hour or so. And here they are. The move has been done. Across start finish, change for P4 overall. Through goes the number 333. Past the Hyundai Elantra N TCR of Economy Motorsport.
A little bit too economical, I think.
So now my question is there enough time for Bruce to chase down the Thunder Bunny 766?
Well, Brendan, fortunately, I have a way to check that.
You going to use the projections?
It is. It's going to take approximately 3 minutes to run them, so...
So come back to me in 2 laps when I have the answer.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm just going to give it a yes/no. It's not going to be, anything else.
I have a 40% chance of them catching it.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I guess we'll find out here when I run mine. And we'll see what happens. If they agree.
You guys are going to just shut the server down.
See if...
Oh, I'm not running projection.
Oh, okay, got it. I was going to say Joseph's computer is going to melt while he's, out.
No. Now it's just the server.
Okay.
Which I don't know is better. I don't think it is.
I'm just going on the fact that the 766 still needs to do another pit stop.
I'm going to use data and science. Somebody else's data and science, not my own, obviously. I'm terrible at those things. No. No,
Okay.
they cannot.
Okay.
Well, hold on. I wonder when this runs the projections, because right now it thinks the 16 is going to come back. It's still pretty sure that Bruce is going to come in 5th. So, maybe not working perfectly at this point. Because, it's trying to use average lap times from at the beginning of the race. Which is fine.
Yeah.
So I can see that, but, it seems pretty over at this point.
Don't trust this with economy, yeah.
Yeah. So that being said, it thinks that Bruce has a better chance at 4th than the 766. But the 766 has a way better, 80% chance at 3rd.
Yeah.
And Bruce only has a 5 or something percent. Yeah,
I think
5.
that's the way that's going to go.
I think so too.
Is 766 will probably hang on to 3rd.
I think so too.
But,
And the 561, the Car Dorks car, we'd like to make a call right here from Election Now, from DriversEye Now 23. We're calling the 561 in 8th place.
Okay.
We're making that call.
In GTO.
In GTO.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, neat.
Yep, alright. That was fun.
Yep.
I enjoyed that.
PC Racing and Moorhead still going at it here, 13 seconds apart. And that last time around, Moorhead actually picking up a little bit of time on the PC car. 13.2 seconds is your margin.
So the 99 and the 111 should pit on almost the same lap. The 766 can go a little bit longer. And Bruce is also going to have to stop with the 99 and the 111.
I think everybody's one stop from here on out, except for maybe the 16.
Let's see. 16... It says 16 is expected to pit on the last lap.
Right. So they were in at 197. It's now 239. So this will be 43 laps for them, which is, a little bit further than I think we would have expected. But remember, they also haven't been going as quickly on this stint. So they may be getting a little bit of their fuel economy back that way.
And how much time do we have remaining? It's like a minute or an hour 20, right?
Hour 15.
Hour 15.
Yeah.
Thunder Bunny is a minute 25 behind.
Yeah, I mean, they're still not nose to tail. They're 5 car lengths apart, just reverse of a lap.
Right. Yeah, I don't see that happening either, to be honest. I think Bruce is a little far as well.
you actually see the lead trio in completely the wrong order there. This is the gaggle we're following around.
This video shot is worthless.
This could not be less representative of what's actually happening on track.
Oh, man.
99 doing well to hang tough around the outside of the Rubin Performance Garage BMW there. Ooh, 766 gets balked through the last corner. And are we going to go 3 wide? Jason Marks is thinking about it. We are. 766 to the outside, 99 in the middle. The 111 scoots up the inside and was able to pass the team car while defending from the overall race leader. Now that Bruce Innovations and Economy Motorsport have swapped, Bruce Innovations have pulled out a 6-second gap back to the Hyundai.
Yeah, the Hyundai is now behind the 44 PC Racing BMW.
I think it's been that way. Haven't they just kind of been going back and forth?
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like we've been talking about this since the last full course yellow an hour and a half ago.
Well, we have.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness, he's running the top 10. Friend of the show, Lawless Allen, is top 10 in Craftsman Truck right now.
Have we ever spoken to Lawless Allen in this program? I don't think we have.
I don't think we have either.
I mean, if you get all this NASCAR media time, you might as well use that to build your media, presence instead of DriversEye Live.
Right.
But hey.
But he's still getting the shout-outs for Auto Park It.
I mean, is he getting the shout-outs, or is his dad?
I mean, I am.
Oh, why? They don't pay us.
Why not?
No free advertising. What are you doing?
I mean, I guess. You gotta give people a sample. A little taster.
This could be you. This is a cool spot.
This is a cool spot. Really was just some positivity going on,
Sure. Look, I'm very happy to support those that support the things that I love.
Yes.
Right? I like amateur racing. I like endurance racing at all levels. And if there are organizations that are going to go to some lengths, and indeed to great lengths, to support whatever those things are, then sure, I'll give them time in the hopes that they appreciate it and also give. Support the things that we do here.
Like Race Fuels.
Race Fuels. You know what the funny thing about that was? Race Fuels never actually gave us money directly.
No, but they gave us free drink.
That's true.
Mix.
And drink. No, we got cans one year.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, the last year, yeah. And an espresso machine.
No, that was from...
Lino Espresso.
Lino Espresso by way of what's his name?
Duncan Indy.
Duncan Indy.
Yeah. This is all. I'm remembering some guys here.
We are remembering some guys. Dude, I actually told that story because somebody at WRL has the exact same Audi that Duncan Indy had back then, and so I actually got to tell that story.
The road car?
Yeah.
Huh.
That RS6 Avant or RS4 Avant.
Yeah.
It's the same one that Duncan Indy had.
Like, did Duncan Indy sell it to this guy?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Not the same chassis.
No, not the same chassis, but the same car.
Yeah, I gotcha.
But who did he buy it from? He said he bought it from somebody.
Did it come with an espresso machine?
No, it did not. It really did not. Bought it from some silver or bronze rated IMSA driver who was like, "Oh, I remember that guy."
You're not. I mean, you're not.
No, like one that ran in Daytona Prototype.
It sounds like this is basically the same person, but this person didn't run an espresso pod company.
The more or less, yeah.
Right. The business interests were different. The personality was the same.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway.
So Economy has come in and pitted. Do we? And we do not think that was.
I don't think they
for their final.
Okay. If you either they're super borderline, or they're confident they can make it.
Yeah, I don't know.
My guess is they're just on the outside edge of being able to make it. That stint was already the farthest they've gone today. Right? It would be a struggle to see them make it. I mean, what's 68 minutes in laps?
Like 30 or 40-ish.
I think it's more than that. At 89 seconds a lap, it's 46 laps.
There you go.
Right.
I'm big on math.
Sure.
I do math.
I don't know, man. Like, really borderline on that car. Now, some of that is going to depend, too, on what Bruce Innovation's situation is. My guess is that the 333 will be okay on one more stop. Pretty comfortably.
Oh, Brendan.
Are you watching what I'm watching?
Friend of the show, Parker Klingerman.
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh!
No spoilers. But we do like a peak leg on this show.
I want to know if he advances.
Does he need to win to advance? Is that a thing?
I don't think he's in. I think he's out.
I don't think he needs to win, but
his name isn't highlighted. Oh no, he did. He got left out to dry. That lane just died out. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, anticlimactic. You hate to see it. All right. Anyway.
This racing is stupid. that phrase, I use that phrase often, but it's filled with so many more words that I can't use on this program. And yet we all tune in to watch it. I don't know, it's dumb. Just the dumb thing.
I mean, who's we all?
Well, you and I we both had it pulled up briefly, right? I mean, Zach is into
You're not wrong.
So.
I mean, at 1 o'clock the Boise State game starts, so you know.
You could be watching the worst possible matchup in the ACC instead. Stanford and Cal. Boston College, Virginia. Anyway.
The problem is Stanford and Cal is on the stupid network. All the games you actually do want to watch are on the Pac-12 network, which I still don't get. Yeah, there's nothing else. All right. On board with the 147. Always a great onboard in the Moorhead Speedworks BMW. You might find it at the zoo even. One could say that it's high quality. No? No? Alright.
Chad, I am so sorry.
Anyway.
Unlucky could do better.
Well, let me think of another one. No. That Mercedes-Benz going into the pit lane, the 300.
I like that thing.
I do too. So I had a friend in high school who drove a 300 TD to and from school, like a 80s one. And so the first thing that he bought when he got his engineering degree was a C300, and that's like the only car he wants to drive because his old Mercedes broke down. So he bought another one. The closest thing you can buy at this point to that 300 TD. And he's just going to drive that forever, he says, and continue to pour money into it, which I respect immensely. Do wish he had told me he was getting rid of the diesel one before he did. So I would have added that to my list of car projects.
Just giving a piece of information.
Interesting.
766?
Yes.
Not newcomers to WRL.
I wouldn't think so.
It's the Works 45 crew.
Ah, okay. So we will not be seeing them tomorrow.
No. What? What?
No, I'm serious. Works 45 doesn't run on Sundays.
Yeah, they
Interesting.
They usually run an Audi R8.
They run the R8, and they're from Utah, as I recall.
Okay.
And they don't
race
run
Sundays.
and they don't race on Sunday.
Interesting. Yeah. No. They they don't run the R8 anymore. They decided to.
That's fiscally probably a wise move.
Well, and competition-wise, right? I mean, his Dan just stopped in to say hi and give us a little bit of know-how on that relationship, and the word that was tossed around was we need a turbo. We need turbo.
Got it.
The car was heavy. We knew that, but
yeah.
Trying to find a little bit more competitive balance, I think.
Well, I think they can probably take advantage of the economies of scale, too. Instead of having to fund their whole own team to drive all the way from Utah every single race, Thunder Bunny already comes and goes. Like, they're going to have to pay a small premium because, again, they're still only running it for one day. But they're still saving all the money on all the other stuff. So it's like, I think that that's a really smart decision.
It's gotten a little dark here, gentlemen.
It has.
Like, all of a sudden.
It's like almost like there's going to be rain in exactly an hour.
2 minutes.
3 minutes. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
guys, I gotta go. I gotta get
all right, yeah. Great job, everybody. Really appreciate it. Thanks.
If you don't think I'm not going to do that again today, I have to be back at the hotel by 7.
For what?
OU Iowa State.
Oh, okay. Who cares?
I care.
Such a blah game.
Well,
Iowa State.
But that's a game that OU loses like 6 out of the last 6 years. So
great.
Smoke again out of the left front brakes of that number 99. Maybe it's the tire.
And the tires.
It's probably the brakes. Ooh, are we going to do another left front tire on that car? We sure are.
Strong potential.
Man,
the number 99 GTR.
Ripping through left front tires on that GTR car. Or are they just going to switch them? This is a pretty last-minute decision.
I mean, they have the time.
Right.
And this will effectively stop any chance the 111 has of catching them on pace. Oh, but here comes the 111.
111, yeah.
They're going to have to stop for fuel, though.
Exactly.
Another lap or so.
What I will say is this probably protects against like a full course yellow and a bunch up, right? Because theoretically you've got a little bit more life in that left front tire to push.
Right.
Yeah, that tire's got some life taken out of it. I was watching him wheel it away from the pit box up to the back of the cold pit area, and not missing any chunks or anything. Just you can see where the tread depth is minimal.
Oh, I was gonna say, wow, houses.
there's a car there.
No, there was a long time where there was no car, and I was like, what is this shot? Like, what?
Zach's got it on a playlist where it follows around the only gap in traffic. Like, it is perfectly timed to follow
It was
around
not shade
nothing.
on Zach at all. It was just like the way that camera's angled, you don't immediately see where the track is. And it was just like, is this a real estate agent photo? Like, what is this?
It's probably a better real estate photo than many listings you see.
I do like it when we go under 1 hour to go, and then Zach has it give tenths of a second.
Oh, on the multi-view?
On the multi-view. I really like that. It gives like a real urgency to it.
I think that is purely a function of VMix, although I'm not entirely sure.
That's totally fine, but I love it. Here comes the GTO and the 766.
Yeah.
And the 511.
Pit stop for the 16, by the way. Well, briefly dropped it behind the 511. As you say, the 511 into the pits, giving that spot up. Lots of grass in the front end of that 766. If only Zach had a replay of that car going 4 off at turn 2.
We love you, Zach. You're the man.
There it is, just up over the rise. Nose gets a little bit light.
Oh!
And that long 4 off will cake up the inlets low on that Supra.
Yep. Gotta get the pressure washer
GTO
out.
almost did the same thing behind it.
Hey man, you gotta leave it all out there. They only got 58 minutes of running left today. You gotta leave it all out there.
And indeed it is.
I wonder if that means you could give somebody like testing time for the rest of the Sunday.
In that car?
Or do you think that interferes too heavily with the we don't run on Sundays? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. What if a commentator were here that didn't have anything to do on Sunday and wanted to do a few laps?
Well, you do have something to do on Sunday.
Ah, darn. That's
Also,
right.
you didn't run on the HPD, and you didn't bring your helmet.
I literally don't own a helmet. I have literally never driven a race car in any racetrack.
I do own a helmet. And if we start doing events on the West Coast, let me tell you, I will be bringing it all the time.
So you can track your Camry?
Yeah.
One of my
think
first
I won't?
memories. One of my first memories of WRL is watching somebody rip a rental Sentra around Barber.
Would that not be the current president of WRL?
Oh no, no. Was it that? What was that? Like a Charger or something?
It was a Charger. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Dakota. I still have pictures of that. It was, I can't remember, was it orange or was it black?
I thought it was white.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
So none of us remember it that well, apparently.
No, I remember it. And I remember him coming in and complaining about the tires that were on it.
Yeah, that's the problem. Or was it a Challenger?
It was whatever the two-door one. Yeah, so a Challenger.
Yeah. Rental Challenger.
Yeah.
We could have taken the minivan that year.
Some say that JT and I did do that.
Did you? Did you actually?
On the perimeter.
Not during the HPD.
Okay, have you been? Obviously not. The perimeter road at Coda is like is like a rally stage now. There are so many problems.
No, what's great is that you can bang the S's in a Toyota Sienna at about 85. I heard.
Not anymore. Not anymore. That road is, I mean, like I said, we're talking off-road rally stage. It is in some kind of...
Oh, no, I meant the actual track, because there was a spot where we had to cross the track to get to the inside.
Oh,
and so I would rip through the S's.
Gotcha.
At a fair rate of speed.
Interesting.
It was pretty good. Sienna's a good car. V6. 3.5 liters, 3
Are we calling it a car?
Yes, it's on a unibody. Unibody, car. Body on frame, truck. That's it.
Huh.
RAV4, car. 4Runner, truck. Tahoe, truck. Traverse, car.
You might be the only person who cares.
You have not been on the internet, sir.
No, that's true. Not that corner of the internet, anyway.
So PC Racing comes in for their final stop. They're already back out.
There's the 111 coming back out as well. And now we wait to see what the gap looks like.
Triple 3 is in and done. Ooh, this is going to be close. I think the 16 Hyundai here is going to jump the Bruce Innovations car. Yep.
Well, Bruce Innovations doesn't have a pit crew as such. And
Sure.
one of their pit crewmen is currently driving a different car. So
Was that right? Oh, right. Well, is that true now that we're not production only?
I mean, I still think it's Bruce Innovations and not ACP. So I don't think there's a whole lot of pit crew going on.
Yeah, I had the wrong team. The wrong
Yeah.
support team. Yeah. No, there's a choice connection there, isn't there?
In that it's Will Choice's car, or it was, the old car was.
Yeah, well, the GP car.
Yeah.
Right, okay, but it's the guy from ACP. I got you, yeah.
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 Brittany, you gotta start going to dinner. Then you get all the facts.
Well, you know.
All right, so the GTR 99 comes through. They update timing. Now we're going to wait for the 111, and this will be the gap that we're looking at for the next 53 minutes and 11 seconds.
Say that with such urgency. Like your speech has a running decimal point on the end of it.
I'm trying to do the Joe Buck thing where I talk like I'm the voice of God and I know everything that's going to happen.
We're not getting into this because it's going to get ugly. Should we put it out to a public opinion poll? Thumbs up in the paddock if you like Joe Buck. Not seeing a whole lot of thumbs.
Yeah, I know. It's because Joe Buck's bad.
And you're bad, and you should feel bad.
He has at least cooled it on, like, the super up himself talking. I think that's feedback he heard 5 or 6 years ago and has made adjustments.
He improved. He improved.
Yeah.
Like,
No, I think he's better than
he wasn't good for a long time. And then all of a sudden he improved, and now I think he's one of the best. He's better than Chris Fowler.
People are saying he's the best. He's wonderful. Fantastic.
Better than Chris Fowler.
Great American. Much better than Chris Fowler.
Okay.
We're going to workshop that one a little bit. Okay. And now...
Or a lot.
The number 111 Thunder Bunny car comes through. A 125-469 gap.
I mean...
Almost an entire lap
Ryan.
to the GTR 99.
Ryan.
Yeah.
This is going to come through the PA in about 8 seconds and just be the loudest thing.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Apologies to Atlantic City.
For being Atlantic City. The 147 is in. Out of the GP1 class lead. Which really only there because the PC car had already pitted. So this is the final stop for our other primary competitor in GP1 at the moment.
Yeah,
and margin on track was about 12 or 13 seconds before these stops. No Moorhead's good in the pits. Man, that is so smooth on the fuel can change.
I feel like we need to work the algorithm a little bit harder and start using the phrase undercut, like a lot more.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah. Also, we need an intern to do TikTok videos for us.
I mean, Layla can do Instagram.
I mean, same thing. There we go. So just have Layla start going through all of the footage for the last 2 years.
Oh, and clip out TikTok
and
for us.
clip out 14-second bits of it.
That's good.
PC Racing is turn 10.
Yeah, I think the 147 is going to jump them here. And the 147 took a minute in the pits to... I don't know what they were doing, but kind of had their head down. Wow, the big swing.
Onto the front straight is PC Racing.
I think we can go on board even.
And Moorhead is out. They're going to have about a 9 to 10 second gap.
Looks like the undercut was not powerful enough. Huh?
Is it an undercut if you don't change tires?
That overcut.
I think
don't
it's
know.
either of those things.
I think it's dumb, but that's what all the people say.
You need something catchy.
Here's the thing about the American market, Brendan. They're very, very simple. So if we just say something is the same thing, they'll just go with it.
Sure, that's fair. Imagine trying to put an 8-hour race in the same context of Formula One. 8-hour amateur endurance race in the same context as Formula One. Wild.
Drive to survive this broadcast. Actually, yeah, no, it was fantastic. And then JT, he just started talking about something else. And, there's a lot of... I'm just not a big JT guy anymore.
Listen, so I'll tell you a brief story. We covered an event at Homestead a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
And the commentator on site for this event was Greg Creamer.
Okay.
There's a driver in the school Formula series that has a big presence on Instagram, like 70,000 followers, TikTok presence. Mostly he calls himself a sim racing coach, but okay. He has the social media presence and has real racing experience now to kind of
is that manual Dorad?
No, no. This is like in a school series. Suelio,
okay.
Was the guy's name.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, he's cool. I like him.
Okay, yeah.
I like his content.
He has a producer and an editor that puts all this stuff together.
Yeah.
And he had a guy that was filming up in the production and broadcast booth while this race was going on. And let me tell you, camera crews love them some Greg Creamer. They do not love them some Brendan Kazmarek, production assistant.
Because you weren't saying anything.
Lots of FaceTime for old Greg. Nothing for BK.
Well, it's because you got to push yourself into the broadcast there a little bit.
I mean, I did. I did get to do an 1.5 hour enduro with the man, which I appreciated.
That's cool.
It was fun.
Well, there you go. Perfect.
I mean, he's no Dorsey trainer.
Oh. We get Steve Matchett.
Meme stack. Anyway. I catch myself before I say something dumb. Like Steve Matchett. So Matchett, Hobbs, and Diffie.
And Windsor.
I don't think Windsor does. I think it's just the three of them that do like the stage speaking tour.
Yeah.
After the season ends, they come to my town like every year. I've never been.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you in a spot where you can still fangirl that kind of thing, or if you were to approach them,
age-wise or what?
I mean, standing in the professional industry, or are you like, sir, thank you, handshake.
I was told that a commentator who has worked with DriversEye Live previously may or may not have embarrassed himself slightly in front of Greg Creamer, just like fangirling and gawking, for lack of a better word. I don't know that for sure. And maybe
I would not have done that.
No, I would, and I didn't. I just had a nice conversation with the guy.
Wait, then who said that?
Oh, full course
yellow. Rubble.
I mean,
721.
Again. It's not who said it. Was just a commentator that kind of spilled the beans on themselves that acknowledged that, they had gone a little too hard as a fangirl of Mr. Creamer. This full course yellow with the 99 having jumped the 111 is unfortunate.
Yes,
right?
It is.
Had this happened 20 to 30 minutes ago, this would have put the 111 onto the tail end of the lead lap, and with the wave around up to the back of the queue, I mean, really could have been
something.
It could have been something, as opposed to nothing. This car has stopped. 721 is outside of turn 10. Driver's left at 10. So maybe between our 9 and 10 cameras, but off to screen right would be my guess. If we have replays at camera 10, Zach, we might be able to find that car.
Ooh. The land shark came back out.
Shout out Solbus. No.
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 I am happy with that, JT. I do enjoy it.
Yeah. Wonder if their onboard went back up.
That's a great question. Let's investigate.
Okay, so it's not where I suggested it was. Perhaps past turn 10 then? Maybe the next camera. Ah, you can just see the roofline of the car where the wrecker is pulling up. You can just see it. That the camber, the banking there at turn 10, kind of puts that corner in a bowl, and you pop out of the top of it. And I think that that 721 is just sitting at the bottom of that sort of depression. I've had a day. Has that RRT crew.
Should we take our last ad break here?
We should, but preface that by saying the 333 Bruce Innovations car is headed into the pits. And in this battle for P4 overall...
It's unscheduled.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, they last pit 254. So maybe tires?
I don't know. Let's take a... Zach has a replay for us. Let's find out before we go to ad breaks here and see what we're looking for. All right, we're looking at the RRT car. It's a silver... Oh, my. Oh. Is that out of the exhaust? I don't know. Oh,
I don't
very
think
off.
so. I think it was the wheel.
Was it? I mean, it was like one motion. It started smoking, and then the car pulled into the grass on driver's left. I mean, it just all happened at once. Very interesting. All right. Well, as Ryan says, we are kind of in the window for our last ad break here. 42 minutes remaining in the Saturday 8-hour enduro from New Jersey Motorsports Park, Thunderbolt Raceway. Under full course yellow to go retrieve the number 721 at turn 10 and a pit stop for a car in the top 5. We will shake all that out on the other side of this commercial break and bring you to the checkered flag from NJMP in just a moment.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road. Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things. Like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at New Jersey Motorsports Park, Thunderbolt Raceway. We are DriversEye Live, and this is the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. Happy to have everybody's company this weekend, whether you're watching from home or you're here on site at NJMP, around the circuit, in the paddock. However you choose to be a part of the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, thanks for doing so, and thanks for being with us. We are a little over half an hour away from the conclusion of our Saturday 7-hour enduro, 265 laps complete, and at the moment, under full course yellow to bring the 721 BMW on the back of a hook into the paddock. Not the first time we've done that today, unfortunately. But all things considered, it's been a great day of motorsports action. And still some questions to be answered. Had a pit stop for the number 333, Bruce Innovations, that set it back a little bit from the number 16 of Economy Motorsport, with which it was doing battle. Very intrigued by that stop because I didn't think it was going to be necessary, but maybe a little closer on fuel than they wanted, maybe a quick tire change.
And the 99 is going to go through the Geico restart zone here.
Okay, no free advertising. Green flag does wave, however, and this is important because the battle for the GP1 victory is latched up in this little squabble here at the front of the field. 99, then 111, who looks to the inside of the Moorhead car but can't get the move done, and that in turn balks the number 44 of PC Racing, who is under threat from the number 16. Now, that's not a battle for position with the TCR Elantra, but those cars have sort of been holding each other up at various points over the last few hours. They find themselves together on track again, and that little squabble, maybe showing the nose by the 16, is actually allowing the 111 and the 147 to get away ahead of that GP1 lead fight. There is that one. Look at the margin that the Moorhead car has been able to pull on that little pack. The 111's actually slipped back a touch, and it's allowed that that 44 now to not have to contend with traffic. 147 is taking the fight to the overall race leader.
Yeah, the GP1s seem to get up to speed a lot quicker when we come back to green flag.
Yeah, agreed. I wonder if that 140 or the 111 dropped a wheel or something there. Contact at turn 5 between the 111 and the 766.
Hi, team car.
Where's the 7? Oh, it is back there. How would that? I don't remember the 766 being in that pack, but it is possible. Interesting. Very interesting. It's listed as side-to-side contact. So for the 111 to be that far back, I think something else would have had to have happened. And I wonder if it's actually done a little bit of damage to that number 111. I assume it's Laura still in the car. I think it's Laura. Oh, no, it's not Laura still in the car. She's down here in the pits. That car is losing time and positions on track. The 511 has snuck through from Choice Racing. The team car has now gone through, and that is an open throttle BMW putting pressure on the rear bumper of that Supra. It is not the way that is meant to happen. Okay, so the 16 has gotten back past the number 44 again. This is playing really nicely into the hands of Moorhead Speedworks at the moment. You wouldn't think it would have been this consequential, but they were only 2 cars apart when we went back to green, And it just so happens that the 111 being in that mix, the 16 being in that mix, is actually costing that car a fair amount of time. Here come your GTO and GP1 leaders onto the front straightaway. Let's look to see if we see any damage here or any tire marks. Nothing on the right side of the 111. I'm sorry, the 766. Nothing on the right side of the 111 either. Whatever did happen down there at Turn 5, I'm certain it wasn't necessary. And ultimately, probably not of much consequence either, unless it creates a problem for that 766 Supra. In which case, could come back under threat from the number 16, but there's a solid lap between them. Bruce Innovations now 19 seconds behind the Hyundai Elantra in the battle for 4th overall, 4th in GTO. That is kind of our primary concern outside of the GP1 lead battle at the moment. And even that is just inching the way of Moorhead Speedworks in this late stage.
Inching, though. 3 seconds, I don't think, is within the realm of, oh, it's good. Especially as PC Racing just sets their fast lap.
I totally agree. But you know how these races go. Like, when cars are so evenly matched, okay, over 7 or 8 hours, yeah, it depends on much more than just raw pace. But when it comes down to these last 32 minutes or so, pit stops are done, we're not worried about strategy. I mean, 3.5 seconds is a margin that has to be overcome. I mean, even now, yes, PC put in their quickest lap of the race, but Moorhead did a 28.4. Right?
Yes.
And pulled out the margin another half a second. I am not convinced that it's not Johann Schwartz in that number 147. Remember, we don't have Johann tomorrow.
He's getting all of his time now.
Right, well, yeah, and I mean, when we look towards our 7-hour race tomorrow, it's kind of a little weapon in your back pocket that you don't have.
.3 from Moorhead, 29 flat from PC.
Yeah, and again, quick but not quick enough. Goes right out to 4.4 seconds on lap 260.
Moorhead says the driver is Jerry Kaufman.
Jerry Kaufman, good stuff.
Johann already on the plane, headed to IR.
Yeah, he didn't give me specifics. He just said he was flying down tonight to be able to run tomorrow. Anybody like updates on Eastern Michigan versus Central Michigan?
No.
No? Okay.
Oh, you know I do.
No.
JT's a big one.
You're full of it. Fire up chips. I guess. I don't know. Another slow lap that time from the 111, a 132.5.
I wonder if this is get the car home mode at this point.
It probably is.
You got 30 minutes remaining. You're not going to be a hero in 30 minutes. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes we'll see Laura Hayes finish that car, especially if they're really in contention. And just wonder if that full course yellow kind of sealed the deal for them. Yeah. All right, well, now we're a full lap down, very much a full lap down, and it's not coming back our way. She had been in that car for some time already, I think. She got in right around 2 hours to go, so put in a good stint and a half anyway. Briefly let Jason Marks and the GTR 99 on track, but 65, by the way, still out there, still going strong. 206 laps complete. A reminder that that car was on its side on lap 149 at the exit of turn 12. And actually is on the same lap as the Matt Connolly Motorsports number 104. Bruce Innovations comes through 131 flat, not enough to pull in any time on the number 16, who was through in 130.7. So it gives up another couple of tenths there. Whoa, big slide out of the 231. Had to really chuck that car around to get it turned in for turn 10, and a little bit too aggressive with the steering input. And the back end of that car came right around.
Just trying to flip through here and see if there's any remaining onboards. I think these are the two we got.
The should be HC should have one, and should be Moorhead, yeah?
Yep. Those are them.
Ooh. Actually, is Connolly still not up? It was up a little bit ago.
It wasn't super stable.
Oh no, it died.
Yeah. Yeah. Making it nice and easy, the 99 in traffic there.
Yeah, I think everybody's in that nice and easy mode now. Only exception to that might be the 44, but I'm not sure it's going to matter much because I don't think they have a whole lot to go get after the 147. And if they do have it, I think it's being compromised by that number 16 just a touch.
Yep. Well, I hope you'll all join us tomorrow for the second race of the weekend here from New Jersey Motorsports Park. It'll be a 7-hour sprint. I think there's a lot of cars, we say this every week. We say this every week, but I think there's a lot of cars that had some unfortunate trouble today that are really looking...
Are there?
There are, like the 65 that rolled over and would like a fresh start tomorrow.
Sure. If I really think about like cars that basically created their own demise or had something untoward happen to them that aren't currently featuring at the top of the list, The 65 is one. The 914, I would really like to see back, the Modern Auto Body VAC car. They're almost certainly still here because their canopy is still up. They've just taken all of their tools and bits and bobs back away from the pit lane. Actually, you know what? NFC does still have their tent here. So, watch this space.
Yes.
For NFC Motorsports. The 124 car is definitely here. That 914 is the one I think I'd like to see most come back out and give it another go. With, as you say, a clean slate. Outside of that, maybe RRT racing. And HC Autosport. Their car was reasonably competitive in GP2 before the power steering issue that created the contact, I guess. The 914 will be back tomorrow. Says David at Screaming Goat? David, are you involved with Modern Auto Body VAC?
It wouldn't surprise me. It's the same type of vehicle.
Screaming Goat East?
Did you not check to see if the 914 is a diesel?
It's not a diesel. For the uninitiated, Motorsport Reg, the Screaming Goat number 29 is entered as a 2003 BMW 325 diesel. It's not. It's just an LS swap. But before that, it got the most ridiculous fuel mileage. I mean, some of it might have been tuned, but it was driven in a way that just ultimate economy, but it was quick. Still an H-pattern car in GTO. Oh, it's just a text conversation with Jack. Okay. Got excited there for a second. I thought maybe we could see like a 2-car Screaming Goat entry. Full season. Be fun. If you happen to have more information on what happened to the 914, David, by all means, send it our way. We'd love to know. Because it was super competitive early on. Really well driven. Very, very consistent. Unfortunately, whatever the issue that befell it was after I did my rounds down in the paddock. And never really got to the bottom of what created that. It was contact with the GTO, apparently. And if we go back through the log, 914 and 908. In any case, excited to see that car back tomorrow. Very, very competitive this weekend.
So 12:05.
Okay. There it is. 104, 914. Yep. Incidental contact side to side, but enough to do some damage to that car, clearly.
Pretty impressed with this 2 Series in GTO. Run under by car dorks.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 Series has kind of gone by the wayside.
It has ebbed.
GT4s took over. Yeah.
And I believe this is a new entrant to the series, is it not?
It's not a name I recognize, but I would have to do a little bit more digging to answer that.
19 minutes and 30 seconds remaining here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. I'm excited to see the 908 tomorrow as well. I'm hoping they can have a little bit better day.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching them fight quite a few cars throughout the day. I mean, they were dueling with the Bruce Innovations BMW, AF Racing, the 914. Quite a few of the cars, the 82. All of them seem to more or less have run into a little bit of trouble today.
A lot of trouble all the way around, and I think some yellows that were timed, unfortunately. You know, we just talked about the 111, really wishing that yellow had come about 5 or 10 minutes earlier. So I think tomorrow a good reset. I think some sun will cause even more tire drama for people who like seeing a tire conservation race. I think there will be a few more strategy buttons to push tomorrow as a result.
Possibly. Sometimes these things just get created by the way the full course yellows fall.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think there's a massive difference between an 8-hour race and a 7-hour race. Now, 9 and 7, maybe, but ultimately, a lot of the timing and a lot of the way this all shakes out ends up just being a result of yellow flag periods. Oh, 104 goes 104. Around. Aggressive goes around.
Tough day for that car as well. I think they're looking forward to tomorrow.
Oop.
Nice. Such a good-looking machine. Look at that thing.
It really is.
I blame TRG.
I do too. I just say how embarrassing it was for IMSA to allow a TRG reunion festival thing.
I forgot about that.
That was so embarrassing.
Oh, you should have seen the special car corral they had.
Oh my god, it was so awful.
Were you there, JT?
And they're pushing his winery on the TV. JT, did you watch the broadcast when you got home?
I mean, I did not. I passed out.
I swear they went over there and talked about it 4 separate times.
That was a time buy for him, right? They just didn't do that because everybody liked him.
Yeah, that was
right.
Probably.
It must have been. It must have been.
That was terrible. Don't let him buy time. That's the solution. Don't let him buy time. I don't know. I was appalled. Anyway. I have a scoop on a COTA entry.
Oh. I had one, but I think I may have been lied to. I don't really know that. Maybe that's too strong a word. I was told one thing and then read something else. So.
Keep in mind, the entry list is, the entry has not yet opened for registration. So
hasn't even opened for Sebring yet.
Correct. That is
Tuesday?
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah. I think. Wait. Oh, no.
It is next week.
Well, my understanding is that there's semi-protected slots for WRL.
For COTA. There will be for
yeah.
COTA for specific teams.
Yes.
Yeah. And that is the way for these championship events, right? Is top 10 in each class gets a reserved entry, and then any slots that are available, once those are confirmed, are then obviously open for anyone to enter.
Will
at
somebody...
Hallett,
oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, at Hallett, 10 times 4 gets you to 40, which is the car cap for the track. So it's not all championship competitors, but the entry was largely taken up by championship competitors going for the Midwest Championship. Sebring, obviously, we can put a lot more cars on, being basically double the length of Hallett. So we'll get a lot more depth there.
Who do I need to talk to to get somebody to ask Austin Dillon if he would like to confirm his commitment to COTA on the grid at Talladega today or tomorrow.
Probably Austin Dillon.
No. But which journalist can I ask to get that question in there?
Rutledge would.
Vince.
Do you think he's there? I don't think he does the NASCAR thing anymore because he's doing Hot Wheels Challenge and all the other stuff. And floor is lava.
It's called grid. No, anyway.
Oh no!
I don't know. Is there a NASCAR journalist you could? I don't think so.
I mean,
Hey,
Dave
Ryan
Burns,
Beer-
maybe Dave Burns.
Ryan Mearns at Talladega, isn't he?
Parker Clearman's at Talladega. Brendan, call Parker.
I don't. Okay. You overestimate the relationship between.
Hey man, you sell it. You sell it a lot. All right.
Well, yeah, it's all we got. David McKee says, we're a Chevy team I could ask.
There we go. Perfect.
Anyway, hustle on over to Talladega. Tell him you run a BMW 325 with an LS engine in it, and then ask him officially to confirm his entry for COTA. And he'll look at you like you have three heads. Actually, listen. I struggle with NASCAR in a lot of ways, but so many of the personalities are just they're designed to be sold, right? For better or for worse, they in so many ways those types of personalities are designed to be a marketing for you, your team, your sponsor, whomever. I don't like Austin Dillon. Right? I've never liked him really as a driver. Personality-wise, just never really did it for me. Not very interesting. Whatever. But I did interview him at COTA last 2 years ago. Actually, maybe it was last year. Anyway, I did interview him at COTA, and super nice guy. All the time in the world. Very happy to just chat down in the paddock. Talk about sponsor stuff, talk about just driving the car, racing, are you learning, whatever it might have been. Thoroughly enjoyed my time chatting with Austin Dillon. No problems with him. But it didn't at all match, what comes across on TV and produced broadcasts and stuff,
I wasn't a huge Austin Dillon fan either, but I really like him now because he's doing the thing that every single NASCAR driver should be doing, and most of them can absolutely afford to do, which is
absolutely can
do everything.
Which is that they have added road courses, and Austin Dillon, who was a confessed terrible road course racer, was like, you know what? Fine, I'm going to go do this thing and get a bunch of hours of track time, and I'm going to do it at the track that we go to, and I'm going to learn how to do it right. And people got so mad, and it's like. I'm not going to generalize with that, but it's a meritocracy, and if your favorite driver is bad at this thing, the complaint isn't, oh, well, that's just because this thing is stupid. It's like, no, it's because your driver put in no effort to get better at it, and now you're complaining that they're behind the 8-ball trying to get into the playoffs because they don't have any road course results to show for themselves. Yeah. And so I think the idea that you have NASCAR drivers that are like, you know what, no, this is an opportunity to go do the thing, and I'm going to do it. And I think for him to step up and be one of the first in that group to try that, I respect that hugely. And there are a lot of NASCAR drivers who probably, frankly, don't need that track time. But for the ones that do, I think all of them should be doing it. I think there should probably be 4 late models on the grid at COTA, if I'm being honest. And I'm sure the WRL entrants would hate that, which I understand completely. But every single one of those guys that doesn't have a top 10 finish, there we go, going wide. Every single one of those guys that doesn't have a top 10 at road courses this year should absolutely be on the grid at COTA if they have any interest in prolonging their career. Because I think the road course thing is here to stay.
I think Chase Elliott should make his crew chief go crew chief a WRL race to get road course crew chiefing experience.
I think Chase Elliott should go to a WRL race to get some road course experience.
No, he's a fine road course racer.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
he's done nothing all year.
Well, yeah, because his crew chief is garbage. Anyway, I'm not a
time
NASCAR.
just
I'm
pinning that
really
on
not
the
a
crew chief.
NASCAR fan.
Anyway.
But I will say I wouldn't love seeing 4 more stock cars on the grid at COTA, but I get the point.
I would. I totally would. Are you kidding me? That'd be hilarious. That'd be fantastic.
Again, I would love to see, bring whatever you want. I'm here for it. We had this discussion earlier. But we are not wanting for variety at that event ever.
That's true.
As Hagerty says, never stop driving.
Yes, they do. Hagerty and Motorsports Reg.
Yeah. The World Racing League powered by Hagerty. And the man at Hagerty Motorsports, very much a friend of DriversEye Live.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Some say we might not be DriversEye Live without the man at the top of Hagerty Motorsports.
Some would say that.
Some would say.
Some may indeed say that. What's he doing? What do you think he's doing right now?
Right now?
What do you think Brian's doing?
The margin in GP1 is down to 10.2 seconds. I think that's probably just traffic for the 147. Because the margin has just really only gone out otherwise.
Right.
But, you know, it might not just be that. Because it's another...
Well, he's having to deal with several cars right now in traffic. Because he just did another 32.9 while having to pass a few cars.
He was very conservative in traffic down the front straightaway, where he decided not to pass the open throttle car so he could let, I think it was one of the Thunder Bunny cars go by.
To be fair, that open throttle car has spent time on its side today. It has nothing to lose.
Well, sure, but nobody here is going to do anything dumb. I thought it was interesting that whereas everybody else is, you know, running laps still kind of in anger, but has, you know, 1 or 2 lap margins. He's got a 10-second margin and is still, you know, pedaling the car, willing to pedal the car a little bit. Probably has more in reserve. It's just, I don't know that I'd be taking that kind of chance.
Right.
82 is into the pit lane with 6 minutes to go. That is Random Vandals Racing. Don't think they stand to gain too much here.
No.
They do stand to lose a spot in GTO, though.
Possibly to Matt Connolly. We'll see.
Yes.
And nothing, Brendan.
What?
And nothing. The score of the only game that matters.
8? You said 8-0?
10-0.
10-0.
Yeah.
The only game that matters.
Yeah. It's the much vaunted Mountain West AAC matchup
between Boise and who are they playing? SMU?
Blue suede shoes, dude. Memphis.
Oh, Memphis. That's right. Yeah, no, I did know that.
I thought he was talking about Marble League.
Rocket League, actually.
Oh, 82's come in to scrub a set for tomorrow.
Oh, interesting.
Nice.
I like that.
Nice. Good strategy there. I also heard they're coming back out so they can serve their 5-second penalty right now instead of having to serve it tomorrow.
I have no problem with that.
I had no problem with it either because it makes sense the way the rule's written. But it really showed who the casuals are and who's been watching since 2020 and who's been watching since 2007.
No gatekeeping.
People who've been watching since 2007 had no problem with it. People who were watching recently were like, "Whoa, you can't do that."
JT,
like, yes, you can.
I agree with you. No gatekeeping. However, if you are really a fan, you should be willing to explore what the past had to offer. And I've had this discussion a couple of times.
I agree.
Like, I grew up watching, you know, the V10s a lot and some really, truly special stuff out of some of those cars. And if you have absolutely no interest in going back and, like, even hearing what those cars sounded like, never mind the Ferrari dominance, you know, those the Hakkinen-Schumacher rivalry. Like, if you really have no interest in that, then I can't help you. I'm sorry. You can do the personality thing and the Drive to Survive thing. That's fine. But, man, like, if you really are into it, make the effort, you know? That's all.
I agree. Don't just watch ESPN highlights and, like, think what Twitter tells you to think. Be involved enough to form a real opinion.
Yeah, right. With context.
Instead of just reactionary being like, bad.
Yeah,
like,
with
I
context.
hate that.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
5.2 seconds from 147 to 44. But, as we said, I think the 147 is just managing this gap. I think they are not pushing that car any harder than they have to. They're not being any more aggressive in traffic than they have to. And if it turns out that the 44 actually has a little in reserve and they can do something about it over these last 2 laps, which is I think where we're at. It's going to be close, actually. 2 to 3 laps. That 147 still has enough in reserve to hold the PC racing car at bay. So the leader crossed the line with 3:29 remaining. Oh, 3:29. No, it'll definitely be 3 laps.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was 30 seconds off in my mental math.
Cross
31.
the line.
I don't know, guys.
3 seconds.
I don't know about this. Man, that 44 is coming, and the 147 is and has been in clear air.
Yeah.
And they are. This is the battle headed
coming
into
out
turn
of 3R.
3. Yep, headed up to 4 and 5.
And we do have the 147 on board as well.
Yeah, here we go.
Actually, I can switch it.
147 is orange, black, and yellow. PC, white, blue, and black.
Because they have a rear view camera on the 147, so when it starts to get close, we'll be able to see that through the big wang. No, sorry. Let's see if I can rectify that.
Yeah, Jerry's just got to take it nice and calm here. Just got a few more laps.
Oh, no. 44's out wide a little bit. There at turn 6. Coming up on the 104 GTO. Fires it up the inside in a decreasing radius corner. Good move from the 44, but the 104 doesn't see him and chops across the nose as the radius tightens at 9. That is exactly what I was afraid of. I thought it was an aggressive move, and it probably was on, but you always had to assume that car wasn't going to see you, and that's exactly what the case was. Now, we're going to get a white flag next time by for the race leader. 32 flat from Moorhead, 31 flat from PC, but it probably could have been a 30.5 or a 30 flat if not for that little misunderstanding down there at the apex of turn number 9. So they set off and we'll pick up the white flag next time by. That white flag will fly over a blue BMW M4 GT4 that is entered against GTR 99, and with over a lap in hand, the car will shortly begin its final tour of New Jersey Motorsports Park Thunderbolt Raceway for the day. Keep eyes on this GP1 battle, though, for sure. Out of turn number 5. 44 is still closing, but I don't know. Well, I guess it depends on how much quicker that 44 is around the second half of the lap. If he can pick up a couple of car lengths here, this could still be in play.
Flag here.
Slow. That's the Moorhead team car, the 160. Nothing on. Oh no, sorry, it's Mercedes. Disregard that. Yeah, that's a 300. Oh, good corner sequence there for that number 44. He's able to pick up a little bit on the 147, who's out wide at turn number 10. White flag waves for your race leader, but all eyes on the GP1 class victory at the moment. They head down through 11A and B, and the right-hander at turn number 12. The margin off the corner is something like 3 or 4 car lengths. Headlights are on the 147, off the throttle early, maybe saving a touch of fuel into turn number 1. 44 runs deep on the brakes into turn 1 and is out wider than he would have liked, and cedes those 3 or 4 car lengths back to the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. The car in front is a GTO car, so no concerns about being held up there. White flag continues to wave at start-finish, waiting for the arrival now of the 99 to claim the overall race victory at lap 292. But more importantly, there is the 99 at turns 8 and 9. More importantly, this is going to come down to turn 9, turn 10 for your GP1 class winners. We'll cut over to the 99 when he takes the checkered flag here in a couple of seconds' time. But for now, let's keep eyes on these two BMW. One's a 330, one's an M3. Traffic for the 147. Checkered flag is out for the 99. They take the race win in GTO and overall. Let's cut back to the battle for GP1 at turn number 10. They've gotten through the traffic. I think the 147 has this. It's more or less full throttle here to the end, except for a quick breathe on the way into turn 12. PC is going to show the nose at the final corner.
Gets balked.
Can't do it. Rides all the curb. But in the end, it's the 147 and Moorhead Speedworks by a quarter of a second from PC Racing after 8 hours at Thunderbolt Raceway. That was the best. I thought that was a done deal for Moorhead. The result didn't change, but man, that came out of nowhere. And great way to finish the Saturday 8-hour here at NJMP. Second place overall to the 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing. Third place to the sister car, the number 766 on debut for that car, that team. Bruce Innovations is going to take home fourth ahead of the 16 from Economy Motorsport, who rounds out the top 5 in GTO. GP1, third place, the Rubin Performance Garage, number 293. Gave up some time in the end to that lead duo in GP1, but nevertheless, a really strong result from that GP1 squad, local to the area. Was able to bring home a class podium there in GP1. GP2, it's a one-lap margin. The Moorhead Speedworks number 160, who we hadn't talked too much about today, actually. Spent much more time talking about the unruly Autosport number 158. But they're going to fall there in GP2 to that number 160. Third place, the number 231 from AVR, I think also on debut in the World Racing League. Able to bring home a class podium. GP3 is the AOA Racing number 85, the Mazda MX-5 by 11 laps from the number 62 from Open Throttle Racing. And the number 300 from Easy Riders. That is what staying on track and not making mistakes will get you. Doesn't matter what your pace is. Class podium there for the number 300. And shouts to the 65 from Open Throttle Racing. I think one of the stories of the day. That car into the tires pretty hard. Drivers left on the exit of turn number 12. Hard enough to tip the car up onto its side, bring us into a red flag. And in the end, able to get that car repaired and sent back out on track to pick up fourth. Well, it would be last in GP3. But anyway, only about 40 laps off the class leader. Tremendous recovery from that car and that team, having been in the GP3 lead before the accident. So, 8 hours and 4 minutes after we began our day here at Thunderbolt Raceway in Jersey Motorsports Park, we find our conclusion. I don't have too much to say about this today. I think, we always talk about the opportunities that present themselves tomorrow. I think it is a new day. But we saw a lot of really good stuff from a lot of really good teams and cars, and I expect to see actually much of the same tomorrow rather than a brand new day. But JT and Ryan, feel free to add your thoughts, and we'll get ourselves wrapped up here.
I do think we'll see a new day, and that's going to be because the weather will be different, and people will have figured out the track. Remember, this is a track that WRL hasn't been to before, so I think tomorrow everybody's going to have a better idea of the track, better idea of what the tire situation might look like. And I think tomorrow will be fantastic.
It was good. We really saw traffic playing a role today. And, just, again, the normal WRL finishes that we tend to see evolve over the race. It was exciting. It was good to see. Lots of even competition throughout the field, and it was good to see how it unfolded today.
A lot of fun seeing everybody kind of on that level playing field. Some maybe with not quite as quick a car, but more local and track knowledge, and then kind of going the other way towards the end of the day. Saw some wonky strategy stuff today with tires. I think that's still a concern for tomorrow. Jason Marks told us the left front's really taking punishing around here. Let's keep an eye on that for tomorrow. Maybe things do get changed up a little bit now that everybody has a little better idea of what their cars, their tires, their teams, and drivers are all capable of. We will be back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to do it all again. That is Eastern time for the 7-hour enduro. Slightly earlier finish, slightly shorter race, but same start time on a brighter, sunnier, and slightly warmer day in Millville, New Jersey. Thanks for being with us, everybody. This is DriversEye Live in the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. I am Brendan Kaczmarek. Ryan West and JT Tammy join me on the mics. Zach Johnson on production. Fantastic job today as well. Join us on YouTube, Facebook, and trackside at New Jersey Motorsports Park for the conclusion of our weekend here at NJMP. Until then, take care.